argument against charging people rent?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, typically the philosophical argument.
No, that's a legitimate criticism, because I mean, you look at why USA was even invented.
So,
I don't know. Like, I think a recurring theme or a recurring trend is that
less and less government. I want personal responsibility. I want personal accountability.
Say that I'm like left of liberal. I don't identify like a communist or socialist or any of this stuff. Probably like a.
Why would that be revelatory to know that water boils in?
About people who are diplomats or ambassadors from other.
Did I say that? Did I say that it was theoretically possible to include, like, it increase?
Natural society is a society where it's survival of.
You can. What you're describing is you can't do. It's, first of all, not what I'm talking about. Second of all, we can't.
So basically, like, even your Lord and Savior Donald Trump didn't do the best job.
That nature, you refer to it as being conscious, or the conscious community.
So I think that gay marriage at the Constitution at the Supreme Court level actually.
No, but my man is in the building.
And I find it very interesting that fellow believers are.
I'm sure there are examples, but these are minor examples compared to the ones that I'm giving. I'm talking about two.
Unconstitutional, they shouldn't do it. But now they're arguing about, well, if they do it.
You look pretty with your little blonde hair.
Yeah, that's what your mom said last night too.
Let's ignore USAID. That's obviously upsetting you, and I get that because.
No, it's not upsetting me.
There's a reason I'm successful. There's a reason why I'm liked.
This is exactly why Democrats.
And
somebody's knocking on my door. Just a second. I'm sorry.
You handle that. I'll handle the crowd. It's probably his mom, to be quite frank. We've got the young, cringy liberal, also known as cringy leftist, I believe, here tonight on the Raging Tomato for our Throwdown Thursday. We're going to have some fun. If you are a left-leaning liberal of any sort, maybe you're excited about what he has to say, or maybe you want to hate watch him, be sure to go over. He is dual streaming, so be sure to go like, subscribe, send him money as well. Was it your mom?
Hello?
No? Was it your mom?
No. I live in a dorm room. It was housing.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I go home tomorrow, so there's a bunch of commotion.
They're probably upset that you're using all the Wi-Fi to stream tonight. But tonight we're going to talk about illegal immigrants benefit America. Cringy. Why don't you go ahead and kind of lay it out for me? Why do illegal immigrants benefit
so to be
America?
clear, I'm not like arguing for illegal immigration per se, but I am arguing that the legal immigrants who are here right now do economically benefit our country, right? We can just like look at the current literature, look at the studies, even just like going through the basic arguments in your head. You don't even have to really look at them. I think it's pretty clear to everybody who at least looks at the data that illegal immigrants are like an economic benefit to our country and an economic benefit for us. And then obviously this extends, it's like maybe a mass amnesty conversation, but that's a little off topic. But generally, I would say that illegal immigrants are fiscally positive for our country. They add to our GDP, and that they're a benefit to America and Americans.
Okay, that's a pretty broad claim, I'd say. Let's run through economically, fiscally, and GDP. Those are all kind of categorized under the same house. So give me some starters. Where are we? Give me a starting point where we benefit economically from them.
Sure. I guess we can start with fiscally. So fiscally, at least on the federal level, I know on the state level, there's arguments that they don't, or local level that there may be slightly, or that they might be a negative. But at least on the federal level, I think it's pretty clear that via ITIN numbers, and other, mostly just that they're a net tax contributor to our country and to our nation. We can look at like the Cato Institute study. And the reasons for this is mostly just going to be that they don't really have access to the vast majority of federal welfare programs because they don't have a social security number. And so because they're paying in some and they're not really getting anything at all back, they're just going to be fiscally net positive on that front.
Well, how are they paying in and not getting anything out? Are they using fake social security numbers to pay taxes?
No, they can use an ITIN number in order to pay taxes.
What is that?
It's a number that people without social security numbers use to pay taxes if they're in the United States. like with maybe like a temporary visa or something. You need to pay taxes. You need an ITIN number.
Can you obtain that? Like,
yeah, they can obtain that legally.
Legally, even though they're here illegally.
Yep.
That makes sense for me. How wouldn't that kind of set off the tracker to say, hey, this person's here illegally, but they want to legally pay taxes?
Up until very recently, the IRS has been very clear that they will not use any of the data they collect in order to share that data with ICE. So for the most part, up until very recently, illegal immigrants have been using ITIN numbers in order to pay income taxes, because potentially if a mass amnesty program is ever implemented, that seeing that they were paying taxes could look good for them, and would benefit them, and they would be able to get amnesty, and they'd be like, oh yeah, you're a good person, you're paying taxes, whatever, you can have citizenship or whatever.
So we want to take their money, but we don't want them to like file for legalities, like to become legal citizens.
I mean, I want them to become.
I mean, that sounds a little coercive, don't you think? Or
yeah, I want them to become. I want them to become legal citizens, obviously. But yeah, but just on the fiscal front, however, I think it's pretty clear that they are like fiscally not positive on the federal level at the very least.
That seems kind of. It's almost like we're kind of letting them get away with that. It's like, oh, pay in, keep it a secret, but keep doing what you're doing. Like we're kind of like letting them almost like pay us to be quiet.
Pay us to be quiet, like
pay us to not kick you out. I mean, if you pay your taxes and use this, it's kind of like a loophole. It's like,
the hope is that in the future, if Congress ever passes legislation like Reagan did to give mass amnesty, that their good tax record would help them obtain the amnesty.
Well, then why not just become legal? Why not just go through the process to become legal?
Because because they're already in the country, they wouldn't be able to they wouldn't be able to essentially unless they were claiming asylum or whatever. It's not like reasonable to and it would be really reasonable to claim a green card. That takes way too long, and I'm not even sure that they can really apply for a green card if they're already in the US. That probably would set off DHS alarm bells. Yeah.
I mean, but that is a problem, though, right? I mean, if you're sneaking in, you're coming in illegally. So the efforts to go through to become legal are more of a risk than it is to just pay your IRS bill.
Becoming a legal immigrant or obtaining some sort of legal status is unnecessarily complicated and unnecessarily time consuming. It's just not reasonable for the vast majority of people who want to immigrate here. That's why people do end up immigrating illegally in the first place. And once you're already here, obtaining any sort of legal status is, if you're a legal immigrant here, obtaining any sort of legal status, unless like an amnesty bill specifically implemented, kind of is off the table. There's been, I think, court cases on this as well, which is that if you didn't enter the country lawfully, that you're probably not eligible for a green card whatsoever under current law. So there may be some specific bill Reagan passed in order to give these people the chance to have some sort of legal status.
Okay, but let me ask you this. Do you think if it was cheap, easy, and quick, everybody would want it?
I think if it was easier, we would have a lot more immigration, but I'm not okay with that. I don't see that as a problem.
Well, but do we want any and everyone to be able to just fill out a piece of paper and get a stamp of approval and say, thanks, come on in?
Well, it won't be like any and everyone. There'll still be a vetting system, where we probably won't be letting in violent criminals or anything. But
isn't that the time consuming portion of what happens?
The time consuming portion is that there's artificial caps placed on how many visas are assigned to each country per year or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And because of that, the wait list is ridiculously long. It's more of a legislative roadblock than it is any actual problem with the system being slow or whatever.
Well, Okay, what if we just opened up the cap, right? We completely removed the cap and anyone from China could just come in, fill out some paperwork, be vetted, and here you go. I mean, wouldn't that change the entire dynamic of America if they just just flooded in the gates?
You don't have to remove the cap completely, but like a substantially raising it would be is definitely necessary, I feel.
Why do we want more immigrants to have the ability to flood the gates?
I don't really see it as like flooding the gates more as it is like enriching the country. But the reason we'd want more immigrants is because again, they're beneficial for us fiscally, they're beneficial for us GDP wise. They typically commit less crime, so they technically lower the crime rate. Just overall, I don't think there's any reason not to have immigration to our country. They help with programs like Social Security, right? The population is aging. We have a workforce that typically has like a really low unemployment rate. All this stuff like immigrants help with, right? They're just very positive for our country.
So, but why would we? I guess. I mean, we offer other type of visas, right? We offer employment visa, like the H-1B visas. We offer education visas. Like we have different systems in place to allow people to come here to add on, right? Why would we need to like? I understand what you're saying in terms of, oh, well, they help with this, they help with that, but why can't we improve that internally instead of importing that in per se?
Well, I mean, when it comes to like the birth rate or whatever, we could have a conversation about that, but basically most of the programs when it comes to trying to increase the birth rate or whatever, they don't seem to really work, or incentivized pregnancy doesn't really seem to work. So I think when it comes to like having more people to keep programs like Social Security going and having a like productive workforce, I think that immigration is just necessary. It's just going to be like necessary on that front. I think that immigration is just going to be like a necessary part of the U.S.'s continual existence as it always has been.
Now, but you said it was beneficial at a federal level, but it wasn't at a state level.
I said it's a debate as to whether they're beneficial at the state level, and / local level.
So, what would be the pros at a state level that they would have?
What would be the pros? Obviously, increasing GDP, adding to your workforce, mostly like the economic benefits overall that you would see because of immigration at the state level.
And so that's it.
I mean, yeah, they also like would technically lower crime rates as well. But yeah, I think at the state level, those would probably be like the main benefits you would be seeing from immigration. They also create business. They also have I think are more likely to open businesses. Immigrants are. So yeah, there's that as well.
Well, legal immigrants would.
Yeah,
an illegal immigrant wouldn't be able to open up a business.
Yeah, I mean, like an illegal business or whatever. But yeah.
You want them to open up an illegal business? You think that's beneficial?
An illegal business. Do I think it's beneficial? I think it's beneficial to our economy.
To open up an illegal business.
I think it's benefit. Yeah, it would be beneficial to our economy. Correct.
But then if it's illegal, then they're not going to be paying taxes and being registered and doing all the things that they need to do.
I mean, not
like
necessarily.
Black market.
They could be via an ITIN number again, with the income tax. And then on top of that, they aren't able to really able to like take any of the subsidies or any of the benefits that the federal government lends out for the most part. So I would say like almost entirely immigrants are going to be beneficial to both states and the federal government.
What about are they pulling on any type of help? Like welfare systems, WIC, where insurance, where it's what is it? What's that called? Like Medicare, Medicaid, stuff like that. Are they pulling those types of items?
No, they aren't eligible for those programs.
We know that for a fact.
Yes.
Okay, so they're economically helping, and that's the only benefit. They're economically putting more into the system than they are taking out.
Yep, that is their bet. That they're putting in more to our system. They are adding to our workforce. That is their benefit.
Don't we have a high unemployment rate right now?
Yeah, it's mostly. I would say it's mostly just due to Trump's current policies causing our unemployment. Well, it's not high per se, but it's higher than it should be. Or I think would have been if it wasn't for Trump being in office. But I don't think that's because of the immigrants or anything of the sort.
No, you just think people aren't going to get jobs or what?
People aren't going to get jobs. I think the tariff policy and some other things have caused uncertainty in the market, and just making employers like less willing to hire. But that's kind of speculation.
So even with that happening, you would still want us to like open the floodgates and let more people in to taking jobs that already are in a deficit?
Jobs are not necessarily okay. Well, I think we have to consider a couple of things. One is that immigrants aren't going a lot of times aren't going to be working in the same industries that native citizens are going to be. So there's a separation between where they're even competing. And then the second thing we have to consider is that immigrants also exert a demanding force onto the economy, which just causes an increase in supply. In order to increase supply, companies will create more jobs. So I can send you over to studies. There's like 5 or 6 of them, but basically the literature is pretty set that immigration, legal and illegal, has a neutral impact on the job market and even may increase native workers' wages in some cases.
Okay. So everything I'm hearing so far is about money, right? Everything's just, we'll boost our ecosystem pretty much in terms of financially. Are there any other societal concerns we should be worried about though, in terms of other ideologies or worldviews or I mean,
if you're a Christian nationalist, I'm sure the Hispanic, Catholic, illegal immigrants, I'm sure you don't care about them or their culture that much. Culturally, they tend to commit less crime, so it seems to be the case that seems to be the case. They have a way higher workforce participation rate. So, overall, culturally, if I think there's any conservative would say that these people would be more ideal since they typically tend to be more Christian.
Okay, but that's just Mexico, Latin America, right? That's coming up. What about other countries?
Yeah, it's different for other countries, but the vast majority of illegal immigrants are Hispanic.
Are they?
Overwhelmingly so? Yeah, overwhelmingly.
Okay. All right. What about education, IQ levels? Are we concerned about that? Any issues there?
They do tend to have lower education or not be as educated, but there is a labor shortage in jobs that require less education there. So I'm not too concerned with that. And plus it means that they're not competing with the more highly skilled native workers, which is what everybody's concerned about anyways. That's why people complain about H1 visas all the time. So
at this rate, slavery sounds like a great option. To me, that's what it seems like. It sounds like you're pushing, and I know that's not what you're pushing, but if you could bear with me for a moment, come over here. You're too stupid. You work these low-level jobs, and hey, pay into this system, but you can't have any benefits from us, but you will pay us to be here, right? And it, like how much closer to slavery can you get in that instance?
Well, I'm not advocating for an increase in illegal immigration. I'm advocating for a mass amnesty program, but again, that's a separate argument. And I'm arguing that the illegal immigrants who are here benefit our nation, right? Obviously, I don't want these people to have some sort of legal status. I don't want them always to be exploited by the system. I don't think that's a good thing.
Well, and bear with me, because if you are here illegally and that system that you are illegally tapping into is exploiting you, it's kind of on you to deal with it, right?
Maybe
you're kind of at the whims of what's being given to you or not given to you. You're putting yourself in that situation because you did it illegally, because you couldn't wait long enough, because you didn't want to wait on the waiting list, or because you didn't want to deal with the paperwork, or maybe you have a bad background or something like that. You didn't want to go through the proper process. So now you're stuck at the whims of whatever they grant you. And at this rate, it just sounds like straight slavery. You're saying bring on mass amnesty, but then we're rewarding bad behavior. And then we're just telling everyone, hey, it's okay. You did it the wrong way. In order to fix it so that we don't exploit your ass, we'll just go ahead and give you mass amnesty. Let everybody stay and deal with whatever they got to do, and go from there. But you can nip that in the bud by stopping it at the gate, or when people are here illegally, you send them back home and make them do it the right way.
Yeah, well, the problem and why I don't advocate for mass deportations is because they're ludicrously expensive, and I think, as we've seen with the Trump administration, would probably cause like way more human rights abuses than are already going on in like the illegal immigrant like communities and circles, right? I just want to like be clear. Illegal immigrants working today, most of them aren't slaves, right? They're doing this optionally. They technically could leave if they wanted to. There is human trafficking going on. I do understand it, and I am aware of that. And some sort of mass amnesty program that wouldn't incentivize illegal immigration. The historical data from like Reagan giving amnesty back in the 80s shows that there was actually a decrease in illegal immigration post mass amnesty, not an increase after.
Because you're not tracking it that way. Of course, if you grant it, then it's not going to track the same way that it tracked the first time.
Well, I don't know why I would believe that there would be an increase if the historical data doesn't seem to like prove that to be the case.
Well, yeah, if you grant mass amnesty and then, we didn't have as much illegal immigration afterwards, you just granted everything. Of course, those numbers are going to drop.
Okay, like why would you think when people will be more incentivized to immigrate here legally because they think they're going to get mass amnesty again?
Well, there's nothing. They made their way over, so everybody got it. Everybody got it that wanted it, right? Everybody that's here is already here, so it's not illegal after that.
Yeah, but no, like we saw a decrease in like the amount of illegal immigrants coming into the country. Like there's a decrease in that.
Because you're not tracking it. Why would you track it after that?
But we did track it though.
Are we? We're tracking. Like it doesn't make sense to if we grant mass amnesty, then what more is to track after that? It doesn't make any sense to me.
Like what do you mean? Like more to track? Like track illegal immigrants or illegal immigration?
Right. If we're granting mass amnesty, then everybody's good.
Yeah, we still would track after that. We still track those numbers. Mass amnesty probably would only apply to like a set group of people. But it would be the majority of legal immigrants. But right, like you haven't committed a crime, you've been in the country for like more than 2 years. Some like basic qualifications like that. Vast majority of legal immigrants would be able to obtain some form of amnesty or legal immigration status, and everything would be pretty merry on its way from there.
Okay. So what else do we have to gain on a state level? I want to hear more than just economically. I want to hear more than just money, because money does make the world go round, but it also doesn't, to me, it doesn't sit as like that should be our, like that's not the end all be all. Money comes and goes.
I mean, you could probably make some sort of argument that because we're giving these people some form of legal status, that they're going to be more inclined to integrate into other kinds of communities, and this would like increase social cohesion, this and that or whatever. Overall, I would say that's probably the other probably main benefit you might see from that you might see from illegal immigrants or somewhere like mass amnesty program. Yeah.
So they start to integrate into other communities.
Yeah. Increase in social cohesion. Yeah.
You could do that legally too, you know?
Yeah, you could. I mean, yeah, people could immigrate here legally, but there's a population of legal immigrants here. You have to do something about them. And I think there's very clear like two choices you have, and one of them's ridiculous and one of them is makes way more sense. So I'm going to go with the option that makes the most sense, obviously.
To just grant it across the board.
Yeah, for the most part, yeah.
Well, what kind of stipulations would you have on that?
Having committed violent crime, have been in the country for more than 2 or 3 years.
And that's it?
Yeah, that's about it. I think they're in the Reagan amnesty bill. They also specified they couldn't be in welfare for, I think, 5 years post being granted amnesty. We could do something like that, or a fine if people are really butthurt. But yeah, I think probably those two things.
Would
3
you
or 4
want
qualifications.
would you want them paying taxes too? Have been paying taxes as well?
Yeah, they would pay taxes. Obviously.
No. I mean, like, in order to grant amnesty.
Would I want them to be paying taxes as well? Probably not. I don't think that
Like
would be your
prior as a requirement. Would you
no,
want
that
them to?
no, probably won't be a
You
requirement. No.
so if they have been in the country for at least 2 years, didn't commit any crimes, but they haven't been paying any taxes with your special number that you said earlier, you should just go ahead and grant them amnesty anyways.
Yep. Then they'd be required to start paying taxes anyways. So yeah.
So, I mean, earlier you were saying that was an advantage, was that they could utilize and pay taxes with this special number, just to say, like, look, I know I'm here illegally, but I'm still in good faith paying my taxes and
Well, yeah, that's the idea
contributing.
for the illegal immigrants. They don't really know whether a mass amnesty program will be implemented or not, or whether that will even be a qualification. That's the reason they typically pay in via an ITN. But I'm not saying that would be a qualification necessarily. I don't think it should be. I don't really see a reason that it would be.
Well, because then you've been a net negative.
No,
you've been making money, and maybe you're obviously, like, buying stuff locally and circulating money that way. But who's to say you're not sending money back home? So you're not contributing into the system if you're making money or even cash, right? If you're making money and it's not contributing towards the very system that would be granting you the amnesty.
Well, I mean, like it would. I mean, the money that illegal immigrants makes would be obviously they have to buy stuff to live, so they're going to be into the economy. If we gave them some sort of amnesty, their wages would almost certainly increase due to labor laws and regulations. I see, like, I don't think there really is like any argument that that we shouldn't give, even if they haven't been paying in for 19, or that we shouldn't give them some form of like immigration status. It just makes sense to me.
I would very much like to not pay my taxes.
Yeah.
How long do you think I can get away with not paying my taxes?
I don't really know, but like then again, you have to consider that you do have access to things like SNAP and Medicare and Medicaid. These people do not have access to those programs for the most part. Yeah.
But I also didn't choose to go to a completely different country, enter it illegally, and try to work around a system on the black market kind of way, and do things illegally. And then, you can't expect any type of benefits from that. Why would you expect benefits when you're doing something wrong?
I'm not saying like what their expectation should be. That's just one conversation we could have, but I'm telling you, like, I'm talking policy wise.
They could get away with not paying taxes for, let's say, 5 years, and then somebody says, you know what, let's just give them amnesty. Here you go, and then boop, there you go.
Like I love pro clutching about people not paying taxes too, but I think the reality of the situation is that in order to benefit American citizens as much as possible, the solution to the illegal immigrant problem is just probably going to almost certainly be giving them amnesty. Like, and there's no sense in which mass deportation isn't a huge fiscal drain on the federal government, and B leads to like some sort of recession. Like there's no reality where those two things like aren't going to be the case.
But then you said that if they gave mass amnesty, then they would be eligible for like Medicare, Medicaid, grants, benefits, all of those other things, right?
I mean, depends on the policy solution. If it's anything like Reagan's program, they wouldn't be eligible for those things for like 5 years post obtaining amnesty. So we could do that if people wanted to.
I mean, that sounds so like they've been, let's assume, making money. They're here illegally, they're making money, and then I get amnesty and poof, now I have access to all of these benefits, even though I haven't even been paying into a system.
I mean, they would start paying into the system at that point in time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But like that, you do understand how that kind of like, well, I've been working since I was 15 years old. I've been paying into the system for a very long, actually 14 years old. I've been paying into the system for a very long time. At any point when I decide to tap back into it, I very well have earned my place, right? And then, so you're saying somebody can come here, be here illegally, make cash or under the table type of stuff, or whatever, pay no taxes, pay nothing into the system, give back nothing. Yeah, they might circulate a little money locally, but it's not going to be enough to like make a difference. And then all of a sudden we grant them amnesty, and then poof, now you have access to all of those things that I've been working my ass off for years in order to ensure
like
that
when
I have available to me.
Yeah, I mean, like when immigrants immigrate here, so they have like access to some social programs that they're entering the system as like a new person into our country, and they're starting to pay as well as receive some benefits potentially. That's just kind of how immigration works. So this kind of applies to all immigrants. I don't really see this as like anything unique of illegal immigrants or an amnesty program.
Well, if you're here illegally, right, you're not paying into the system. Unless you're
but they're not really.
in
They're
good
also
faith paying in
not really
federal taxes.
They're not really receiving anything either. So I mean, it's in that sense, it's kind of fair, right? They're not receiving anything. They're not really paying.
That's what I'm saying. But you're saying grant them mass amnesty, and then poof, benefits magically appear. So I skipped the waiting list. I skipped the line. I jump into this country. I work around the system. I operate illegally. I pay nothing into the system. And then I hope and I plead that they vote in order to put legislation in a certain way so that I can poof magically appear, and now I'm legal, and now I can start paying for stuff. A mass amnesty. I'm assuming even getting citizenship into a country, it costs a lot of money, does it not?
Well, what do you mean costs?
Do you know the process of gaining citizenship?
To the person gaining citizenship, or to the government?
The person obtaining citizenship, like, isn't it pretty costly to go through the whole system?
I think it depends on how much you want to wait, and there's a bunch of other factors. But yeah, I think it can be pretty costly. Yeah.
Yeah. So you skip the line. You don't pay the money that we require for like fee services in order to go through that process. You skip all those things. And then all of a sudden you get benefits and oh, good job. Now you can pay taxes. They're probably a net negative on taxes anyways. Anybody that makes under a certain amount of money is pretty much going to be a net negative. They're going to get all their tax credits back, right? Actually, if not more. So they're completely a net negative. Then we're still paying to give them benefits, Medicaid, Medicare, dental, whatever, all of these things for anybody underneath a certain household income marker. Right. So far, the only thing I've determined is that they become a net negative. If you give them mass amnesty, they become a net negative.
Well, why would you assume that? It doesn't really make sense. Like the data for legal immigrants shows that legal immigrants are fiscally positive over their lifetimes. I am assuming that would be the same thing for any illegal immigrant who becomes a legal immigrant. And again, this feels like a really weak argument. We have two options.
You just told me that legal immigrants, right? Legal immigrants can be a net positive. They're probably the ones who do it the right way. They're probably the ones that pay the amount to process in and to obtain citizenship and go through that system. They probably already are coming in with money. The illegal immigrants that we've already discussed have low IQ levels. They work the low labor jobs. Like you've already told me all of those things. I never said they had
low IQ levels. I never said. I said that they're typically lower skilled.
I asked about the education. You said that it was lower IQ.
And I didn't say lower IQ. I said less educated or lower educated. I don't know where we're getting this IQ stuff.
Okay, fine. Lower education. Lower IQ, okay, so low on the education totem pole, however you want to call it. Low skilled. They work the low skilled jobs. Low skilled jobs do not pay well. So I'm going to assume the bulk of them are going to be making under $30,000 a year, right?
Potentially. They typically have a higher worker participation rate, and they also typically work longer hours as well. Just because if you're willing to cross all the way over into this country, you tend to be a pretty determined person. And because of that, a lot of times when it comes to immigrants, they just typically tend to be like higher achievers in general. And then because of that, a lot of times they earn higher income levels and pay in more taxes and are less likely to consume welfare as well.
For illegal or legal?
Both.
I want illegal. I want the ones that you want to grant amnesty to.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, those ones would the same thing would apply to those ones as well. Correct.
So that's the same numbers on both of them.
If you're willing to think about this, if you're willing to cross the Rio Grande potentially unalive and barbed wire just to come to our country for an economic opportunity, you're going to probably be a pretty determined person, pretty hard worker, and you're probably going to try to make as much money as possible. Those kinds of people, a lot of typically are like a fiscal net benefit to our country.
And how much do they make a year?
How much do they make a year?
Illegal immigrants.
I think right now it's like 20,000 is the estimate.
That's still below the poverty line.
Yeah, I don't disagree. Yeah, a lot of them typically make not a lot of money. Yeah, they're exploited.
So
they don't have access to our labor laws. That makes sense. If you give them amnesty, they would then employers would be required to pay them like a certain amount. They would probably end up making even more than they already do right now. Right? They'd be able to open legal businesses. I'm sure they would prosper.
I understand what you're saying by if you're willing to, cross the Rio Grande, peel away through barbed wire, whatever, you're a high achiever, right? Those are great characteristics. Like, congratulations, right? But if you're not willing to go through the paperwork to become a legal citizen, then why would you be willing to go through the paperwork to open a legal business?
Okay, because opening a legal business is so much easier than it is to get a green card get a green card and then become a legal U.S. citizen. Getting a green card, becoming a legal U.S. citizen is like a lot of times a 10-year-ish process, and a lot of people again they have families that they have to feed. They are running away from cartels. There's a bunch of things. These people, they're people, families, and stories, and that's why they need opportunities. That's why they come here, right? I'm willing to be sympathetic to these kinds of people, right? They're people with pasts. I don't, and when it comes down to it, regardless of what necessarily their past is or whatever, when I am presented with two options, which is the harming of native U.S. citizens who are already here via mass deportation, which is a gigantic fiscal burden and would almost certainly cause some sort of recession, and a mass amnesty program, which seems to have negligible, if any, downsides whatsoever, I'm obviously going to be choosing mass amnesty every time.
It just doesn't sound productive. So far, I'm hearing empathy, feel bad for people with bad situations in other countries, bad. So they hop the Rio Grande, climb through barbed wire. And as a survivor, I can understand why they'd be motivated, right? They're motivated to get away from whatever thing they're running from. That would make sense. A lot of people are motivated that way, but that doesn't mean that we should just grant amnesty and overall I don't know if you've ever heard of the word suicidal empathy. And basically you feel bad for people and you let them do things, you give an inch and then they start taking a mile. And then that empathy, oh, I feel bad, right? It's like feeling bad for the dog that's, laying on the ground in the middle of the road, and then you go to help it and then it bites you, right? The empathy piece, you should always be cautious and not just say, I feel bad, right? We can assume all of these things.
We can disregard my empathetic side completely, and we can just look straight at what are the economic consequences. And if you look at the economic consequences of a mass deportation program, it is a recession. It is a $1 trillion fiscal burden. Just basically those two things are guaranteed. There really isn't a way around those two things. It's probably mass human rights abuses as well, depending on the way you do it, but almost certainly mass human rights abuses. So when we look at the mass deportation program and look at the mass amnesty program, which the downsides are, there's going to be people who some people are going to be butthurt about because they didn't go through the system fairly. Then obviously I'm going to pick some of the butthurt citizens rather than the complete and total economic degradation of our country for a certain amount of time.
Say that one more time.
Yeah, when I have two options between some people being butthurt about these people not going through the process fairly, and then economic degradation of our country and economic catastrophe, I'm just going to choose the couple butthurt citizens every time. There's no question.
I don't think it's a matter of being butthurt. I think most people still find it to be a net negative overall because there are still systems in place that these people tap into. You say, oh, well, they don't use this system and they don't get grants for this and they don't get these types of benefits. I'd be willing to bet that, yes, the fuck they do. Right. I mean, even having access to, I mean, you could still put kids in school, even if their parents are illegal immigrants. Right.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, that's access to our resources
Are you
and our
considering
tools.
the net benefit? Are you considering the taxes those children are paying down the line? Because if you're not doing that, you're already failing, and you're already actually just one of the problems of one of the studies that critiques or says that illegal immigrants are fiscal net drain is that they count the benefits that their children consume, but they never count the taxes those children pay in the future. If we're only counting it like this, we're already like fundamentally failing at calculating their economic like drain or economic benefit.
I mean, you're looking at like at least a 10-year investment there.
Yeah, immigrants are a long-term investment into our country. If we're looking at this like really short-sightedly, we're never going to understand as to why these people are like okay or are a net benefit to our country or a net positive or is okay to have immigration into our country.
Are we guaranteed that that student is eventually going to be a tax-paying citizen later?
We're not guaranteed that somebody coming down the birth canal isn't going to end up as like a violent murderer who's a U.S. citizen, right? It's just like on average, these people benefit society, so this is going to be like a good thing for us.
What other things would be net positive for that child, like the child of illegal immigrants?
But like net positive to the child, net positive to society.
To society, having the child. I mean, I'm not all about like booting kids out, but they come with typically the parents, right?
Yeah, I mean, they're going to almost certainly be fiscally net beneficial over their lifetimes. They're going. Oh, sorry. They're going to be more educated than their parents, so they're probably going to make more money. I mean, overall, I think the that's pretty like set out and clear on this one. I think they're going. I think these kinds of people, these kinds of children, overall, are going to probably be fiscally net beneficial, and obviously, they're going to add to our GDP. They're going to create businesses. They're going to help their local communities.
Now, wouldn't they still have access to all of like the Medicare, Medicaid type of programs as children when they're here, even though their parents are illegal immigrants?
Yeah, they would.
All of the healthcare, dental, probably some educational grants for college, so on and so forth. So why are we taking care of everybody else's kids and not our own?
I mean, we are taking care of our own kids.
Are we?
Our own kids also have access to those opportunities.
What's the like starvation rate in America for kids?
I don't think what do you mean starvation?
How many kids go hungry? How many kids have access to these types of benefits? How many?
To my knowledge, like people actually starving in America isn't really a thing. There's such a thing as food insecurity. There's such a thing as food insecurity in some areas, but for the most part, when it comes to like people actually not being able to buy or obtain food, that really isn't a problem. Most of the research I've looked at seems like more of like nutritional value or like how nutritious the food is more of a problem. Like there's things like food deserts or whatever. We talk about that, but it's a separate conversation. These children are going to ultimately be a net positive to our society, and this is an investment into our country.
So what about the education system, scholarships, grants, private schools, colleges, universities, all of those fun things? How many children of illegal immigrants have access to all of that versus just your average kid here in America?
I'm not quite sure on the number of illegal immigrant children who are U.S. citizens. I'm not quite sure on that exact number. I know. I'm actually kind of trying to figure out like really how that's like relevant to the convo, but.
Well, I mean, you keep saying that they don't use our resources and they only give back, but I would kind of look at it the other way.
I'm not saying the children will use their resources. I'm saying if you're not looking at their future benefit, then you're already failing at like analyzing whether or not they are actually good for our country.
Well, you start off with a net negative, right? And so far they're pulling our resources, our systems, all of the stuff that we put together for our children, right? And they're able to tap into, their parents are able to tap into our systems for our children that we've built. And they're here illegally utilizing our stuff, right? Even though we're the ones paying into it. We're the ones that built the infrastructure. We're the ones that are doing all the things that we need to do. And they're able to tap into it and potentially take resources from our children. Like if you had kids and I had kids and I came over to your house
It's
and
not like
emptied out your
this.
refrigerator and gave it to my kids, like you'd probably be pretty pissed, right?
This game isn't like this person takes this and now there's resources are no longer accessible to anybody else. This is how it works, right? There's economic feedback effects. There's people who take in and then they give back. If you're not considering any of that, then we're not really analyzing this in like an objective manner or like any sort of like objective sense. We're just kind of again, this is like the butthurt citizen rhetoric where it's rhetoric where it's just like these people are taking resources that are for uses in children, how dare they. We need to support all of them, even though like you look at the effects of the mass deportations and it's like economic catastrophe. And I'm like, I don't know how you could possibly be complaining about your economic outcomes and then advocate for this thing that would like wreck our economy. It makes no sense.
Well, what are the numbers for like systems that illegal immigrants do tap into that do have access to? Because I know there's systems out there.
I think they have access to emergency SNAP benefits. As in, I think the executive, who's ever the executive, would have to give some sort of order in order to like invoke those, and then they could potentially receive some of those as well. I think there's a few other obscure welfare programs that they may or may not have access to. But other than that, like the big ones, Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, all this stuff they don't have access into.
States don't offer benefits to illegal immigrants. Like, what about sanctuary cities and so on and so forth?
I mean, if the people in the sanctuary cities vote to give access to benefits to illegal immigrants, and that's the decision of the population in that sanctuary city. If Californians are humanitarians and they want to give money to people who aren't just Californian, then that's their prerogative. I'm not going to get away with them doing that.
So what would be your total, like, let's fix the world in one clean sweep. Let's just make it all perfect and the world will be a better place.
Like my policy prescriptions, okay. I'm trying. Generally, just going to be like an expansion on visas, expansion on visas and visa caps, right? Probably defunding CBP, Border Patrol, and ICE as well. Those they're gigantic fiscal burden to us. Mass amnesty for people who have been here for 2 years or longer, have committed a violent crime or something like that. I think generally these programs in conjunction, or just like kind of policy platform in conjunction, would not only mitigate future illegal immigration because it's easy to immigrate here legally, but would also solve the illegal immigrants who are already here.
It just sounds too easy. It's like one of those, like, that sounds easy on paper, but sounds like it's going to be a headache later.
Why do you think it would be a headache later, though? Like, the historical data doesn't really point to it. I don't really think there's any
what do Americans get out of it then?
What do we get out of it? Yeah, what we get out of it is, I mean, again, not having as many people being human trafficked within our country. What we get out of it is now a new invigorated workforce that can add to our economy, to our GDP, that can pay back into our economy. We get probably benefits to like Social Security probably not being as close to insolvency, since these people tend to be younger and they're going to be paying into it for longer, right? These are all the benefits that Americans would get. And then most of all, the benefit that Americans are going to get is that the discussion surrounding illegal immigration, Border Patrol, ICE, all of the stuff, that we can end this discussion. We would know that at this point that no, we don't need to be paying this much for ICE agents. No, we don't need to be having mass deportations or advocating for mass deportations. We figure this stuff out. It's very clear that having immigration, having even what somebody calls substantial amount of immigration, is going to be good for our country.
I mean, I think immigration overall is good. I don't think anyone's a downturned towards immigration, but I think people just want you to do it the right way. I think like, if I could say for us people that are always butthurt, all we ask is just do it the right way. Why is it so hard? Like, okay, there's a waiting list, there's a cap, there's a fee, right? Why are we giving empathy to those who can't be patient enough to wait?
We don't even have to give empathy to them. We could just look at this as a point to what was best for the American citizen. And in every world, in every modality, objectively, it is my first order truth. It is principally true that the mass amnesty program is way better than mass deportation. There's just no argument. It's like, I don't want mass amnesty. They're taking away resources from my children. I want mass deportation instead. I want to cause a recession, and I want to spend $1 trillion on deporting these brown people. Like, there's no world in which the mass deportation policy is going to be better.
I don't think it's a brown people problem.
I mean, well, here's what I think. I can give all of the arguments to everybody, to all of the conservatives, for as to why illegal immigrants are beneficial, or as to why we need more immigration. And then to that, when I get the exact same response back that I just rebutted, I can only assume the reason they don't like immigration, or they don't like immigrants, or they don't think that illegal immigrants are net positive, is because they just don't like brown people. That is kind of the thing. It's like I don't really think there's any other explanation for it other than like either some extreme forms of cognitive dissonance or just like pure xenophobia.
Let me ask you this. Do you like prisoners? People who commit crimes?
I don't tip it. Depends on the crime. If you're jaywalking, I don't really care. If you're
no, I mean, like they're in federal prison or
not
state
really.
prison.
No.
Why?
Because they're like violent to society a lot. Yeah.
They're what?
They're like violent typically, or
not all of them.
Society.
Some of them are just some of them are white collar crimes. They're in prison for white collar crimes.
I mean, yeah, fraud. Yeah, defrauding people too. Probably isn't good either.
Would you want to be friends with them? People that are in prison?
No.
Would you want to be friends with someone who has been in prison?
Depends.
They went to prison for being a drug dealer, like massive drug dealer. Would you want to be his friend when he gets out?
If they've reformed, sure.
You think, okay. So if they haven't reformed and they're committing that they were in prison because they committed something illegal, right? The key word here is we have rules. There's a crime, right? Or there's legal consequences for rules, whether it's local, whether it's misdemeanor, federal, whatever. The point is people typically don't like people that break the rules because we like to follow the rules.
Yeah, sure.
Right?
But like we could here. All right, well, here's an example. I understand the argument you're trying to get at here, which is that they're breaking the rules, therefore we should deport them because we need to follow their law, rule of law, whatever. This kind of maximalist enforcement of the law just isn't realistic in any world. If this was like the kind of law enforcement people wanted to see, then I feel like I'd see a lot more conservatives advocating for locking up 15% of the population because they've committed a felony by simply possessing marijuana. Right. But I don't see people advocating for that because that's clearly ridiculous, like clearly absurd. And so we don't enforce the law like this. We don't maximally enforce the law. We don't go after every single crime. We do selective enforcement to an extent. And that would be like the same thing here, but like not really, because we would be amending the law to say that these people are actually getting an exception. So.
You hurt my brain sometimes, Cringy, but I'm going to let the panel handle it. If you would like to join into Q&A with Cringy, whether you agree with him or whether you disagree with him, feel free to come up, either give him a pat on the back and tell him all good things, or argue with him. I tried to keep my end simple. I'm sure you guys would have more details otherwise. All right. So B Sharp says with the Big Ten, depends on how long this is. I may join, but I have work tomorrow. Anyways, I don't believe illegal immigrants should be here. One reason, they get what someone who came here legitimately would get. Any thoughts to that, Cringy?
Same argument that I've given before. It's like complete and other economic catastrophe, or butthurt, or pleasing the butthurt citizen. I'm not going to please the butthurt citizen.
I don't think it's not butthurt. It's, again, I mean, people don't like rule breakers, right? Especially when rule breakers get to take an advantage of a system that's meant for rule followers.
Yeah, but like I don't just do punishment for the sake of punishment. I do punishment for the sake of like I don't know, improving society. This seems to be like
is it punishment though? How is it punishment?
Deportation is absolutely a punishment.
I'm sending you back where you came from. I'm not I'm not like sending you off to some random island in the middle of nowhere where we just go and drop you there and like, hey, survive on your own, buddy. Right? We're not punishing you. We're sending you back where you started. We're putting you back where you're still whole, right? I'm still putting you back where you came from.
I think like ripping people out of communities who have been there for like years and years and years and been working, even if they're an illegal immigrant, I would say that if I was an illegal immigrant, I was ripped out of that. I would see that as some form of punishment. Absolutely.
Punishment would be negating where you started, right? If you started in I don't know, down in Mexico somewhere, and you came from there over the Rio Grande and hopped the barbed wire fence and yada, yada, yada. And even 10 years later, I don't care what you've built here, you still built it without doing the one freaking thing that we asked you to do from the get-go.
Yeah, I mean, I understand that. Like, again, it's complete economic catastrophe, or
it's consequence. It's consequence for actions.
Do you really think it is justified to deport 11 million people and have an economic catastrophe, a recession, and spend $1 trillion simply to like enforce the law?
Well, is it realistic that we would be able to deport 11 million people?
Nope. That's why we shouldn't do that.
Right. So I'm okay with doing what we're doing and working on what we got to work on now. I'm not saying like that we would be able to physically financially we wouldn't be able to round up 11 million people. Like that's like my God, where's Santa Claus at when I need him, right? You wouldn't be able to physically do that. That would be impossible. But in order,
so you shouldn't do it then. Yeah.
I'm not saying we shouldn't do it. I'm saying you're doing like a zero-sum thing. Like we either give mass amnesty or we deport 11 million people. Nobody is in agreement with either of those. That's like ridiculous on both ends.
Like,
right?
What's the alternative there? I think it is like literally an economy.
The alternative is if you're illegal and I find out you're illegal, I have the ability to you're gone, right? And as the system works through it and ICE does whatever it needs to do, and it sounds like ICE is working on very specific target areas or people or whatever in the meantime. But overall, like it's not like they're just going around and rounding up any and everyone. It sounds like there's an actual method to the madness where they have a very specific formula built in place, right? But we're not capable of booting 11 million people at once. But I also don't think we're capable in the same breath of even granting mass amnesty, nor do I think we should try.
We absolutely are. We've done it before. Like that, we can't say which policy solution isn't possible. We've done it before. It absolutely is possible.
So 11 million people or billion? 11 million people, and we'd be able to track all of that. That's a lot of paperwork.
You don't have to track them. We just have to say, if you want to do this, and fill out this form.
How? And you think everybody's going to come forward?
If it meant getting citizenship, yes.
Okay. Calvin says, while illegal immigrants may benefit some industries, doesn't illegal labor also suppress wages in cleaning, lawn care, and construction? Also, shouldn't amnesty require English language assimilation?
I would have said yes to that maybe 2 weeks ago, but the recent study actually suggests that there's wage increases in low-skilled industries due to illegal immigration, so no.
I don't know if I could pay somebody $10 to do something. I'm definitely not going to hire someone to do 20.
Well, I mean, there's a couple of things you have to consider here. So first thing is that, again, supply-demand feedback. So immigrants exert demand on the economy, that the employers or businesses will increase supply in order to meet that demand. In order to increase supply, you have to create new jobs. Second thing is that as illegal immigrants enter these lower level positions, higher level managerial positions will open up, which more experienced native workers typically fill. So we see like an average wage increase.
All right. Okay. Well, that's the two that came in for you. Again, if you want to join the open panel Q&A, the link is in the live chat. Please feel free to jump backstage. I do have a few hanging out backstage. Effigy is going to come up here to yell at me. I just know it. Here we go. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Poor Spin City's he's getting a headache from this. Welcome back, Spin. Clay, it's a pleasure. Kraut, welcome back again. Effigy's so mad at me. I can feel his keyboard burning. And Calvin, hello, my love. How are you?
Hey.
Hey. All right, Spin, you were backstage first. I assume you can be good and use good words and not just call cringy names. You'll save the name calling for later, but I know you have some questions and comments. I want you to ask them. No pass. You're not allowed. We got to work on this. You can do it. I believe in you. Had a great conversation with me the other day.
I did.
Go ahead.
You doxed yourself when you said you were in college. Can I ask what you're in college for? You said you were in housing. You were in a dorm. You said it at the beginning of the stream.
That's not doxing. There's many dorms, buddy. Okay.
Oh, I don't think he means like actually doxing where you live at. I think he means by your age. You gave away your age and your lack of experience in the world. And I don't mean that as an insult. I mean that like as a reality.
Yeah. It's a real question.
Cybersecurity. Yeah.
Cybersecurity. That's okay. Do you watch a lot of TikTok?
Not particularly.
Do you watch a lot of the news?
Yeah.
What news do you watch? Is it on TikTok? Is it on YouTube? Where?
Like when I go to like watch news, usually I'm just hearing things from like my friends and I go look them up or read articles on those things.
Oh, hearing things. So that's news. Hearing it from your friends.
If you hear something and then you go to read an article on it, you're reading the news. Yeah.
Okay. So that's probably CNN, MSNBC, stuff like that, right? Just for semantics.
Usually like AP, Reuters, New York Times, Washington Post.
So let's get into just one thing, and Sarah, I will let other people because my brain is just like throbbing.
Sure.
You think that it's okay to have an open border?
When did I say that?
When did you say that? Your whole argument is illegal immigrants benefit America.
Yep.
You said that you would be perfectly okay with an illegal immigrant to open an illegal business. Now, see, today, Sarah, I got notes. I got 3 pages.
I didn't say I was okay with that. I said that would be like not benefit.
Yes, you did.
Very clear. Those are two very
yes,
different things.
You did.
No, I didn't.
Shall I roll it back?
Yep.
Well, even at that, let's just assume he said it's still. Let's assume it's still a net. He said it's a net benefit. Roll with that. You could still make the argument.
Benefit. Tell me how it would be a net benefit.
It would
for an illegal to have an illegal business. And how would it be a benefit to society when real Americans can't do that?
It would add to our GDP.
I don't give a fuck about GDP. I ask a question.
Yeah, it would add to our
How
economy.
is it a benefit to America where an illegal business would benefit America when real Americans can't open illegal businesses?
Okay, well, how do you
answer the question? It's
how do
very
you-
straightforward,
I'm just
TikTok brain.
Sure. How do Americans being able to open legal businesses have anything to do with this? I'm just curious as to like what the relevance of that part of the question is.
It's a relevant question. Answer it.
Okay, true. So, I mean, can I get like an answer to that, or like what the relevance?
I ask you a question. I don't answer questions with questions. I answer questions with answers. Answer the question.
I mean, it's acceptable to ask what the relevance of a question is, and it's also acceptable to ask.
The relevance is you are for illegal immigrants doing illegal things. That's the whole crux of your argument.
Never said that.
It's the whole crux of your argument.
When did I say that?
Beginning of the stream where Sarah looked at you like you were dumb.
Beginning of the stream when I specifically said I'm not for illegal immigration and that I want these people to get some sort of legal status.
Legal status. So we should just walk across the border, do whatever the fuck we want. An illegal immigrant, I'm sorry. Just walk across the border, do whatever the fuck we want with no consequences. That is exactly what you're advocating for.
Do you like listen to
That's exactly why my brain hurts.
Do you like listen
and
to
that's exactly why your brain needs to be reset and
do you
brought
like
to
listen
reality.
to the opening statement at all, or are you just like picking your nose the whole time?
If you would like to go to insults, I could throw many. I am being nice.
That was a question, by the way.
I'm not going to answer
the opening statement.
Stupid questions.
Because it feels like
I asked you a very intelligent one. You're deflecting like your liberal ass does. Every liberal deflects every question of reality.
I mean,
you, sir, do not live in reality. I yield. I
was simply confused.
I yield. I yield.
Okay.
You did great.
Stop
Sven.
talking.
You
Stop
did
talking.
great, Sven. You didn't bring out the insults till the very end. I'm proud of you. I'm very proud
He
of you.
insulted me, so that's what he got back.
Fair
Yes,
enough.
sir.
Hold on just a second. We're going to move around. It's a round robin right now. Mr. Clay, do you have questions, comments? Pat him on the back, kick him in the face. What you got here for us?
Yeah, I got some questions. Thank you, Cringy Liberal, for coming up. Thank you, Sarah, for hosting him. Certainly, it's a conversation worth having. Young people, in my mind, haven't really considered the whole totality of the circumstances in a lot of cases. And in this case, I think personally that you really haven't. That's not an insult. It's just something that I personally feel. So your whole premise here is that illegal immigrants benefit America. Now, you particularly honed in on the monetary part, the portion of financial, right?
Yep.
But you mentioned that they pay income tax. This is true. Now, I personally don't think that income tax is a legal income tax personally, but we're going to move past that because I don't know if you're aware of it, but the income tax is not the only place where finances in America come into play for illegal immigrants. So, for instance, education, regular criminal activity, we're not talking about the actual illegal immigration itself, healthcare, and welfare. You said that they don't qualify for welfare, but the fact is that
I said they don't qualify for the vast majority of federal welfare programs.
Right, but their children do 100%, almost every time.
Yeah,
get that welfare. So,
and I said that if you're going to count the expenditure of those children, you better count the benefits those children pay later in life, which is actually one of the critiques of a study that said that illegal immigrants were a net fiscal drain that I have. So we can go over that if you want to. I can bring up the sources.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure that during the open portion, but I just wanted to get to kind of a couple of main points so that we can do the round robin. But particularly education, healthcare, crime, and welfare are those portions where finances come into play. Now, if you actually add all that up, the cost, and I did a calculation here, it's 182 billion in the negative, whereas it's 96.7 billion.
Okay, so for healthcare, like what
No.
do you mean by that?
All those portions
Like,
together.
okay, wait, for healthcare, like how are they
Education,
negative to
healthcare,
how are they negative
crime,
there?
and welfare. All
Okay.
4 categories together equal up to about twice as much negative than the revenue that they actually bring.
Okay, let's start with the healthcare. How are they net negative healthcare wise? Like, what is?
Okay, so let me give you the figure here, what it actually is. Emergency uncompensated services 7.5 billion, 18.5 billion negative.
Okay, so if you actually did my research on this before, actually 2 days ago, so I'm actually very lucky. If you look at the studies on immigrants and healthcare, at least especially illegal immigrants, actually, they typically pay in more into premiums than they take out, and they take out in like emergency healthcare benefits. So like
premiums for
healthcare
for private insurance companies,
public and private.
Public and private. So in reference to the public, that's all we're concerned about. So obviously, when it comes to private stuff, we don't care about that when it comes to GDP. Like, that's neither here nor there, because that's going to be an income tax thing. And then that company is going to pay into that, not the illegal immigrant. So when we're talking about healthcare and emergency services, it's 7.5 to 18.5 billion.
Let me read this from this study. It says here, this cross-sectional analysis of 200,000 respondents to the medical expenditure panel survey and the current population survey, immigrants contributed 58.3 billion more in premiums than taxes in 2017. Than insurers and the government paid for in healthcare. U.S. foreign citizens incurred a net deficit of 67.2 billion. Undocumented immigrants accounted for almost 89% of that. 89% of that surplus.
Okay, so where did you get that?
I'm sure. Want me to link it?
I mean, no. I don't even need a link or anything. Just tell me what place did the study, and I'll accept that they did the study.
Assessments of immigrants' premiums and tax payments for healthcare and their costs.
Okay. And I got my stats from house.gov.
Okay. And what was the study you're citing? Or like, who did the study?
7.5 and 18.
Who did the study?
So it's off of house.gov.
Oh, yeah. Who commissioned it? Like who is the person who, like, house.gov will like have people come in to write the reports. Who wrote the
for housing affordability, government budgets, and American workers. Prepared testimony of Stephen A. Camarada, Director of Research Center for Immigration Studies for U.S. House Oversight and Accountability Committee, Subcommittee on National Security, the Border, and Foreign Affairs.
Yeah, so couple things. So couple things. Couple
actual government doing the study.
Okay, couple things there. Couple things there. One, House committee report. House committee reports, especially from Republican House committees, notoriously unreliable. Okay. Number two, Number two, CIS explicitly
but now you're going to credibility. You're going to.
I'm not. Well, I'll attack the study itself. I'll attack the study. I'll attack
the actual study by the government. Now you can not trust the government. I don't trust the government. Also, Number that two, study came from the government, right? Whereas your study came from a test.
It didn't come from the government. It came from CIS.
That right there, house.gov oversight. That's the oversight committee. That's who did it. Now you might not trust the government.
CIS did it.
It says oversight house.gov.
Who gave the testimony?
It's literally right off of .gov.
Who did the testimony, buddy?
It's bro. How is it like? So there's .govs. There's
so that was a question that wasn't really an answer. So I'm gonna ask the question again. We can just do. It's okay. It's okay.
You don't
we just
like the government. That's okay. I get it.
No,
but
it's fine. We can just do that.
Here's the thing. You cannot trust the government, just like I don't trust the government. But let's move on to. Well, okay, we hit healthcare. Let's talk about education. Education, actually, it says that education is the biggest.
Do you really think I just let you walk off that point?
You don't.
Do you really think I just let you walk off that point, buddy? Okay.
You made your claim.
Who gave the testimony?
The audience can accept your claim, or they can accept my claim.
Who gave the testimony, Clay?
Bro, we're gonna sit here and argue back and forth about the same exact claim.
Number one, CIS explicitly an anti-immigrant. Wait, excuse me. CIS explicit. Excuse me.
Bro,
what? Okay.
How deep down the rabbit hole do you need to go before you say?
Barry, I want to engage into substance.
I already heard you say I don't trust that study.
I want to engage into study. Yeah, I'm going to tell you exactly why I don't trust the study. Number one. Okay.
And I don't trust your study. I don't care why you don't trust.
Did you read it?
Can you guys drop your links backstage for me, and I'll go look into them. I mean, we could say I don't accept your study. We could say I do accept your study. I think the best part we could.
I've actually read this, and I have like a legit critique of it, and he doesn't really seem to have any of mine. So I just would like to give the critique.
What's the critique?
Yeah, the critique basically is that CIS 1 is explicitly an anti-immigration think tank. Number 2, in that study specifically, or in the study that the testimony is referencing, the report, they explicitly count the benefits consumed by U.S.-born citizens of illegal immigrants, but they don't count the taxes paid by those people later in life. That was remember I was criticizing you for that. This is exactly the same problem with these kinds of studies done by CIS and FAIR.
I mean, aren't all studies biased though?
Sure, but this one had this. But it's not about like the study being biased or not. It's whether the methodology is okay or not. And the methodology of the study, that study was just dog water.
Okay. Well, if either of you want to drop those back in the private chat for me, and I can go dig into.
I did drop like 6 in the private chat. Sorry about that, but I do have like 5 or 6 to back up my claim.
I don't see anything in the private chat from you.
It's in the comments. Oh wait, no, that was in the comments, bro. Wait, did I just drop that into YouTube chat? Lol.
Probably.
Oh,
that's all right.
There you go.
Oh, thank you. All right, and Clay, do you have the link for yours, by chance?
So as you can see here, 2 of these have to do 2 or 3 of these have to do exclusively for legal immigrants, and then the rest are just about migrants in general.
All right. Clay, did you have any more questions to ask, or did you want? Do you want to? I'll wait for you. You're muted right now.
Sorry. So I do most of my research on my phone. So because of that, I'm pulling it up on the.
Oh, that's okay. That's okay.
I can swap it to the computer, but yeah, I just put it in the back. Yeah, so I mean, essentially, it's just chopped up to you don't trust the government as far as I'm concerned.
No, I'm telling you the methodology of the report is dog water.
Okay, so essentially, like I said, you're just chopping it up that you don't trust the government. Right?
No, the methodology of the report is dog water.
I'm just gonna chop it up to you don't trust the government.
This isn't a government bureaucrat. This is
look. I know that you're offended that I'm not going to accept your bullshit. Okay.
This isn't a government agency.
Hold on. What he's saying is so when it's like people who try to do statistics but don't know how to do statistics. What Cringy is saying now, I don't know if it's true or not, but what he's saying is that the methodology that they utilize, it would be like if I ran a science test on something and I never used a placebo, right? Everything was a variable. So I didn't have any constant within the experiment, right? And so what he's saying is whatever the methodology is that they did, the science experiment that they ran in order to harness this research is done incorrectly according to Cringy. Now, I don't know what it is. I haven't dug into it, but that's all he's saying. It doesn't necessarily have to be just because it's the government. Even I could go run a science experiment right now and use a terrible methodology to do it, and somebody could critique me on the same thing, So I think that's what he's saying.
I accept that, but the thing is it was done by the government, and in this case, he just doesn't trust the government.
I don't even really consider this to be done by the government. Even this is
I'm just gonna chop it up to that you don't trust the government.
This isn't really even the government.
It's not. Hold on, Clay. That's not what he said. I do hear you, but it's not what he's saying. No. Listen to what I'm saying. It could be a study done by a university. It could be a study done by some great, I don't know, immigration is good company. It could be a study done by the government. It doesn't matter. He's saying the methodology in which that study is done is incorrect.
I understand that.
He's not blaming it on the author necessarily or the person who produced or funded that study. He's saying the methodology inside of it is incorrect.
And who did it?
Anyone can do that.
And who did it? Who did the methodology?
They
CIS
probably,
did.
yeah, I was going to say they probably hired somebody outside of it, though.
And when I say that, like, this is done by the government.
Center for
Immigration
Studies.
Center for Immigration Studies, that's government.
Yeah, it's not. It's not.
Sorry.
They
do a lot of contracting for the government.
Basically,
yes.
what I'm saying. Okay.
Maybe you don't understand how contracting works in the government, but this thing happens all the time where the government steps in. So, Effigy, I know that you want to chime in, bro. You're gonna get your turn.
It's a 501c3.
Yeah.
The CIS.
You gotta wait. I'll wait. You gotta wait.
It's a government contract.
This isn't like a government agency, really. It's just more like a lobbying group that has that a Republican House committee is asked to give testimony.
It's because it's Republicans. So
here, look. Hold on. Hold on. It says, hold on, Clay. I'm trying to let me work through this with you. Clay, let me work through this with you. It says the Center for Immigration Studies is an independent, nonpartisan, nonprofit research organization founded in 1985.
This is crazy. I'm sorry, that partisan's fucking insane, bro. There's no way.
Contracting works.
There's no way. There's no way to claim he's not partisan.
Sarah, let me ask you something. You were in the military. Did government ever reach out to private corporations, even nonprofits, and I don't know, write contracts and do business with private corporations?
Yeah, this is a 501. This is a 501c3 organization. It looks like we participate in the combined federal campaign. I don't know what that is. It looks like they probably get federal grants.
This happens all the time. Yes. A lot of 501c3s get federal grants. Your tax dollars go to grants. In fact, the grant that you got to go to college, probably some of it came from federal tax dollars, just so you know. You probably didn't know that. But yes, sometimes grants come from federal tax dollars. The money that I pay into the system goes to funding 501c3s, grants, police grants. Where do you think police grants come from?
AKA Pale Grant.
Hold on.
Sorry, I was just giving the type.
This is Clay.
That's all.
This is Clay.
You're young, I understand, and I'm not trying to be insulting. I'm just telling you that you're not trusting the source, which is fine. I chop it up to personally me, not you, not blaming you for this either. Don't take it as an insult. I chop it up to that you don't trust the government, which is fine. I'm gonna leave it there.
It's not that I don't trust the government.
I'll pass it because you really can't understand basic words.
Yeah, I understand that you didn't read the study
and
that you're not knowledgeable on the specific topic enough in order to engage in the substance, but that's not it. Okay.
You don't understand basic words. I believe that you're an idiot. There you go.
All right, let's move on to Calvin. Calvin, what do you got for us, darling? Who's typing?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, cool, we got you,
cool,
Calvin.
Cool. So yes, I have a few just a couple quick questions. First of all, I am an independent. This is probably one of the few areas that I probably lean with the right in terms of probably agreeing with a lot of their position in terms of this subject matter. Nevertheless, I did ask about the waste suppression and the cleaning and the lawn care, and I didn't hear your answer to that because I see them as suppressing wages in that industry, and I didn't recall.
I said that there might be really specific industries that they do in fact suppress wages in, but I'm not really looking at that. I'm looking at, are they net benefit or suppressing wages across the whole economy? The answer to that is largely absolutely not. No. So even in like the lower skilled industries, there seems to be like wage benefits for native citizens rather than wage decreases. And then actually, I'll just send you over the studies. There's quite a few of them, but I'll just send them over, all of them over.
Well, I mean, that's not necessarily because I mean, I just wanted to. I know for a fact, from my personal experience, well, colloquial experience, well, that I've seen the impact there.
Okay, here's my studies there.
The other thing is, did you also talk about like the benefits in terms of Social Security? Because I hear that's like one of the benefits.
Yes.
Okay, so you talked about that earlier. What'd you say about that? I apologize.
Yeah, these people tend to be younger, so they'd be paying into Social Security. This would it would help the program from going insolvent, since our population is quickly aging.
Okay, and then my last question is, so if we were to resolve this issue today, right? Let's say we got some type of resolution, whatever the case would be. What is your policy moving forward in terms of illegal immigrants? Should we find another batch like a group of like 1,000 undocumented? They've been here for like three years. What is your goal, or what is your policy moving forward?
If there aren't too many of them, then just deport them, probably.
If there aren't too many of them.
Yeah, like I mean, if there isn't like 11 million, literally, then just deport them. So if there's like 100 who try to cross the border, or who cross the border and been here for a week, then just deport them. Yeah.
Okay, so 100. So so your cutoff is like probably in the millions or something.
I don't know what probably the millions. Yes, almost certainly. Yeah.
Okay, so okay, and just want to clarify. Fine. So your policy is definitely like closed border, current format that the president has in place.
I don't know what people mean by closed border. When my border policy is just that in order to stop all of the, I guess, border crisis people talk about, you just have to expand pathways for legal immigration, and you can just like significantly decrease funding in DHS and like CBP and all of those services, right? Because they're just like a gigantic fiscal burden.
Huh? I'm sorry, I didn't catch that.
Yes, my border policy would basically be defund CBP, defund DHS a lot. You don't have to completely defund them, but do like lower their funding, and then just increase pathways for legal immigration to mitigate illegal immigration, since that is like basically the only way short of complete and total militarization of the border.
Am I the only one confused?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Say it one more time.
Yeah, I'm advocating for CBP and DHS to be defunded, and for just substantially, and then for an increase in legal pathways for immigrants to mitigate illegal immigration and incentivize legal immigration.
So instead of protecting our borders, you say we just extensively amplify our places in which people can get their free pass in.
Well, okay, you say protecting our border. What I'm suggesting is a form of border protection, because it literally does mitigate illegal immigration. And actually, the militarization of the border that's been happening hasn't proven at all to be like effective at reducing border crossings. In fact, I'll send you over the studies in that right now.
Really?
Here. Yes.
That's interesting. You put more people at the border, and you say that it's not decreasing passage. That's interesting. Okay, well, he's gonna put that back there. I want to see that. And you can, I guess, I'm finished here, Sarah.
Okay, thank you, Calvin. Effigy, what you got for me?
I mean, everybody seems surprised. Like when you get rid of the thing that fuels the negative effects, then yeah, you get the positive effects. So making a whole bunch of people who you have deemed to be illegal with these negative status, giving them a positive status would have a shitload of positive effects. Economically, I feel there's no argument here. There's just not. Because half the time you'll hear right-wingers, for some odd reason lately, try to argue how mistreated they are. And that's kind of like the entire capitalistic idea, is that they're kind of being used as an underclass, right? Well, no one really likes that. So legalize them. The part of the problem that breaks capitalism is when you force there to be kind of caste systems over your class systems. Undocumented people are a net benefit. They're generally paying into things that they themselves will never benefit from. And even the places, the states that actually do try to funnel some money toward them, it's a pittance compared to the amount that goes to Americans and legal immigrants anyway. I'm pretty much with cringy liberal on most of what he was saying. I think there are easy ways to fix this, but I think the arguments that the right makes belies the fact that the things they're saying that they care about, they don't. Like, it's like saying that you care about the rules. It's like, well, you selectively care about the rules. It's obvious from the last 12 years of us in politics who's been paying attention. It's obvious that the right wingers don't care about all the rules, right? Come on. I think the right would say the same thing about the left. They don't care about all the rules, right? It's all very selective. But yeah, also I just like to say, Clay, oh my God, you dug that hole so damn deep for no damn reason. Just because it's on House Gov, it just meant it was read on the fucking record. Everybody uses studies from think tanks. It doesn't mean it's made by the government. Huh. Sorry, banging my head on the keyboard on that one.
Fair enough.
But
cool.
yeah, I'll wait until the rest of the gauntlet kicks in because I'm just adding stuff to.
Yeah, no, I'm glad
Yeah,
you're up here.
cringy.
I knew this one would call you out. I knew you'd be up here for this one.
And yeah, the first 2 hours, Sarah, you were fucking wrong. You're saying all kinds of wrong shit. You wrong person.
I'm wrong, Sarah. I love you so much, Effigy. All right, Kraut to you, sir. What you got for cringy?
Hey, how you doing? First off, I want to ask for your position in the most clearest way possible. You believe that illegal immigrants shouldn't cross the border, but the ones here now incentivize them to get all their paperwork in order? Am I strongmanning you correctly?
Well, I want to give the ones who are here now amnesty. I want to give them like a form of legal status.
Every single one of them?
The ones who have been here for more than 2 years and have committed a violent crime. I mean, there could be other specifications, but for most, right? Yeah.
Okay. All right. Sir, I'm not going to go into it in detail because I know you actually have a debate about it, but you don't believe illegal immigrants can benefit from the system, right? They don't get free stuff from the government?
They can. They just very rarely do.
Okay. Now, do you believe they're...
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Do you believe their kids can benefit from the government?
Absolutely.
Okay. Do you believe in birthright citizenship?
Yes.
Okay. So by through their kids, illegal immigrants can get more benefits from the government through their kids. Would you agree with that?
Potentially.
I mean, they do by every metric. They do. We can agree on that, right?
If you list somebody as if you're doing taxes and you're listing somebody as a dependent, you yourself in a lot of cases also have to have like a social security number. So it depends on what exactly you're talking about.
All right. Well, when I feel like we can't come to an agreement, even a slight agreement, I try not to harp on this. So I'm just going to move. I got like 2 more things to point out, and then I'll hand it over to the next person because I got to go to sleep on the way. I got work in the morning.
Okay.
Excuse me. What was I going to say? Damn, I actually lost track. Give me a second.
Cringy, are you playing a game or something?
I am, bro. These guys are taking so long.
All right. Oh yeah.
Hold up, Cringy. They're here for you.
Oh yeah. Hey man, undivided attention, brother. Get off your game, man. Come on.
Bro,
can't even stop doing this.
Because yo,
playing a game.
Trust me, bro. I'm locked in with these studies.
I got my thought. I don't want to lose it, man. You know, show Sarah and the rest of the panelists a little more attention. Now, do you have a problem with deporting illegal immigrants because you might think it's based on race?
There a problem with foreign illegal deporting? No, it's not my problem with deporting illegal immigrants. I do think the reason that people want to deport them is because they're brown, though. I do think that's generally like a lot of the reason.
So that's one of your issues with deporting illegal immigrants.
It's not one of my issues. It's one of my issues of people who advocate for the deportations.
Okay. Let me rephrase it. So you have a problem with people that advocate deportations for illegals because you believe it's based that they're brown, right?
Yes, a lot of times, yes.
Okay, that's wrong. I mentioned it in the chat. I should have put it on the super chat. Oh yeah, Sarah, I'm B Sharp. I don't know if you remember that, but B Sharp's my YouTube name. But anyways,
Yep.
Look up how many. I'm German Irish. Look up how many Irishmen got deported just last year, and I'm for it because they either committed a crime when they were on their visa,
Yeah, I'm
which
not saying
in
every single one of
well,
you.
I'm just
It's a
showing
lot
you
of
it's not
people.
about race. I mean, yeah, I'll grant it. There's probably some conservatives out there that are fucking
Well, it
scumbag
just seems to
racists
be.
that
I
want.
think it's a substantial portion because when you hear the rhetoric that, especially Donald Trump's views, like the, like about the Haitian immigrants or about the Somalians or about the import the third world, get the third world, or like poisoning the blood of our country. All of these things like speak very heavily towards like I don't like brown people. And then if I'm debating somebody on this and I go through all of their and I address everything they've said and they still believe in their same position, I have a really hard time believing that they the only reason I can like believe that they still have it, believe in that position is because they don't like brown people or just don't like immigrants. So,
Hey, Crowd, can I ask you a question, man? Is
Hold
English
on,
your
hold on. We're still in one at a time. It's round robin. Go ahead,
Well, I
Croc.
mean, look, statistically, it's probably going to be more brown people that get deported because, a lot of illegal immigrants are from Mexico, and I believe even from a couple other areas that are a lot closer to America. But you like I said, there's white people that are getting deported, so it's not a race issue. I know you might believe people that believe in illegal immigration want that to happen because they're racist, and there probably are some that are racist, but it's not a global phenomenon. You can't categorize illegal immigration just because of race. You know what I mean? And I just want to bring up one more point. Do you honestly feel that illegal immigrants here bring a deficit to America, or a I'm stuck on stupid. I can't the word opposite of deficit, like
Net
a
positive.
benefit.
I don't
Yeah,
believe
net
that. I
positive.
can't read all the studies and have a research document this big on immigration and like not believe that this is the case. Yeah, I definitely do.
Well, I I believe at the end of the day, you should come here legally. Like I made that super chat about someone coming here illegally, and you don't want those in. We already established that, but you want people that are here to remain here and give a sentence for them to get their paperwork. But that still makes it where people that did come here legally and get their paperwork, they got to wait in line longer and longer. If you're waiting in line for a buffet and somebody cuts in front of you, you got to wait 5, 10 more minutes to get your food. Probably even longer than that because they just ran out of the steak, so they got to bring more out. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
You heard about that guy that killed those people in Florida, the CDL driver? You didn't hear about that, did you?
No.
That's another problem I got with illegals. They can barely understand English. That might seem like, yeah, I'm not a racist. I despise racism. But if you can't comprehend basic English skills or writing, why are you even driving in this country? You know what I mean? There's a
Okay.
lot of problems with legal immigrants. But Sarah, if you allow, I want to hand it off. But Angry American wanted to ask me a question. If that's cool.
Yeah, just wait for the gauntlet, guys.
All right.
Are you done with your questions, Kraut?
Yeah, for now.
Okay. A scratch to you. Questions, comments, what you got?
I just want to ask Cringy, just for the audience, can you explain like circular versus straight migration patterns to them?
Sure. Yeah, basically circular migration patterns are going to be immigrants who come here, maybe temporarily work, go back to their country, right? There's it's cyclical. There's going to be a circular cycle there. Straight migration patterns are just people who are in another place and they immigrate straight to that place and then they stay there. This is relevant basically because before the militarization of the border, there used to be like a circular or cyclical pattern of immigration, and it turned into a straight pattern of immigration post the militarization of the border, which caused an increase in illegal immigration essentially.
And that's because people realize that if they're risking crossing the border over and over again just to work somewhere temporarily, there's more of a chance that they're going to get stamped with these 5-year, 10-year permanent or even like permanent bans from the country, or even go to jail for it. So they're more encouraged to stay in the country illegally. So the population of illegal immigrants is just going to keep increasing. Correct?
Yep.
Cool. I want to ask you, Is on the House.gov website, right, for the what is it, the Republican Budget Committee, is Cato's refutation of the CIS study on there?
On the House.gov thing?
Yeah.
No.
It's in the testimony, though, right?
Cato gave testimony that spoke. Well, actually, wait. Yeah, no, I'm wrong. In this, they gave testimony that countered these studies. Correct.
So it would be on the House.gov.
Yes, it would be on.
Correct?
Yes, correct.
So
that is another point.
If we're going by his standard, I just want to just be clear, right? You would also mistrust the government because there's literally another agency on there refuting the exact study that you were citing from the House.gov website. But both of these are independent agencies. So just to point that out. I want to just like a basic question because I keep hearing this come up a lot. Do you think like the average illegal immigrant is better off in like Guatemala, Honduras, El Salvador, or better off here?
Definitely here, obviously. There's no question about it.
Absolutely, right? I think people like make these like kind of bleeding heart, like try to appeal to like people who are pro illegal immigration, or in the sense like the people are at least already here of, oh, right, they're being exploited. They're definitely better than like El Salvador, definitely better than Honduras. Also to address Pew Research, the study, it's kind of a while ago, it was like 2014. The average wage for an illegal immigrant is like $36,000 every year. So that's above the poverty line, and that amounts to about $18 an hour. So people are exaggerating the like this effect. And I just want to point out, right? Wait, are you familiar? I think Reggie, you know what IRA is, right? From the Clinton administration.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, what's your opinion on that? Like, what do you think about that?
I mean, one of the policies that directly increased illegal immigration, right? Contributed to militarization at our border. Literally was one of the reasons we have all the illegal immigrants here now.
That's right. Oh, this is completely irrelevant. Is it true that like people who tend to be older, they tend to have low IQs due to things like leaded gas, asbestos, and being exposed to more chemicals in the past?
Yeah, I would assume so. Maybe problem with some of our older panel members. Not talking about Sarah, but maybe Clay.
Well, okay. I just want to make sure, that might explain some of the opinion. You never know. Anyways, I'm done.
Wasn't lead issues and asbestos like that was bigger in what, like the 60s, 70s maybe?
That's like Gen X and like the generation prior.
I think even the 90s, asbestos was a big problem.
Well, the primary generations affected by this would be Gen X, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, you're like, I don't think anyone here is that old, right?
Maybe they got papers in their brains.
Wait, Gen X.
I think Gen X is what, like 40
You're in your, like,
something
40s, 50s, yeah.
Yeah.
Leaded gas wasn't even banned until 1996.
I am. I'm Gen X.
It's true.
Leaded gas wasn't even banned in
That's
1996.
Too soon.
Not that far out there.
All right. But Scratch, I wanted to ask you one thing because you brought up the idea of how people from Guatemala would be better here than in Guatemala. But I mean, if that's the case, then all the starving children in Africa, right? I mean, this is what my generation grew up being threatened with. There's starving children in Africa. I think we should just go over and grab all of the starving children in Africa and bring them here. Why not? We should just bring them over here. And my point to that is I don't have any pity or empathy for anyone in another country who has it bad at this rate. Nobody gives a fuck about us, and I refuse to give a fuck about them. If you came here hoping for opportunity to get away from a bad situation, yada, 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 whatever, and if you deem this place to be the best place for you, well, there shouldn't be any reason why you can't do it legally. And if you have to come and do it illegally, that's not my fucking problem, right? I consider myself blessed to be born here in the USA and to be an American citizen. It is a privilege, not a fucking right. Okay. And I don't think it's fair to say, oh, like your country sucks and you're safer and doing better here. You should just come here and do this. Like that's that suicidal empathy kind of problem. Where we feel bad for people for being in shitty circumstances, but in that same breath, we screw ourselves over or give way and give leeway to things that we wouldn't normally give way to, and then we end up fucked over at the end. That's what I have to say about that piece. But I hear what you're saying. Certainly, everyone would be better here. That's why everybody wants to come here. But it wouldn't be a place where everybody would want to come to if we just let everyone in.
Well, but apparently it's a horrible country, Sarah.
I just respond to that, right?
Mm-hmm.
The reason I know you're talking about like, oh, this is like empathy, right? I'm suicidal empathy. Cringy did not bring up the fact that like trafficking was happening or the fact that these people are being exploited. You did, right? That's why I called it concern growing. Because I wasn't, Cringy wasn't the one being empathetic. I wasn't saying we need to take these people in because it's so bad in Guatemala. I was just saying you guys don't care about the fact that they're being exploited and you're just trying to appeal to us, even when they are actually better here, right?
No,
So
I'm saying, hold on. I'm saying you're going to come here and be exploited. I said that's pretty close to slavery, mind you, right? I would say because of that very situation, they should stay where they're at and deal with the situations that they were born into and have to deal with. And maybe there's another country that, why don't they go somewhere else? I hear Europe's great for immigration. Why don't they go somewhere else? Right?
It's kind of like the Atlantic Ocean between Guatemala and Europe. So,
but if you want
it is
to
what
know,
it is. What it is with that.
Tommy, stop. This is one person at a time. Thank you.
Yeah, it's just way easier for people to come to America, right? It's in the next place with the most amount of opportunities.
So
once again, I'm not making an argument that we have to take them in because it's so bad. I'm just saying that if we're going to make the argument of, oh, they're being exploited, it's way worse than their other countries. Like if we actually care about the people here, we want the legal immigrants here to not live the worst life possible.
That's not my concern. I think if you're going to come here, I think if you're going to come here and be exploited, you deserve to be exploited at that rate. Like, I don't give a fuck. But if you're going to say like, oh, well, they're better here than they are in Guatemala. Well, but you don't deserve to be here yet. You haven't earned that right. You just walked over and said, I'm going to do this now. Right. I don't think you should have access to anything. I don't think you should be able to. I don't think your kids should be allowed to go to school. I don't think you should be able to tap into any resources. I don't think you should be able to get housing. I don't think you should be able to do any of it. You have the perseverance to jump the fence and swim through the Rio Grande to get here. Well, you need to figure it out without tapping into anything that we have to offer.
Okay.
Why if we stopped let me say it this way. Okay. If we stopped allowing them to tap into any of the benefits of being an American citizen here, meaning renting apartments, having medical care, even free emergency services, like whatever, anything that we have to offer, I don't think you should be allowed to have it if you're illegal.
I hate this. Is unfortunately, you're just not tracking the argument, right? The point is, right, you're saying, I'm not concerned about these people being exploited. I'm not concerned about them being human trafficked. But yet you thought it was a relevant point to bring up the Cringy when he was saying, oh, well, I think people are like a net benefit to the economy. They're providing us labor. It's like, so you basically want slavery. Because what you do there, when somebody is saying that, they're trying to say, hey, these people are being exploited. This isn't good for them. Why do you want them here? You're just allowing people to be exploited. You're just allowing slavery.
I'm making the point that the only
reason
they are a net benefit is because they're being utilized only 2 degrees away from slavery. That's the only reason why they're a net benefit.
If you don't care about that, right? If you don't care about the fact that they're being utilized 2 best away from slavery, I don't think being paid $18 an hour and making $36,000 a year in 2014.
Then here's what we should do. We should go get the starving children in Africa, bring them on over, pay them $3 an hour. But that's what I'm saying. If we do this, we might as well do that at that rate. And then we can make it work however we want to work it. We can operate under whatever rules we want to operate under. All I'm saying is that, like, the only reason there is a net benefit is because we're utilizing it like a slave trade. Like, you do understand that.
How is that relevant to the argument?
Because they're not doing things legally, therefore they're not operating under a legal system, right? So we're because we're able to exploit them. Oh yeah, is if you pay your federal taxes under this special number, we might consider that good behavior later when we grant you amnesty or whatever. Or if you get caught, we might say, well, you've been paying into the system, it's okay. So pay us your money and we might be nice later when it comes to granting you citizenship.
If an illegal immigrant came over here and was being paid like $80,000 a year, would you call that exploitation?
If you're an illegal citizen coming over here getting paid $80,000 a year, I expect your ass to be legal.
Would you consider that exploitation if that happened?
No, they're exploiting our
Okay, so
system
I don't
now.
know. So obviously, right? Obviously, whether
But
they're
he
coming
already
over,
said
obviously
that
the
they make
legality,
under
obviously the
what
legality of this doesn't.
20,000.
The
He already
legality of this doesn't.
said.
The legality of this doesn't have to do with the exploitation. That was a completely separate point. So I don't see how is it relevant to the conversation of illegal immigrants if you really don't care about this to bring up the exploitation. And the reality is, the only reason you brought that up is to try and appeal to cringy and to the bleeding heart liberals, as you perceive us on the panel, and try and say you guys are the ones exploiting these people, even when you guys care about it. And when I bring up the point, well, look, if that's what you're accusing us of, then obviously it's not as good as Guatemala. So it's not really a good argument to appeal to us.
Why are we concerning ourselves with other people's problems? If they're in another country, they're not my problem.
Look, I never said that they are our problem. That's not what I was saying.
You're willing to grant, hey, it's worse off there than it is here. They have better opportunities here, so we should just let them in. We should just grant amnesty.
I'm not making a positive claim that we need to take them in because they're being exploited, right? Or because it's worse off in Guatemala than being here and like potentially being exploited. I'm making the claim that that you don't care about this. This is concern trolling, and that if you really cared about them, the only reason you brought that point is to try and appeal to us, right? I was never making a positive claim that
I'm not appealing to anything. I'm just saying you're okay with them being exploited here. And you're okay. You're okay with that. You're okay with illegal immigrants here and what they're doing.
Yeah, and you're trying to bring that up because you perceive me, right? And cringy, I'm guessing Bones.
You're
and like
saying because they have it worse there than they do here.
I'm saying if somebody really cares, right? If somebody really cares about how well any given person or legal immigrant doing society, the logical choice is to keep them here and not deport them. That's the only thing I'm saying, right? If they're already within the country. I'm not saying we need to bring in more people. I never made that claim. And the only reason I ever said that was in response to you saying they're being exploited because you specifically, right, brought that up to try and appeal to us to say that we're perpetuating exploitation and human trafficking.
Yeah, so why would we continue to allow that to happen?
Oh my God, bro. Okay, we can move on.
Send them back home.
We can move on.
Send them back home so they can be exploited even worse.
That's their problem. That's where you started. That's not my problem.
Absolutely,
okay. Starving children in Africa. Let's go get them all. Bring them all. No, we should feel bad for everyone,
Increase the
Bones.
amount of worker protections
bring
for
them all
illegal immigrants, or you could also do mass amnesty programs, which, by the way, based Reagan. Woo.
Wait, has Bones went yet?
It's Bones' turn now. Go ahead, Bones.
It is my turn to spurg. Anyways, cringy. So illegal immigrants and immigrants abroad have a net negative fiscal impact in the communities that they live in, as well as the states and the nation, at least in the short term. How does this kind of bear out in the long term?
Absolutely, just net positive long term. But I mean, you could probably even argue in the short term, illegal immigrants are probably a net fiscal benefit at the federal level, but in the long term, almost certainly, in every respect, they're fiscally positive, right?
Yeah, how so?
You can look at the Cato Institute study, or I think even the CBO. The CBO is split on this one, but I think the CBO even said that there's probably beneficial long-term outcomes to illegal immigrants and just immigrants in general on the state and local level.
Based. All right. Would we go even further to say that maybe like the kids as well, like if they have kids, they go through the education system, would they be more likely to have a net positive fiscal impact in the long term?
Yeah, obviously, of course.
Based.
They're more educated. They're going to make more money.
Exactly. I like that. And also to kind of tie this up, what other groups of people would also have like a net negative fiscal impact that would be citizens within the country?
U.S. citizens who are children. Right, first 18 years of your life, almost certainly going to be a net drain.
True. What about educational attainment? Does that play a factor in that?
Of course it would. Educational attainment is going to play a factor in where you end up in society, where you end up in society. So when they're able to have access to our education system, they're going to end up making more money. They're going to almost certainly end up being fiscally positive.
It's all right. I see Spin City and Claire like pantomiming to each other or something like that in the background, and that's distracting me. But yeah, that's all I have.
Fair enough. And kind reminder to the audience, it appears the dono goal thing is not working. I don't know why or how or what happened with that. But you're currently 4 out of 10 on the dono goal. And if you want the gauntlet, you had better finish the rest of it. You have 6 minutes to do it. All right, go ahead, Mr. Tommy Smith.
Hello, everybody. Want to tell you that I am here in Kansas City, and I am. I don't want to say I came here illegally, but I'll tell you I'm fucking American. Yeah, that's why my name is Tommy. But I have an important question for you, sir. If two Mexicans they crossed the border, one became a landscaper. We call him Tommy. He paid taxes. He started a business, and I hired 12 Americans. But another guy, you call him Scott, and he was born in America, but he's still living in his mother's garage, tweeting about lazy immigrants. Which one should be deported?
Scott, obviously, clearly, so clearly, Scott. Scott's a bum and a chud.
But if Scott was born in America, how do you deport him to Mexico?
Of course, nah. You deport him to the Pacific Ocean. That's where you deport him to.
But in Mexico, but if Tommy came from Mexico, then how does he go back to the Pacific Ocean?
We fly him there and just drop him off.
Hey, my friend, I think when I was in school in Mexico and Tijuana, we learned geography, but you seem to have learned the geography from where you learned your politics from some kid named Shadow Wolf on the fucking TikTok eating Takis.
Nah, we need to deport Scott to the Pacific Ocean. Drop him off straight over. Let him take a dive.
Well, let me ask you a question. Why did the Mexican cross the border?
To get to the other side.
No, because
No, did he cut out?
the gringos need someone to pick the tomatoes. Can you hear me?
I hear you.
Yeah.
I crossed the border because I heard that the tomato crossed first, and the Americans, the gringos, need someone to pick them.
Why are the tomatoes getting a shot in here?
Because I read the New York Times and I have a smart brain, and I want to ask our friend, since you're so pro-immigrant, I have a problem and you can solve. I have 3 cousins, they all in Tijuana. And if you can provide the nice housing for them and opportunity, then I can get the tickets and they can come and you can put your money where your mouth is.
Bro. Hop in my DMs, bro. I got you. Just hop in my DMs. You can figure that shit out.
So you have space in your mother's basement?
I have space in my mother's basement. That is correct.
Thank you very much. I'm going to DM you.
And Tom Carpenter sent the big 20. Says, yeah, that generation was so stupid. He's referring to Gen X. They built the whole internet you're on right now.
So good try, Shaman. I just have to say, good try. You were exposed, sir.
And just a reminder, if you want Gauntlet, you had better hit that dono goal. You have 6 more to go, and you only have 3 minutes to do it in. And I actually put the lower dono goal on tonight. I felt nice. So hit it, or we're not going to have full Gauntlet mode. And I also have Rinyald hanging out backstage, too. Vibe, you got a question? Bye.
Oh yeah, shoot, I'm up. Nice.
Yay!
I love it, Sarah. Good to see you. Yeah, no, I mean, I love this topic. Like, I think about it and talk about it all the time. When it really comes down to, so I'm going to stick to the prompt, right? Illegal immigration benefits America.
Illegal immigrants benefit America. I want to be. It's very illegal immigrants benefit America. It's very succinct.
Illegal immigrants benefit America, right? So I can say yes, they do. They make my avocados cheaper. They make my oranges cheaper. No, this is true. This is true. These are facts. I'm not actually making this stuff up, because the farms are the major employers of illegal immigrants, right? And of course, it is exploiting them because the farms can't afford minimum wage, and if they do, then the prices go up. So it's part of competitiveness, right? And if we look at this, it does benefit America. So yes, the answer is illegal immigration benefits America for the rich. Well, not the rich, actually the higher middle class that are producing products at a lower price because they can exploit the illegal immigrants. Now, does it actually help America? No, right? So we can be really simple on this. And it sounds like we have left and right here. And I just want to see like a raise of hands here. How many people think we should just open the borders 100%, no regulations at all? How many people? Anybody?
Okay.
Okay, right. So we want to have some regulations, and the definition of illegal is actually saying that regulation. We're not saying we don't want anybody to come into this country. We're saying we want people to come to this country, but we have a budget. The country has a budget. We have medical costs, we have road costs, we have taxes, we have all these things. We have a budget, and you can't just have somebody randomly show up or a million people randomly show up, because it ruins the budget and it breaks America completely. So when we're bringing people in, we're not saying nobody comes in. We're just saying go through the correct process. And how am I incorrect in any of that thinking?
Now, ostensibly, everything you said, not everything, but a large part of what you said wasn't true, which is that illegal immigrants are fiscally positive on the federal level, almost certainly on the state level over their lifetimes. I mean, we can send over to Cato Institute study on that one if you want to. They don't have access to the vast majority of federal welfare programs, Medicaid, Medicare, Social Security. In fact, they're a net benefit payer into programs like Social Security.
Okay, so
and then I guess on the front of
don't get the benefits of being illegal, just like people that broke laws and go to jail don't have the benefits that people that are free have, correct?
Yeah, but you're saying they're like they're messing up the budget. They're not really taking anything in from our budget, or they're not being a fiscal drain. They're being a fiscal net positive. So it doesn't really seem to be the case.
It is a physical drain.
Fiscal?
For sure, right? So first off, these guys are coming in, they're breaking. So we're setting minimum wages. We're setting like living wages, which actually I'm against also. But we are. And the only reason we're hiring the illegals is because employers don't want to pay those rates, right? So now we are exploiting them. But just to go back to what I said, anybody want to raise their hand of just opening the border? If you're saying that it's okay for illegals to come in, because you are, if you're saying it's not okay for an illegal to come in, but if they make it over the border, we should give them all the benefits. Is that what you're saying?
No.
Okay, so you said everything I just said was wrong, but you said
illegals
don't get all the benefits that
the
illegals do. Yeah.
I said what's not true is saying that illegal immigrants are a problem or a fiscal problem or a fiscal net drain. That isn't true. They're fiscally net positive.
Okay, explain to me how they're a physical or how they're a financial net positive outside of what I just said. Basically taking the minimum wage away, right? Because the only reason they get employed is because we can employ them under minimum wage, right? So we're trying to enforce laws. They come in here illegal, and then we have Americans that are actually going, great, I can hire this illegal because he's illegal. I can do whatever I want.
So number one, if you look at the industries illegal immigrants typically work in, there's labor shortages in those specific industries, right? So I would say the reason they're getting hired is one, there's labor shortage. Two, probably they can pay them cheaper. Number two is that illegal immigrants pay income tax via ITN numbers. A lot of times they'll even end up paying Social Security. Some of them are fraudulent Social Security numbers. I'm not sure how much that contributes though, but overall they don't have access to like most federal welfare programs, and because of that, and the little amount that you pay in, they end up being a fiscal benefit to our government.
Yeah, but wouldn't you say that this mismatch of like, hey, like here in California, you can be an illegal alien and you can still get a driver's license, which just blows my mind, right? Like I'm like, you're here illegally. As soon as you go get a driver's license, they should freaking arrest you and send you back to your country because you're here illegally, right? That's the whole thing about illegal immigrant. And I know the left loves to change it to undocumented. So, like, you know, if I'm a drunk driver, but I've never gotten pulled over,
I wrote the prompt. So what are we doing right now? I wrote the prompt, bud. Okay. I put illegal immigrant there. I don't know. There's nothing to get offended at. I didn't put.
I don't know. You did good by saying that because that is actually a true statement. I just know a lot of people on the left have changed illegal immigrant over to undocumented. And I'm like, what's like basically it's like pro-life. The opposite is anti-life, but they said, oh yeah, no, we're body autonomy. They just changed the word to make it sound better. So I'm proud of you for choosing the prompt and keeping it legitimate.
Yeah, it's just
go ahead. This is just cringy right here. I'm actually under the INATE's unauthorized immigrant, so you should change the prompt to the correct answer.
I have a theory.
True.
I have a theory that Scratch is actually like a pre-recorded version of Cringy without glasses and with he combed his hair differently.
That works right. So you would expect that.
Look, don't. I still can't tell them apart sometimes.
I know.
It's terrible.
So cringy. What is the benefit then that you're saying? Because you wrote the prompt, right? So what is the benefit? And and if it is a benefit, should we just remove illegal and just go? Come on in.
They benefit the wages of native workers. They benefit our GDP. They benefit us fiscally. Those are all the benefits of illegal immigration and illegal immigrants. They benefit Social Security as well. But again, I'm not really advocating for things like mass deportation, because I guess what you're saying, just deport them all, or just deport them as soon as they get a driver's license or whatever. It's kind of ridiculous to deport 11 million people. It's kind of it would certainly cause a recession, certainly cost $1 trillion. And if we're talking about budgetary problems or problems with our economy, that would cause way more catastrophe than any sort of mass amnesty program or any sort of thing I'm advocating for.
Yeah, I mean, I can sit there and say anything is a net benefit. You just said like a net benefit, but you didn't give any actual examples.
Or GDP, like our GDP increases because of illegal immigrants.
Why? How do the illegal immigrants increase our GDP?
Because GDP is gross domestic product. They work jobs, aka they produce products, so they increase gross domestic product.
And I know you had mentioned that they're doing jobs that nobody else wants, right? And they're being exploited for those jobs, correct?
Nobody else wants. They're producing jobs in industries that have higher unemployment levels.
Right. And are those? I mean, I actually don't believe in that statement, because I think there's actually people that want that job, but I think they're not being granted that job because the employer has the illegal immigrant source and isn't going to hire them in the first place because he can actually pull these illegal immigrants.
When I say that, there's like literally a shit ton more job openings in these industries than usually in the rest of the economy. That's for one. Number two, there's actually a survey done by the BLS, very interesting survey, in fact, on why people who aren't participating in the workforce are participating. One of the least cited reasons is because the job prospects / pay opportunities aren't good enough. Most of the number one reason cited is when I just don't want to work a job, right? I have other things. I want to play video games. I don't want to work a job. The number two reasons, like family responsibilities or something, whatever. But the fact of the matter is, most of the people who aren't participating in the workforce are actually, I think over 2/3 of them are over the age of 55, so probably just early retirees. And the rest of them just don't want to work, and they're not going to work. You can't convince them to.
Yeah, I mean, in one sense, when you're talking about like even black people, like why would they want to take that job? I actually will agree with you in the sense that their social benefits of being an American are actually better than demoting themselves to doing that minimum labor or that hard labor with minimum return job. So I would say the problem is more
option on the survey, though. They could have said like, oh, the job opportunities aren't good enough. They're not paying enough or whatever. They didn't pick that option, though. They had the opportunity to pick that on the survey. They didn't pick that option. In fact, I'll send it over here.
While you're sending that, ladies and gentlemen, I have opened up the gauntlet. Compliments of Tom Carpenter. I'll get through those super chats here in just a second. But if you are watching over on the Raging Tomatoes side, I am officially shutting down that side. Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, whatever else I'm streaming on, and we are all moving to the Gauntlet. If you're watching on the Raging Tomato, I dropped the link in the live chat. Click it, move over to the Gauntlet, or catch the raid. We'll see you over there. Thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, so I'm still curious, though. I mean, so illegal immigrants, in your view, are a benefit, right? So we must come up with a better system to bring in more illegals, but we can't bring all the illegals.
They would be more beneficial if they were
legal. We can't save the whole world and move the whole world in the United States.
They'd be more beneficial if they were legal. So we should create a system that incentivizes legal immigration because we have it. Immigrants.
Okay,
we have it.
So
we have it.
Yeah, and it's like hopelessly backlogged for
Benji, let me before the shit show starts.
For a decade.
Before the shit show starts, I need to I need to pull Clay into this conversation for just a second. Do you know how much it costs to house an illegal alien per year?
Can you prove that we're housing illegal aliens with like federal money?
Yes, I can.
Okay.
Do you know the answer?
Well, I need you to prove that first.
Clay.
Bro's about to bring up the shelter.
Yeah, I mean, it does happen.
Hold on. Before you freak out, Bones of Doom, holy shit, the guy's got a
freak out.
SSP incoming.
Bro, what are we talking about?
Holy crap, dude! Do you
I
understand?
still have coffee.
Do you
Here. I still
understand?
got
Holy
coffee.
crap,
I'm
dude! Pull the
moving
stick out of your
everywhere.
ass
Like
for real.
spurred.
I know we're on the gauntlet.
These
shit, bro,
spurred
but
harder.
we can both go gauntlet for sure.
Like,
was asking me
spurred
a
a
question,
little bit more.
and I
please.
could respond.
I'm
I
actually
can't go
being tame.
Like turn the spurred from like.
Okay,
an
go ahead,
18
Bones.
zone.
Bones has got the floor.
All right, let's actually have the conversation now. So, what are
Man,
the
he found the
numbers
secret
on,
word
Okay,
to make
okay.
everyone
So
quiet.
let me renew the question. Let me renew the fucking question. Do you know how much it costs to house an illegal invader in my country?
In what context? You provided no context for that.
Can you prove that the government is providing housing to illegal aliens at all?
If you don't know, don't say, listen, don't strongman me. I ask you a question. This is the problem I have with you fucking retards. You always strongman or bring something else up. Answer the question. If you don't know, he and I or he will tell you.
Angry American, how many times have you raped a child? How many?
Oh my god, dude!
The house.
Really? Answer the question. Really?
You ask a vague question with no context, and you're like, "Do you not know? Do you not know?"
All right, let's.
You want to go there? You want to go there?
Let's find a fresh breath of money. Ducks, why his 1 month membership, instead of buying the kazoo, I told him to go buy, he got a membership instead. Just kidding. It was probably gifted to him. But shout out to Duck. We love you. Hello. And of course,
fucking mail him a
Tom
kazoo.
Carpenter says, dun, dun, dun. Humpty Dumpty sat on a wall. Don't want effigy to have a great fall. Paying up to let him talk because we don't want to see him sulk. Effigy, that's love right there.
That is lovely, and I'm hoping that means that I now have an $80 shield. Is that what that is? Yeah. Yes.
No, that was paid to open the gauntlet. We wouldn't
Oh,
have had
come
the
on.
gauntlet mode if he didn't pay that.
But that's totally what Tom would want, right?
You can appeal to Tom. Tom, if you think that Effigy should have an $80 credit, feel free to let us know in the chat. I'm happy to oblige. Tom speaks, I listen, and I do what Tom says. Does that make you happy, Effigy?
That makes me very happy.
Ooh.
And I'm trying to
I
find
like
there we go. The one thing that is Humpty Dumpty. Look, I found it.
Okay, I renew my question. I'll answer yours.
Hold on. And I accidentally fucked up with I thought this was a 50 because it was my second favorite color, which is usually 50, but he actually put 80 in here and he actually did complete the goal, but I didn't think it was completed. So I said one more was due to open the gauntlet, but I fucked up and Tom still obliged my fuckery. He said, typical woman, always asking for more. I apologize, Tom. I'm so sorry. I did not mean to do that. You did not have to do that. I'll give Tom a $10 credit to boot anyone he wants if he so chooses, since he did it anyways, even though if he did the math, he would know he didn't have to. Doc sent the big 20 instead of buying a kazoo, said, Sarah, is my money okay here? No kazoo, boot sobriety. Love you all. Tell Angry Man this is how we do it. Forget the free world. Do what you love. Peace, love, and herpes. What do you say to that, Spin?
Fuck off. I renew my question. I'll answer
Angry American,
yours.
you had a question for me.
This is
No.
not the
The cringy, stupid guy.
You ask your question, Tom says, and I expect Effigy to be riled up. So get some caffeine or alcohol, whatever you need, my friend. Effigy, are you going to be riled up tonight?
I'm gonna punch these motherfuckers in your name, Tom.
And hold on. Tom said you're only worth 50%. Damn, shots fired.
Damn, I'm one half of a person. We'll call it the Great Sarah Compromise.
Oh, I love you. And backstage, I have Rinyald. Matthew, I know you came over from Twitch, but I don't know if you're trying to get on panel or if you're trying to watch on the gauntlet, but I put the link backstage if you want to continue watching. Otherwise, you got to do a quick cam up back there. All right, Spin, your question, please.
Okay. I'll answer your question. Never. Answer mine. Do you know how
The
much?
Muffin Man?
Yeah, the Muffin Man. Yeah, right. Do you know how much it costs the federal government per year to house one illegal immigrant?
Can you prove the federal government is housing illegal immigrants? Can you prove that to me?
Section 8.
I can.
Go ahead.
Why strongman? Do you know?
Can you prove that they're housing them?
Do you stop strongmanning? You want a conversation? You came here. You're the ignorant fuck that was playing a game and not really paying attention. So now you're going to pay attention.
That is fair. I will say, Cringy, that was pretty rude to be playing a game while we.
Now you are going to pay attention.
And I'll say, while you're the guest, right? I can understand if you're a panelist, but you're the guest. That was very rude.
You know, it's very fucking respectful. So now I've lost all respect for you. Answer the question. Do you know or don't you know? Yes or no? Don't strongman me.
Turn it from a 5 to like a 2. So again, if you're going to ask a question, if I ask
you, I asked a question. It's a simple question. Answer the question. Do you know or don't you?
If I ask you a question, like
be disrespectful to me. Watch what happens.
I ask you a question like, where did you rape that child? And you're like, can you prove that I raped a child? See,
why are you deflecting? Why are you deflecting? Answer the question. Do you know or not?
You understand?
What was the question again, Spin?
Miss Sarah, it's a very
He's not being specific with the question. What are you talking about?
Are
you talking about immigration detention, unaccompanied children, short-term border processing?
Hold on. Can you tell me what the question was again, Spin? I apologize.
Yes, ma'am. I would be happy to. Absolutely. Do you know how much it costs the federal government to house one illegal alien?
Can you prove that they're housing them?
You're strongmanning. Stop strongmanning. You piece of shit.
Hold on.
Fucking answer the question.
Hold on. Stop. Let's assume we can, Cringy. Let's assume we can prove there's a number and that they're being housed.
And just out of curiosity, Angry American Spin, are you asking that question how much it costs to house one that once they cross the border and we've detained them? Or are you asking once they're actually renting an apartment and contributing to society?
Once they are caught, Vibe. I'm sorry. Okay, I'll give you that one. Answer the question.
I'm just trying to clarify. I'm not trying to defend right here.
Clay, I'm roping you in. Please help this fucking moron understand what I'm asking.
Bones of Doom is going to come in trying to be a fucking retard. So I'm just going to let you go.
I mean, if we're detaining them, they cost us money. If we're not detaining them, they hurt
okay.
our local governments. They hurt our state.
Of the question, he could not resist. I said something, and he could not resist. I cannot do this if he's just going to talk over me every time I begin.
Angry American, I got a better question that he can't get away from.
I don't know.
If you allow me to ask.
This kid, every stream he's on,
okay?
Strongman's everybody. When he is asked a direct question, he deflects. And that is what TikTok brain does. So do you know the answer or not? Yes or no?
How much does payment cost, buddy? I don't know. How much does it cost?
Clay, what does it cost to house one illegal invader in this country?
So the federal government does cover a very small fraction of the cost for local shelters and temporary housing, leaving local cities and states to pay the vast majority of the bill. So it doesn't have an exact figure, but historically the federal contribution accounts for less than 5 to 10% of what major cities actually spend on emergency shelter systems.
Yeah,
okay.
So
the funding
Hold on, let him fucking answer. Shut the fuck up.
Funding comes from typically the shelter and services programs. The funding cap is usually around 650 million to 800 million annually. I think FEMA was mentioned in there somewhere too.
Yes,
FEMA, Customs, and Border Protections all contribute to this. So yeah, there's definitely some housing going in.
Now shut up and let me finish. Shut up. Shut up, you disrespectful little fuck.
I want to conclude with this.
You said that
We're
you
not the ones who
want
told you to start a
illegal
fucking concentration
aliens.
camp in America.
Hold on.
One final
You
statement.
want illegal aliens to benefit from society. That's what
Spin,
you said.
Do you want my help or not? Now,
Sorry, Clay. Go ahead.
I want to conclude with this one last portion, right? It does benefit us to understand that local shelters, the brunt of that comes from localities. That does not come from the federal government. Now, 5 to 10% is what it says. It is or it actually says a very small fraction. But understanding that the funding that goes to those localities also comes from the Fed sometimes. So they actually chip in. The Fed sometimes has to chip in just to bail out the cities in these cases.
So the FEMA's SSP program, specifically the reimbursement part of that for like
and
nonprofit
cringy
organizations, they required nonprofit organizations to give a list of A numbers in order to determine the amount that they're going to get, the amount of money they're going to get when they do the reimbursement. Now, an A number, what is that, right? An A number is, or an alien number is going to be something you have if you are have a temporary visa, maybe if you have if you're on TPS status, if you're claiming asylum, an asylum seeker. So if you have like a legal status, you probably would have an A number. An illegal immigrant wouldn't have an A number, so legal immigrants aren't being reimbursed by this program. That would just be false.
Now, asylum is a legal avenue, correct?
Correct.
So they can't be counted into that illegal avenue.
Right.
Correct.
They're not illegal aliens. They're legal
I
immigrants.
don't know how we're not tracking this. What he's trying to say is that the SSP program doesn't provide for illegal immigrants, right? They're doing a reimbursement program is specifically and asking for the A number, right? The alien number. That people with alien numbers are going to be going through some kind of.
There is a cost. Bottom line, there's a cost. To pretend that there's not a cost.
No one never said there wasn't a cost. We said that the benefit, the money we get from them outweighs that.
The premise here is that the benefit is there, where Spin was asking you outright, how much does it cost? And instead of actually answering that, what you were doing was you were obfuscating, saying, prove it. Now I've proven it to you. Now, how much does it cost?
That was actually false, because the thing you brought up, the SSP program specifically, again, it doesn't reimburse legal immigrants because they require A numbers before giving out the grants.
No.
Whoa.
Cost. I didn't say how much do we reimburse the immigrant.
Oh no.
How much does it cost the
Their big
taxpayer?
flex is that it costs money. That's it. Their entire argument is that it costs some money.
How much out of my wallet do I got to come out for you to house these illegal immigrants?
No, it doesn't cost anything because the federal government isn't paying into the housing of illegal immigrants because illegal immigrants don't have A numbers.
Oh my God! Did you not have A numbers?
Okay, hold on. Let's break it down to homeless people.
I'm going to bed. So I kind of want to jump in real quick.
All right, hold on. Everybody stop. We'll go ahead and let Kraut jump in here and see what he's got.
I'm going to bed in like 10 minutes. So I want to make a statement, then I want to ask CL a question. How many, I'm going to ask the question first. Do you know how many undocumented illegal immigrants are incarcerated?
No, I know there's quite a few in our federal prison system.
Anywhere from 60 to 70,000. And that might seem like a low number. It actually is a low number percentage-wise. But every single one of those undocumented immigrants gets paid from the taxpayers for the food and the cots and their clothes, and more clothes when those clothes get too raggedy to wear.
That's cool.
Right?
We're talking about the SSP program, not prisms.
Well, no, we're talking about, do they drain America? Do they create a deficit? And that's one way America is spending money. That's what it comes down to.
Yeah, you spend a lot of money when you try to kick them out of the country. That's your fault, not ours.
No. That's
wrong. Less money to kick them out of the country than it does to house them for their dumbass, stupid fucking. I need fucking due process. It is a well-known fact.
And hold on, by that logic, if somebody breaks the law, don't lock them up because our taxpayers are going to pay for their food and costs. So if anybody breaks the law, don't lock them up.
But you're talking about a civil infraction. You guys don't care about the law. You don't give a shit.
No. Second time they get arrested.
That's still a one-time.
Yeah, but your entire problem is that they never left. So there is no second time.
Is my mic not working? Okay.
That's why
it's still a one-time fee to kick them out than it is to have them continue being here. Correct?
Yeah, but the problem is that you're not really paying for them to be here because they don't have access to those welfare programs. Clay was claiming that the SSP program funds illegal immigrants. I absolutely refuted that because I said that SSP program, when they're funding these NCOs or they're giving money to these cities, requires lists of A numbers in order to figure out how much they're going to be reimbursing or how much they're going to be giving to these cities in terms of funding from that program.
Okay. Well, hold up. I got a statement, then I'm going to bed. That was my question. And we can agree it costs money to, when illegal immigrants are locked up. This is my statement. Regardless if it's directly through them, we can argue about that. But we can't argue through birthright citizenships, illegal immigrants get benefits through their children. That's a fact. I'd rather American dollars go to American people. I care about America first. Like Sarah said, fuck everybody else. I care about Americans, regardless of your race.
Constitution,
I
bitch.
care about America. That money can go to America. But hey, Sarah, I'm on dip. Thanks again for having me. Clay, American, Vibe, y'all have a good night. All you other guys you knew on here, have a good night.
Thank you, Crow. We appreciate you.
And I'm still trying to get back to Cringy's idea here on illegal immigration benefits America. So
really quick, Bob, if I can do this before we get too far, because he did exactly what has been happening and what Angry just did. And this is my biggest problem with this entire argument. The problem when you guys say, oh, we're going to get rid of 11 million people, to do that, you guys have to do exactly what Angry and exactly what that guy just did. You guys have to shred the fucking Constitution to do that. And that's what we're really against. Because we just saw two examples of constitutional rights that two people back to back would fucking throw into the river just to get rid of these fucking people.
Effigy, that's kind of where I was going, right? So we have people that have been here for 20 years, right? And if they go apply, like I was like, if they apply for a driver's license, we should kick them out. And I said that. But at the same time, if they've been here for 20 years, they're contributing and they're established.
Well, if they commit a crime, we should kick them out. We all agree on that. We all agree on that.
But there is a point, and the problem is between switching from Democrats to Republicans, like I think there is a point that we have to close the border to illegal immigrants. We have to look at the ones that we have here. And we've done this many times. We're like, okay, every illegal immigrant,
no.
you've got so many days to come here and be legal, right?
Two different arguments. Once again, the people in the country and what happens at the border are two different arguments. So stop mixing them up, because in your guy's head, in the right wing's head, it's all the same because you care about the people. That's all you give a shit about, is your arguments are all based along the people.
And your side of the fucking aisle doesn't give a fuck.
You don't about the rights of this country and how they apply to everyone in the country, because that's what makes our country special. You guys will tear the country in half because you don't like half of them. That's why the South sucks. It's because half the population, they don't want the other half to succeed, so they're going to keep the whole fucking place a shithole. And I know, because I've lived there my whole life, they'll keep it a shithole so that half of them do not succeed. This is what you guys are doing to the whole country. You'll tear the whole fucking place apart so these people get fucked, but you fuck all of us.
I love immigrants. I have no problem with immigrants, right? What I'm saying is it's best for the country when we can control the immigration. Do you disagree with that statement?
Not at all.
I don't think anybody's disagreeing with that. I think we've kind of walked so far off of the actual prompt at this point, right? Like, does anybody even really contest that illegal immigrants, the ones that are here, are beneficial for the country? I'm not hearing almost any.
I can.
Hold on just a second. Give me a second. I'm just gonna go refill my coffee and use the ladies' room. Vibe, can you take over the panel for me? Use your big boy voice. You guys know my rules. I expect a good report from Vibe when I get back. Okay, I'll be right back. Thank you.
I'll see if I can keep these guys tame.
Before Reno gets
hold on.
Okay, I've been on the panel for a while. I've only gotten 3/5 of the speaking time, so I'd like to go after him.
Nobody cares. Go ahead, Brian.
So I actually was trying to back up Cringy a little bit here, because I like to take all sides, right? And I was looking up some statistics, because Cringy's like, based on Angry Man's or Spin's comments, I was looking at Manhattan Institute and the World Data and things like that. The statistics look like, from what I'm reading, and by the way, I've only done 10 minutes reading, so I could be wrong on this. They look like they say that immigration is a really heavy strain economically, locally, and statewide. However, it's also showing that and right now, federally, it is a minor strain, but looks like it has a positive outcome. So this is the one positive thing for you, Cringy, when I'm looking at these stats. This actually supports both Spin and you. Over time, this could actually be a benefit, but it's a huge strain locally and statewide. And like I said, I can cite you all these from.
Well, could you explain how it's coming to that conclusion?
So how it's coming to the conclusion is they came across the border. They need to be thrown back in the river. How they fucking came across.
I'm asking
and stop being a drain on my state.
Spin, slow down.
Spin.
Renaud,
Please.
he just got on here. He hasn't had any speaking time. Let's give him some speaking time.
Yes, sir.
What?
I fucking hate him too.
I know you do.
Bro, why did Spin just become a cuck to him? What the heck? Do you have like mind control over him vibe? Like, how does that work?
It's because it's Sarah's
Doesn't
panel
matter.
and she
Wait.
put him in fucking charge.
Hold on.
I'm just wondering.
Patch, I'm going to give you the floor next, but Renaud hasn't actually said a word yet, and he's the newest guy on the panel. No judgment here. Just wanted to give him an opportunity to chime in.
I'm just wondering, like, you're citing that because it's certainly true that the numbers are mixed on whether or not they're a fiscal drain on like super local levels. But like, where are you getting this impression that they're a drain on like any federal level? Because it seems like everything that I've read says that they're clearly a fiscal benefit, and it seems like most of the time, whenever people determine that they're a fiscal drain, it's because they're taking into effect the fiscal benefit or the fiscal deficit of their kids, but they're not tracking any of the benefits that come from those kids as well. So I think most of the studies that typically say that they're a fiscal drain are skewing the numbers a little bit.
Was that to me?
Well, I mean, you brought up the number, but it was kind of
I
a
brought up the
plain
number,
math
but I
question.
actually didn't say. I said it was a local and state strain, not a federal strain.
Yeah, but you said it was a minor federal strain, but I don't even know if I'd grant that.
Yeah.
Vibe. Is there a number attached or percentage attached to that article? Because I think you and I have the same one you have, but I'm not seeing it.
I've got 3 up here, right? I've got GovFacts, I've got Manhattan Institute, and like I said, they're all really long, and I only spent 10 minutes going through.
No. I was just saying, just if you can just skim the document, is there a percentage number or a number of what it costs percentage wise per capita?
Yeah. See, so Spin, I'm not actually seeing that. I'm seeing a net benefit federal, but a negative currently for local and state. And I think because we all live local and state, that's why we get so personal about this, because we see how it does affect that. But like I said, I'm not an expert on this. This is me just scanning through stuff. And I know Scratch, by the way,
local and state.
Yeah, I don't know if you want to add anything in there.
Okay.
I know we were skipping over there.
I'm sorry, Vibe, to cut you off.
Yeah, no worries.
Sorry to cut you off. The federal deficit, yes, per capita may be less, but the drain on the individualized states and local government in every state, not just including the bullshit sanctuary fucking cities that think that, oh, they haven't done anything wrong. First of all, they did something wrong. Second of all, the drain outweighs the federal system.
Where's your indication of that? Where are you reading that?
Holy shit.
Can I finish a fucking thought?
Please do, Spin. Go ahead.
I'm trying, but you got an idiot in the bottom and an idiot right next to me.
I don't even think
Was it when he calls out the 2 black people on the panel? Just want to point that out.
Well, I can name a few more. I can name a few more.
But if you want to be that
more
guy,
black people,
you want to go black after black guy?
like, I mean, if you feel like it's you, then it's probably you.
The practicality of the state and local deficit outweighs and is greater than the federal system. Let's land this point real quick. Do you know how much it costs a day for a prisoner to be in prison?
And
why
the time loop again.
Even ask
I'm gonna go.
Therefore, you ought to just fucking take the bullets out and just go. Yeah, true.
It costs less, and I can dig it up. It costs less to house a prisoner than it does to house an illegal invader in my country.
And did you ever clarify a legal invader as one that they came in illegally and were detaining them?
I clarified it, but the strong man up there that plays the game and is an asshole didn't want to hear it.
Spin.
Unironically, cortisol spike argument.
I'm like
somebody else.
Right.
I know. An honest question.
I'll answer it.
Well, you know what?
It costs how much a year, Clay? Help me with that number one more time.
$130 a day.
Bro.
$130 a day.
I need to get in here. Clay, what was when you said, right, it cost this much to house an illegal immigrant per day? What was Cringy's response to that? Can you tell me?
Why don't you?
No, you tell me, bro. You tell me the Cringy response to it.
I don't know. See, I'm happy with saying the word
I don't know what the fuck everybody's wasting their air here. Literally, when Cringy responded to this, I literally 5 times, and none of you are listening.
So you don't know either?
Asking the same question.
Is that something you like to roll back? Is that something you just rolled back to try to do a gotcha? I don't know. We're somewhere else on the topic. So tell me, what's
You guys keep wallowing in the stupidity of this question because it has no point.
I'm waiting for us to go one at a time, and that would be great. Thank you.
So what's the answer you need?
I need you to respond to Cringy's response to you, which was the fact that A numbers.
So Cringy asked a question 30 minutes ago that I'm supposed to know the answer.
Cringy made a response. You said that it cost this much. You said it cost like what $300 something to house an illegal immigrant through the SSP program. Cringy pointed out that the SSP program reimburses based on alien numbers, which are only assigned to people who have some kind of legal status.
I didn't say that.
Yes, you did.
You absolutely did.
No, I didn't say.
When you were citing the number, what were you citing?
What, $300? What? When did $300 ever come out of my mouth?
$130 came out of his mouth.
$300 in this whole fucking.
Yeah, I heard 130.
So did I. Okay, whatever. That's like whatever. You said it cost some amount of you said it cost some amount of money to house illegal immigrants, right? Per day, right? Cringy responded to that by saying that's not through the SSP program when they reimburse them to the state or to the local government.
Slow down, dude. I'm 40 years old. Slow the fuck down. I'm not a little young hype like you.
I keep forgetting about the.
Look, slow down and ask a fucking question, retard.
My mistake.
Slow down. I'm like 40 years old.
Retard. I bet you and Cringy thought you were gonna come up here and run the shit.
Fast for me, retard.
Never gonna happen. Never gonna happen.
Are we ready to move forward, gentlemen? Gentlemen, are we ready to move forward?
Please answer my question, and you can, and I'll shut up.
I'll act a little bit more like my race, and maybe I'll
answer my question, retard.
Okay, I'll act a little bit more.
Answer my question, and
so Cringy
move on.
Cringy said that A numbers, right? Cringy said A numbers, right? Alien numbers are which.
I talking to you. Scratch my nuts.
To reimburse local and state governments necessarily means that you're having some kind of legal status. Okay, so necessarily these people are legal immigrants, not illegal. And Spin's question was about illegal immigrants and how much they cost the house.
Well, I was trying to dumb it down to his TikTok brain that doesn't even fucking work. It's in college. It probably has a free fucking ride.
Speaking we don't need you to dumb it down. We need you to smarten it up, big dog.
Pardon me for just a moment. Speaking of TikTok brain, Tom Carpenter sent a big 50 on the Cash App and says, going to sleep after riling them up. Yeah, he paid for you guys to get all worked out because he knew it was a guarantee TikTok brain hour. And you guys did not disappoint. Shout out to all of you. Great, amazing panelists for working hard and getting crazy. All right, let's slow down here. Clay gave an answer of $130 a day. Scratch, what are you trying to ask Clay from earlier?
Oh my God. So okay. Oh my God. The original question asked by Spin is how much does it cost per day to house illegal immigrants? Then Clay gave the response, right, about it costs this much per day, right, through the SSP program. When they reimburse them for housing these immigrants. Then Cringy brought up the fact that when they reimburse these state and local governments, they do it via like A numbers, right, alien numbers, and those are assigned to people who are going through the legal process, which means they have some kind of authorized legal status, usually TPS, usually they're trying to get some kind of asylum. So they're not illegal immigrants. So therefore, the number he cited wasn't relevant to the question that's been asked. And he's never actually responded when Cringy said that, even though he said it 5 fucking times during this conversation. He just keeps rambling on about $100-something.
Okay, shut the fuck up and let him and I respond to your fucking dumbass.
Holy shit, you're actually retarded though. Oh my God.
Well, let me tell you how retarded I'm not.
Spin. Look, take a pen. bring it down to like maybe a 6. Okay.
No, don't turn it down. But hold up, ladies and gentlemen. Just to remind you, you have a dono goal to hit. Mr. Tom Carpenter hit half of it for you. This level 10 type of show usually gets even crazier later. So don't let this slip by. Keep inserting coin for the show to continue. And we're going to have some fucking fun tonight. Spin, go ahead, darling.
It costs $30,000 to house an inmate. It costs $130,000 to pay all these people's fucking benefits. You're dumb. You're retarded. You're a libtard. You, sir, need your fucking brain reset. And maybe after tonight, we will reset your fucking cringy ass fucking brain.
We're talking about a billion different numbers all at the same time, right? Like Clay's referring to the amount that people get reimbursed, right? Spin City's referring
Quit playing
to
your fucking game and pay attention, you fucking asshole.
Luckily, me at 50% attention is you at 1,000,000% attention. Okay, so I can pay 50% attention and still dog walk you. All right, so just let me talk for a second, Spin.
You never dog walk me.
Yeah, keep talking. The idea is that we keep referring to a bunch of different numbers. The problem is, Spin, when you're referring to the amount of money it costs to detain illegal immigrants, you understand that that's an argument against detaining illegal immigrants. When if we didn't detain the illegal immigrants, that wouldn't be the drain on the system, right? If we just didn't detain them.
Yeah, but then you've got the
We wouldn't have to detain them if they didn't come here, you dumb fuck.
Oh no.
Wait, one more question. Sarah, if Spin City has a heart attack because of the cortisol spikes, are you like financially held liable, or are you like legally obligated to pay out to the family, or?
No one's gonna make a fucking joke, you fucking ringworm.
You are all
make
here
a
on your
fucking
own
point.
voluntary.
I have a
swim at your own risk.
Yes.
No, I just wanted to say I have a question follow up, but you can go.
Go ahead, Calvin. Go ahead. Bring us down to level.
Okay, cool. Well, I want to return to something. My last question to what's his name? The twin at the top. You were telling. You gave me a. So
they are twins. I swear to God.
What?
We are.
They are twins.
Yes,
we are the twins.
We are the twins.
You had to bring your little brother, you piece of shit, because you can't handle the truth.
Cringy, you were telling you provided me an article. You provided an article about that border patrol at the border is not effective or something like that.
The militarization of the border didn't decrease like border crossings or anything. Yeah,
did not decrease border crossing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and what year was that article from?
Yeah, sure. Let me check.
You have to show me, or you don't know.
No, I don't know. My immigration doc's pretty large. I don't remember the exact off the top of my head.
You're dumb.
Okay.
I can find it in 2 minutes.
Okay, I think that article is from outdated or
though.
something like that. It's from like
what does it mean for an article?
1986 from 1986 to 2008 or something. The data's from or something like that. Can you confirm?
Yeah, I was looking at the effects of programs like IRA, etc., which were implemented during that time span. Yes.
Why would you go for an article that's 2008 when we're in 2026? And especially, why wouldn't you go with something more current that was reflective of what Donald Trump's done at the border?
What has Donald Trump done that's unique at the border?
Wait,
well,
did I answer yet?
Okay, so we can fault Donald Trump for a lot of things, but in terms of what he's done at the border, he's definitely stop that. That's one of
do you honestly believe there's 0 border crossings?
I just wait.
Well, we know it's
obviously
down.
Obviously, if we have similar. I'm sorry. This is like literally how policies work, right? If we have a policy in the past which has shown to be ineffective, like militarizing the border, and then some other president is advocating to do it or do something similar, I don't know why we would expect the facts to be like any different. Like
that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, the only time
what you're saying doesn't make sense. What you're saying doesn't make sense. If you have current information. Because if you have current information out there today that proves that more people at the border is preventing
illegal crossing, then that's what you would go off. Not on
Information proves that.
2008.
Do you have any
Like
indication?
Communist Broadcasting System says U.S. Mexico in physical year 2025 plummeted to the lowest annual level since the early 1970s.
I can't. Okay, I'm sorry. Now we have to get into the data. Okay,
You asked for data, you dumb fuck.
I would like everybody to look at border encounters in the last 3 months of Trump's first term, right? Or I think it was actually 4 months. Border encounters started spiking massively up.
We're talking about right now, asshole, not fucking 4 or 5 years ago. Shut up.
You guys told me to talk about Trump. I'm talking about Trump. You guys told me that militarization of the border was something that was working under Trump's administrations, right? And I'm talking about his first administration. It did not work. We saw massively increase, even though Donald Trump was militarizing the border in his first term. Second of all, I'd like to point out. Can I point out something? Can I finish? You
need to talk. You need to talk where people can hear you. I'm asking you to slow down and talk. I mean, slower so people can understand what you're saying.
I have a fear if I talk any slower, I'm gonna get interrupted by Spin. Okay, I got an angry old man up in the corner. Okay,
I don't agree. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I didn't
Keep your insults on your neck, moron.
I'm saying it doesn't really. Wait. Statistics. Wait.
Time.
Well, I'm trying to. Okay, so I'm basically trying to say is under Trump's first term, right? I think it was the last 3 months of his administration, we saw border counters massively increase, even though I'm guessing you would say that in his first term, he was like doing similar policies of militarizing the border. Also, Biden actually did some similar policies to Trump, right? He actually had Mexico deploy soldiers to the border. He actually did some deployments of soldiers himself. During 2022 into 2023, when we were seeing massive increases in border encounters. So I don't we can look at current data, it still doesn't line up, right? But once again, if we have a study, right, that says if you ingest this much water, you're gonna die, and then the methodology is solid, right? I don't know why I would need a study from modern day to say if I ingest that much water, I'm gonna die, right?
Because I'm sure what you're
the same.
Here's why I scratch, because I'm sure because what your data you're looking at is certainly not what Donald Trump is doing now, because what he's doing now significantly did what would have been done in 2008. So that's why you would need to run by your data.
What's significantly different?
Yeah.
Oh, so what
makes this disanalogous?
See, this is the problem with Renaud. This is the problem what I have with I'm sorry, Renaud, with Let, because you guys try to tell. You deny just the basic objective facts that was going on about the situation.
If they're basic objective facts, you should be able to say what they are. What
okay,
makes this
so
disanalogous?
are you in denial that the border count is down right now? Are we in denial about that?
Down from when?
What do you think I'm talking about, Renaud?
What, like down from Biden? I don't deny that because it was really high
under Donald Trump.
Well, I'm asking down relative to what?
Do you think that has the border crossing significantly decreased under Donald Trump?
As compared to what?
Compared to Biden and compared to
Biden, yes. It would have been significantly lower in 2008 compared to Biden as well.
Okay, because I don't see those cavalries or those people in trucks and bunkers coming down the road saying they come in America. I don't see that anymore. I don't see people at the border.
But the problem is that the reason that we saw so much influx in Biden's administration was because of destabilization around the world, making people not want to stay in their home country. Militarizing enforcement at the border is not going to stop them destabilizing things from happening.
That's a lie. That's a lie.
That's a fucking lie. That is absolutely a lie.
Delusional talk. Because
what do you think caused it?
What you say, because what we were told is that their predicament where they were at, it was so bad that they had to travel to America. That was what we were told. That's why they were getting on cattle and crossing whatever, because of the predicament that they were at, the places that they were at, the countries, location, whatever. There was so much trouble that they need to move to America. That's funny. I find out that that's no longer the case. I don't see.
Are you buying into the narrative that the asylum problem is actually an illegal immigration
It's
problem?
called
this wasn't the case.
I'm buying.
It's called catch and release.
Wait, why
that was the problem.
Why did we see a spike under Trump? Dumb fuck. Why did we see a spike under Trump? Dumb fuck.
Martin says with the Big Ten, I agree with Spin. After I saw the news on Minnesota today, we got so-called smart business owners jumping from 4-story buildings. And I don't know what's wrong with the dono goal or why it's it seems to not be working or something. Maybe if I'll reset it again. But you guys are total right now. You're 1 out of 10 on the dono goal, and you got 30 minutes to finish it so that we can continue the show. Spin, any thoughts on this dono?
Yeah, the dumbass fucking bitch that took $250 million fucking dollars from Feed, what was it, Clay? Feed America or whatever the fuck it was. She got 41 years in prison. She took money. Where do you think that came from? The taxpayers. Just like the rest of the fucking money we're giving these illegal
most
fucks.
relevant spin contribution.
True. I want to point out the fact. I don't know who the person who's been like talking about the encounters a lot is. I've not really let me screen now.
Calvin.
I'm just. Are you under the impression that like the majority of like border encounters, like that was going down under Trump's administration? This current.
No, it was under Biden's administration. Hold on. Let me finish the thought. Shut your fucking mouth.
Didn't ask you, by the way, Spin.
Shut your fucking mouth.
I really didn't. Spin. You weren't even addressed.
The most border encounters was in the Biden administration per capita.
Amazing.
In the last 30 years. Shut up.
Amazing.
What's up per capita?
The reason
border encounter per person, bro.
The reason.
Go ahead, Spin.
The reason we have illegal fucks in my country is because of Biden's catch and release. Biden administration tied the hands of the border people, the customs people. You got me so fucking pissed off, but I don't care.
By the way,
we tied the hands. They wouldn't let them do anything about it. Oh, we'll take care of you. Go to New York City. Go to Portland. Go to whatever sanctuary city you could to be protected.
So I just want to be clear. Do you guys?
And then how about Lincoln Riley from an illegal?
I just want to be clear. So if you're using encounters in this way, do you guys believe that like it was for the most part Biden policy that secured the border then?
No, it was Trump's border policy. Biden wanted legislation. Biden had to have legislation to close the border. Let me tell you how that worked out. The day Trump took presidency, he signed an executive order to close the border. That's all that dumb fuck had to do. I need legislation. Fuck you. Fuck your legislation.
And just as a little promo for Sarah here, I just want to say before I jump off here, Scratch, give me a second.
Go ahead, Vibe. Are you leaving?
Yeah, I'm leaving, and I just wanted to throw this out here. Like you're at 6 out of 10 donos here. I would say this is my personal opinion before I leave. If you can hit the 10 out of 10, Spin can't cuss for 30 minutes. And if he does, he has to be kicked off a panel. But if he doesn't, he can stay on panel. That would be my recommendation. If you guys want to see that, hit that dono goal. Hit that. Matter of fact, don't even hit 10 out of 10. Hit 20 out of 20 to get that guy to shut his freaking sailor mouth. Right?
Never gonna happen. Never gonna happen.
I like it. I concur, and I put my vote on that one. You are 6 out of 10 if you complete the dono goal. Spin will be required to either not cuss or he gets booted backstage for 30 minutes. I'm down with it.
So,
sorry, Spin, but I love having good conversations, and I never got to my original question, and I have to jump off of here, but I'm letting everybody talk. When it comes to cringy, he's saying illegals. He's got proof that illegals benefit the United States, and I asked everybody on panel, do we want to continue allowing illegals in? And pretty much everybody said, no, we have to have a process. But you guys are freaking cursing all over the place and effigies like swearing at me that I hate immigrants. I don't hate immigrants. I just want there to be a process. Now, if our process doesn't work, maybe we need to fix the process, right? I'm cool with that. But I'm saying that everybody should be documented when they come in, and we should know what's happening, and we should have some sort of process there. And if they jump over the fence because they're about to get shot, I get that, right? There needs to be a process, but that's not why most people are jumping over the fence. And I think we have to have a process for that. I think it's great that we shut down the border. We have illegals here that have been here for 20 years. We have to deal with that. We can't just ship them back. It is a strain on local governments. overall, the ones that have been here for a long period of time that are integrated into our system will have a net long-term effect. You guys have to accept that. Stop saying like, I'm so Republican, F them all. Look at the reality and look at the numbers and look at the statistics. So with that, I'm putting my kids to bed.
Good night, Five. Thank you for joining.
Thank you for having me, Sarah. It's always a pleasure.
So I wanted to finish the line of argumentation real quick.
Oops, sorry.
Yeah, so my question was, do we accept the fact that the majority of the drop-in from the spike in border encounters happened under the Biden administration?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. So why would we contribute like this border enforcement, closing the border, Trump's policies, if it was for the most part under Biden's administration, this drop happened?
What do you mean? You said.
Wait a minute. Slow your fucking roll.
Why would we
say it again?
Drop in border encounters to Trump era policies if the majority of the drop happened while Biden was president?
Well, I don't know that to be the fact. He said that he probably misunderstood you or misunderstood you. So you can
look in chat right now. I put border encounters for Southwest border encounters. So
I don't.
The year starts in October, so it's January 2025, and you can see the majority of the drops in 2023 happened under Biden.
I don't. You're talking about border encounters. That really doesn't really. I don't even know what that means when I'm talking about people jumping the border come illegally. In terms of people crossing the border illegally,
the only way we know that
we should just like stop talking. We're wasting time. We're wasting.
Yeah, we're wasting time if you don't understand how those two numbers correlate at all. Because the only way you actually know who makes it in the country is to correlate which number. The number of encounters you have on the border.
Okay.
Come on, man.
Okay. So let's explore what you're saying. So, okay, you said we're needing to look at the number. You want to bring up the number of counters at the border for what's that supposed to help me understand?
Okay, so you might be a little confused.
It's the literal only way you know how many people are coming at the country at one time.
Wait, Calvin, I'm sorry. This is not your fault. This is the media's fault, the news media.
No.
Whenever you see news media say illegal border crossings this much, they're talking about border encounters. That's what border encounters are.
Okay.
CBP does not measure the amount of people who illegally cross the border. It's just a broad category.
It's impossible.
Okay, so your point is that the number of counters was lower under Biden.
I said the majority of the drop in border encounters happened under Biden, right? From the big spike into 2023, most of that drop happened under Biden's administration through late 2023 into 2024 and then late 2025.
I said that. Okay, that's irrelevant to what the point I'm trying to get. The point I'm trying to make is, or contest is that you're saying that putting more people at the border, putting more troops, or whatever the case to be, is ineffective, and that's my point. Is that doesn't make sense logically.
Yep. Well, yeah, it doesn't. Right? I guess you can say it doesn't make sense, but right, we saw like Biden in 2022.
Mr. Scratch.
Stand by for just 1 second. Crowd decided to get ahead of it. He's put it in the back chat. He said, "Kick angry American for cursing." I gave $10. Here's B Sharp coming in. Spin. I'm tucking you to the back, sir. I love you so much.
Shit. I just want to say, whoever did that, okay.
Hey, I got a question for you real quick.
Don't you worry, he'll be
Yo,
back.
hey.
It's like a cockroach; he never dies.
Oh, we love. But you know what? Spin is always here. He's always dedicated. He never fails to show up. He's always in the chat. He's a big supporter of all of us here.
And he bends time, space, and puts us in a loop.
Hey, give credit at the very least. Give credit where credit is due. Spin is a very big supporter of a lot of the channels around here, even if he disagrees with them. So I will put the credit in the bucket.
Cancer tumor that metastasized and has gone to other body systems. Yeah, I agree.
So basically, and I'm going to drop off. I just want to say that, I mean, just arguing that putting more, that's like saying putting more cops on the street is not going to reduce crime.
It doesn't always do it.
Sometimes that is the case.
Look at Operation Gateway.
So scratch.
Where they put more border troops. They put more CBP agents at the border. They literally increased the amount of encounters.
Scratch.
Well,
So you don't. Is your argument right now in terms of just crime? Are you saying if we put more cops on the street, that's not going to reduce crime?
I'm not talking about cops. I'm saying if you put more agents at the border, that doesn't necessarily lead to decreased illegal migration or decreased border encounters. And I pointed it out, and I gave numerous examples. Can I finish? I just want to finish, okay? So in 2022 and 2023, Biden negotiated a deal with Mexico to put troops on the border, which they did, and then we also deployed some troops on the border. Encounters kept going up. Clinton, under his administration, did Operation Secure Gateway, right, where they stationed at different intervals CBP agents along the border. Illegal immigration continued to increase, at least the population of illegal immigrants. So it's clear, like, just from real life, actual examples that this doesn't work. And I think Cringy previously talked about, right, the difference between circular or cyclical migration patterns versus ones are straight, where if you have an immigration pattern where people are coming to your country, temporarily working here and then leaving, and you militarize the border and you make it illegal for those people to come into the country, that they are actually more incentivized to cross the border once illegally, right, and just stay here rather than doing this process. And that's why we see increased border encounters. That's why we see increased illegal migration with the more people at the border.
By the way, this is like very obviously the case as well. Like you can look at the cost apprehension ratio going up. Like I'm pretty sure our cost apprehension ratio since like 1992 has gone up like 1,000%, and that we have to pay way more money to apprehend like each illegal immigrant that we apprehend. We have to pay way more per. If that was the case, if it was the case that like just investing in border security meant less encounters, that wouldn't be the case.
You keep going to encounters. I could care less.
Encounters are the only way that you can measure crossings.
But Ronaldo, you're missing my point. You're talking to me about encounters. I could care less about encounters. I'm concerned about people crossing the border.
That you were criticizing encounters.
You don't know how many people cross the border. That's the problem. You have no idea.
That's irrelevant. That is relevant.
If you don't know how many people cross the border, then you can't be concerned about how many people are crossing the border.
It doesn't matter. As long as I'm preventing, as long as I am preventing something from coming across the border, that's all I care about.
Yeah.
I can care about the count.
I have no way to measure
it's
how
not
many
effective at doing it.
It's irrelevant. It's irrelevant.
Wait, no, it's not. Wait. If you don't know how many people are coming across the border, how do you know?
It's irrelevant. As long as I know that I'm catching everybody. As long as I know I'm catching everybody.
They're not. We're wasting.
How do you say? How do you say it's not?
How do you know you're catching everybody?
How do you know?
How do you know you're catching everybody?
So I got something to ask.
I said the amount of people you're catching versus not catching to see if the policy is effective.
So the point.
I hear you, Kraut. What's up? Just speak up because Calvin's talking complete bullshit.
I'm not talking.
Kraut, did you want to add in?
Yeah. I got a question for you. Hey, much respect, man. Like, but I heard you make a comment like you believe what me and Americans said. It's unconstitutional to deport the people. That may be. I'll give you that for the sake of the argument. But do you think it's a privilege or a right to be an American?
I mean, it depends if you're born here, right?
I mean, it's a privilege. We're all privileged, regardless if we're born here or if we migrate here legally. Now, my other thing is, do you think inmates have all the rights that American citizens have? That
honestly, I'm kind of of the opinion that immigration is a right, but I don't know. It's kind of besides the point.
Oh boy.
Well, in the entire point of an inmate that you have taken some of their rights away because they've committed a crime, like in that the entire identity of an inmate.
Right, and illegal immigrants did what now?
Committed a civil infraction, which is not considered a criminal infraction.
Ooh.
All right, but how about if they do it the second time?
No, if we're going by your letter of the law thing, they committed basically like a finable offense, right?
All right, well, let's look at it as 3 strikes. If they do it a second time, what happens to them? Is it a crime?
Well, no, the entire argument, like I said earlier, the entire argument tonight is about people who came and never left. So are you going to kick them out just to see if they come again so you can now call it a felony? Like, that's the entire point. This is what I keep pointing to, is that there is a certain hatred for a certain kind of people that is not borne out by the actual severity of the crime you keep blathering about them committing. People being here,
I'm biased. I hate anybody that's not
to me, it's like going across an imaginary line to me is not the same as sticking a knife in a guy's back. I don't know. I get that we need as a country to have security and control of our borders. I agree with that. We've talked about how we all agree on that. I will disagree at turning it into an excuse to strip people's rights, like expanding the border to a mile strip. Oh no, I agree.
It is a criminal offense.
Well, no, it's not. It's
No,
essentially
the second time it's a criminal offense. He's right. The first time it's civil. The second time it's criminal.
USC 1326.
Wait, wouldn't you have to prove that they committed that crime?
Wait.
Do you think you would have to do that or
That's
no?
the dumbest shit I ever heard. Don't you understand how the court system works?
Oh, you have
Would you have to, whenever you're charging somebody with a felony, would you have to convict them of that felony?
Bro.
I'm out again.
The reason he's laughing, by the way, just to be clear, the reason he's laughing is because the answer is yes, and in order to prove somebody committed a felony, they need due process rights. That's why he's laughing and not answering.
On the federal level.
Yeah.
This is all just scapegoatism, right?
I'm sorry that you don't
Look, rights are abstract.
I'm sorry, no,
Right,
law or the
rights are
INA. It's
abstract.
8 USC. It's 8 USC 1325. And second of all, that's only for crossing the border illegally. If you come here legally, right, and then you overstay your visa, that's only a civil infraction. Which is why he's saying, and we're talking about him having illegal status, not the fact that crossing the border
the ones
illegally.
that are just infractions? Well, that's not every fucking thing, retard. God damn. Oh my god, bro,
I can't comprehend that somebody has the confidence of Clay being so stupid, bro.
I agree with Scalia's. I agree with what Scalia said, that
Yeah,
the
he's
law is the law. Nothing more, right? It's in black and white. Now, you want to believe that the law is
Scalia, the
something else.
originalist who would never square the fact that he was originalist and couldn't denounce slavery. Yeah, sure, buddy.
All right. Spins security came in to secure him his seat back. So he chooses to get rid of Scratch.
No, I'm basically cringy though. You can't get rid of cringy, so you can't
get rid of cringy, but I can get rid of Scratch.
Unfortunately,
and
I will be leaving.
Ringworm.
Hold up. Hey, I got one more question for you.
Hold the fuck on. So Scratch and Rinald, you are to the back, and he wants to bring himself and Balderson up. So backstage, I will have Scratch and Rinald hanging out. If you would like to get either of them back up, you know the drill. You got to pay the fee to kick someone else off and out of here so that you can grant the seat back.
Okay, so I'm going to be leaving. So if anyone has a question,
Yeah. I got one more question for you, bro.
Hold on. Let's let Azvarun go. He's always very quiet and waits very patient. Go ahead, Azvarun.
What's your name, sir? Like, you're next to me, right? Like,
Cringy liberal.
Liberal. Yeah, I just had a question for you, sir. In a country, when you have an immigration system, why is it that the government hasn't created like that system in the US where only like immigrants with skills are allowed to immigrate into the country and not any kind of person? And also, why haven't they made that rule that they should actually follow the culture and the customs of the country rather than try to impose their will and their way of life? Like, don't you think it's good to have immigrants who follow the culture, who follow the norms, and who are skilled as well, rather than get more people from these countries who are illegal, who actually like make a mess of things? Because in my country, what happened was that there was a lot of illegal immigration from the nation of Bangladesh into West Bengal. Now, later on, the plot was uncovered, and the ISI agency in Pakistan wanted to infiltrate Bengal, and fill it with the minority community, the Muslims, so that we would lose balance. We would lose the chicken neck of our nation. It's called Arunachal Pradesh, and China would have an edge over us. Illegal immigration didn't benefit us in any way. So your stance on illegal immigration is that it actually like they may benefit the people, but I haven't seen any such benefit come to us in our country. There are a lot of illegal immigrants even in our country. So we're slowly scanning who are here and who is not here, and we have an identity card called the Aadhaar card to scan people if they're citizens or not. So if they don't integrate and if they're not citizens who are skilled, actually, don't you think they'll end up becoming a burden on the society?
They do integrate. We have a large Hispanic population in America, and in America we allow for a lot of we allow for a lot more cultural diversity, anyways. So generally, it just isn't a problem here. I understand it's a problem in other places. Isn't a problem here.
Yeah, that's one of the considerations people don't seem to have is that the Southwest United States splits an ethnic area. Like Mexico is not the only place where Hispanic people are from. The Southwest U.S. is also an ethnic area that is culturally like connected to those people historically. So like it's not like they're coming into a place where they're not from as far as the Southwest U.S. Like no, most of these people are like.
Did he tap out?
Any other questions?
I got a question.
I just have a statement, and I have a question. What do you have to go back and play your fucking Call of Duty? You fucking degenerate fuck.
I don't play Call of Duty.
Holy shit.
Or whatever you were fucking playing and being an asshole and disrespecting Sarah.
Are you still
Answer the question.
That's
Shut
why you
the
got
fuck
shit, bro.
up.
Holy cow.
Shut the fuck up.
I actually have to go pack for tomorrow morning since I have
Yeah,
to.
go back to your mommy's fucking basement, you fucking crybaby.
God, spin.
Any of your spike for the ages.
Any of your
Shut
final
up, you disrespectful fuck. She's talking.
any of your final thoughts to the panel, Cringy, before you head out?
I didn't expect this to be so easy, honestly. I thought I could better arguments.
Hey, look, Cringe, I got a question for you because I think Eve bounced. I got a question for you. Oh no, Eve's back in. All right, Eve, we can't just say, illegals have a right to be here because rights are abstract. Now, Andrew Wilson, big fan of him, he calls them arbitrary, but definitionally, he's actually wrong about that.
You're missing the
arbitrary. No. The point is, rights are more abstract. We came up with them through
How do
ideas.
you find out they're illegal?
By them
having rights that force you to have due process, right?
CL, it was good to see you.
This is why the Constitution applies to every human being here, not just citizens.
Cringy so Cringy can leave.
Yeah, abuse of constitutional rights, that's a legal question. Not, I don't really see this.
What I'm saying is, when we find out who the illegals are, we can deport them. We can't base our morals off of rights because they are abstract and they can change. If we based our morals on rights, then 250 years ago, I don't have to spell it out for you.
What do you think rights are?
You know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
So we have to base it on
Sure
morals.
about it. Okay. Thanks
Rights
for the conversation.
are
Everybody.
literally the extension
Appreciate
of
the
our
easy
morals.
arguments. They're easy to rebut. Hope you guys read through all the sources I sent. If you go to my link tree and go to my notes, I have over 100-page immigration document, so you can see all my citations. I love you all.
Goodbye, Cringy.
Later, Cringe.
America, you too hard on him, man. He a young boy.
Rights are the extensions of our morals into law.
He needs his fucking Kraut. He needs his fucking brain reset and get off the fucking talk of the pick.
Give him 10 more years, man. He's not a typical liberal. He wasn't crying. Give him 10 more years. He'll come around.
He'll come around.
It's right on the back.
He'll get over.
Yes, backstage, I've got Rinald and looks like Scratch left too. So it's just Rinald hanging backstage.
Well, he can take my spot. I'm getting off. Hey, yeah, no disrespect. We have disagreements. You're a cool dude, though. I just wanted to come back on and share my opinion about that. That we can't base it entirely on rights. Rights can change, and regardless if people may feel it's against their rights to deport them. 250 years ago, a group of people didn't have rights. Would you say that's okay because their rights weren't in the Constitution? So you can't base that argument on rights because they're abstract.
Talking about like the
change
legal
at any given moment.
Okay, Kraut, let me ask you a question. Would you agree that an illegal alien that has come into my fucking country has rights?
No.
Absolutely
American
not.
citizens have rights. Not to
You're
mention,
damn right.
would you let somebody in your house and you didn't know they were there?
Shut up, Effigy.
Go back to school, you morons. You have no.
You maybe need to go back to school, Effigy. You want to know why you need to go back to school?
Go back
Would
to
you
school.
let me ask you a question? If an illegal alien came to your house, knocked on your door, are you going to invite him in?
They would know that what they just said was absolutely
fucking shit all about it. You don't know a goddamn
Answer
thing.
my question. If an illegal invader came to your door, Effigy,
They have
and
rights.
knocked
What?
on it, would you welcome them in and their family? And guess what? They
How
ain't
do I
got
know
no
they're
money.
illegal?
Excuse me?
Do I know it just by looking at them that they're illegal?
They probably won't speak English.
Well, then it would surprise me a great deal how they got all the way to my house.
They're in everybody's neighborhood, dumb fuck.
I live in a really heavy immigrant area. Like, it doesn't bother me. I don't
Okay,
see why you're
answer the question. Answer the question. Would you open your door to an illegal invader and just welcome them in with open arms and support them?
This is a non sequitur. I would help.
It is a non. It is not a non sequitur. It's a question.
You're putting up a moral
Answer it. Answer the question.
I would be like, no, you can't fit in my apartment, but here, I'm going to help you find a place because I'm nice. And
you're gonna pay for it, and then they're gonna come back and ask for a handout.
American, you're asking the wrong question. He doesn't know they're in his house. He does not know they are in his house.
Well, I think actually the bigger question would be: Would you let a complete stranger who you have not vetted into your home? I think that would be the more appropriate question there, because we wouldn't be able to necessarily tell are you illegal or illegal if somebody just knocked at my door, right?
Or if your neighbor let somebody in your house without telling you.
Or if your neighbor, yeah. But even at that, like, would I just let anyone in my home without vetting them first? And I think that speaks more to allowing illegal immigration versus legal immigration. And in terms of legal immigration, we are vetting them and there's a process, just the same as it would take for you to get to know your neighbor before you invite them over for dinner, right? Whereas illegal would be some random person knocks at your door and you just open it and they come on in.
Answer that one, Effigy.
The answer is it's a flawed analogy. The exact
same. It's not a flawed analogy.
It's an absolutely fucking flawed analogy. It's the exact same as saying like the U.S. budget is the same as my checkbook. It's a flawed fucking analogy, and it holds no water.
And that's a typical deflection of a liberal's fucking response.
I let him in the house.
Hold on, that's it. You're a liberal.
He's a radical fucking liberal that thinks that we should give everybody everything.
The only way to hold water is if you bought the house with the people already in it, right?
I got my curiosity, man. I'm not afraid of nobody.
If you say that, Rocky, then you're actually advocating. So don't say that.
Is the only reason why the liberals
we
are
all
up
know
here?
that you would start proselytizing to them like a Jehovah's Witness, telling them they'd have to hear about Satan's little season, and about half an hour into it, they'd be like, you know what? Mexico is great. I'm going the fuck back.
Is the only reason that the liberals are here just to repeatedly say that illegal immigration isn't ideal, but that's not what we're talking about? I feel like we've said that like a billion different times, but for some reason we keep asking questions to illustrate whether or not we think illegal immigration is ideal. I don't know about how many times everybody needs to say no before we...
Okay, that's a stupid fucking analogy. Illegal immigrants benefit America. Tell me one reason, Ringworm, how an illegal immigrant benefits America.
Well, if you're listening at the beginning, you would know that they're a fiscal benefit. You would know that your own fucking people on your own sides agree that they're a fiscal benefit.
There's the fucking strong man. There's the typical.
I know what a straw man is.
The typical
I didn't even characterize your argument. How is that a straw man?
Right before he left, actually pointed this out to you. So the Fed benefits, private people benefit, but the state and local governments 100% pay out the ass.
Wait, how much are you talking?
Did you say that taxes more?
You said that compared to 90 billion. Okay,
how much do they give into the federal?
Twice as much gets paid out because it's about 182 million. This is just base level. This isn't accounting
where are you
for
getting this
all
number?
the other programs, right? So
where are you getting this number?
Just base level welfare,
directly from the mouths of people who hate illegal immigrants.
Emergency services, and the biggest conflict here is the education. Okay,
can you link where you're getting this number?
Does cost about what I think I saw like $50 to $60 billion just on that alone. So it actually comes out.
Yeah. Do many of those things that cost money include the things that we all can benefit from?
Billion on these local levels.
Can you link where you're getting these numbers from?
90 billion is what the figure is for taxing. So you bring in 90 billion, but you pay out 182 billion.
He's not going to say.
Can you link where you're getting these numbers from?
I gave it to you. It's in the back. It's still in the back. I already gave it. Yeah,
that House Oversight Committee one. That one.
Friend didn't like it, but it came from the government.
Can I go down to
I'm not seeing any link from you in the back. No way from you in the back. House.gov. Oh my.
Have you ever heard of House.gov?
Guys, Nancy Pelosi told me. That's how I know it's true.
Yeah, hey, it's in your DMs.
Government. I'm on your side. I'm on your
Nancy
side.
Pelosi's the biggest fucking thief in the fucking system, dumbass.
Look, I guess we're all just
matter is that on the local level, people suffer. The feds win, the private individuals win, but you still get taxed on the local level, right? So the local and state governments still take your money, right? So you're going to pay out more in the end. Now, the citing that CL made was just one study, but the House.gov.
He's citing an institute who was created to make these numbers exist. Like that's literally what you're
he's
citing.
Literally
dude.
just citing the politicians told me so. So this is kind of
you're citing a literal institute that was made to make these numbers
Pardon me
exist.
for just a moment. Kraut, did you want to say any final words to the panel before you leave?
No, I mean, yeah, I guess a 10-second thing that sum it up. I rather, regardless of how little or how much American money is going to illegal immigrants, I don't want a dollar going to them before or American citizens who are being taken care of. Once again, I'll sum it up. Rights are abstract. We can't base what we do in life entirely on rights. We got to base it on morality in general. Because, America or the colonies wasn't the greatest time back in the day, after we fought the Brits, So, yeah, rights on an end-all be-all, basically. So that argument is flawed. And last thing is, again, people locked up don't have all the same rights that American citizens don't have. So it's, it doesn't make sense to argue the point that illegal immigrants had all the rights. That's it. That's my final thought. Much love. Eat into the disagreements. I'll be back on for what?
Just to be clear, this thing that Clay linked to me, it's the same exact thing that we already addressed. It's the fact that it's measuring the impact of the children against the illegal immigrants, but it's not measuring the benefit that those illegal immigrants' children bring to the country as well. Right? Why would you only measure the fiscal negative of the illegal immigrant children, but not the benefit that the children bring?
I can't help you're retarded, bro. You'll grow up.
W no answer. I won't be able to answer that in Clay's shoes either.
I'll get off.
You didn't ask a question.
You just said, why didn't they measure the positive effects of the children? Why didn't they measure the positive effects of the children, Clay?
Positive effects of the You
well, first of all, you cited. First of all, Ringworm, why would you even bring up?
Whatever the conservatives just don't answer it. That's how I know it's a good question.
Oh, yeah, it's really good.
Why would you even bring up Nancy Pelosi? She's nothing but a cum-guzzling fucking tuna queen.
I mentioned Nancy Pelosi because I love her so much, and I get all of my politics.
I'm sure you do.
That's why I was like, Nancy Pelosi loves illegal immigrants, so I know that I must love illegal immigrants. That's why I brought her up.
Oh, good. Why don't you go fucking suck on her tits some more? Just like all you fucking libtards.
I've already spent like 12 hours doing it. How much more time do I have to do this thing?
Tuna queens in the fucking Senate.
Of witty
I think Ben just wants to see it happen. He's like,
do you know who benefits from the illegal? The children.
Who benefits, Rocky? Say it, Rocky. Who benefits, Rocky?
The children that are trapped.
That boxcar mustache, Rocky?
Children for the Catholic. For the Catholic Church, pedos benefit from the.
I'm not gonna lie, I don't know where I was expecting that to go, but not to the Catholic Church. I applaud you for keeping me on my toes, buddy.
It's not done yet.
And the Masonic order.
Oh no, not the Masons. Shut the fuck up.
I should have bought some
Who do
tinfoil.
you think's benefiting? What do you think all this?
Rocky, let the big boys handle this.
We
don't
benefit.
The big boys handle
Spin City saying this, by the way.
The American people benefit? No.
Yep. Oh yeah, they do.
Yes, absolutely. We do.
Since you clearly did.
Maybe you could use them
look, I benefit.
Fruit.
Do you realize that the education?
I would like to have a couple slaves. Can I go to Mexico and bring a couple slaves across the border?
Oh my
no, you
God.
can't enslave people. That would be
What
like
a
bringing them
question.
over here against their will. And
Well,
forcing
they
them
could
to
work
do
for
that.
they could work for their
That
freedom.
one guy that
Pick
wanted
my
to talk about like the
children.
morality of everything. Yeah, I think like slavery is pretty immoral.
Based upon the K through 12, right?
What?
Clay, I can't hear what you're saying, buddy.
the mustache though.
I know because Rocky's a retard.
They worked for me for 5 years.
We're both on this.
When Clay's saying it, you know, it's like really bad.
And I will give them their citizenship.
This dude's just yapping, bro. I swear
Anyway,
to
so beyond all
That's what the Democrats want to do. They want to make everybody legal.
The biggest portion of the 182 billion, which is 78 billion, is based upon K through 12 education.
Okay.
That's the children. The thing that you say the study doesn't take into account is the children.
Wait, it's measuring the benefit of the children?
Is the portion, the largest portion.
So it's like I said, the biggest part of the expense you're pointing to are the things in
of their
society that are meant to benefit all of us.
And I'm answering his question, Effigy. Maybe you weren't here for the conversation.
You're saying that this says that the
I
largest
watched every second of your stupidity tonight.
What I noticed about the left and the right is you guys are so retarded that you don't realize that I don't care about the money. I just don't like the lies. The lies. You're trying to tell people that it's not costing them anything, but you're lying. I don't care about the cost.
No one said that.
I'm asking you.
No one said no. Once again, you're the liar. You're the one strawmanning.
Me $20
over and over, over and over. You strawman over and over.
Looking in my wallet and seeing that I've got maybe $30 because I had
catastrophic
50.
claim.
We never said they cost nothing. We said they are of greater benefit.
10 in there, so you actually took 40 out. You actually took 40, not 20.
No,
what I
just
care
dumb.
about is the lies. You're lying.
We're asking you, is it the
telling me
case
there's
that
no
understand? You're incapable
where
at
is
this
it
point of understanding.
Wait, I just
No one said.
a very simple
No one
question.
said it's not a cost. They said the
I don't
benefit
care
Very simple
outweighs.
question.
Anymore.
Where in
More
this?
than
Where in this?
anything, I just don't want to be lied to.
You're
Stop
so fucking
lying.
stupid, Clay. Tonight,
in this thing that you
on
linked,
stupid pills.
in this thing that you linked, where does it measure the?
Is there a cost? Is there a cost?
Clay, I'm asking you a question. I'm asking you a
much?
question. I'm asking you a question about the thing that you linked me. Where in this document does it measure the benefit of the children?
Bro, there's like a whole bunch of studies links down on the.
You didn't read the fucking
The one that you sent me, the House report. The one that you sent me, the House report.
Doom suck on my dick.
The House report. I'm asking you about the House report that I
down
got
to
linked.
the bottom. Go down all the way down to where the citations are and go explore.
Which one?
That's a page 20. Wait, no, I'm asking you. This is representing the fiscal deficit. So I'm asking you, where in this report does it cite that the children's benefit?
Study. Don't trust my word and stop lying to me, telling me that it doesn't cost me.
There's a reason why you can never answer any question I ever ask you, Clay. There's a reason. There's a reason you're not answering this.
I just did. What are you talking about?
Where does this report? Where does this report? No, you just said stop lying to me. I'm not lying to you. I'm asking you a question. Can you show me where in this report? Where in this report does it measure the fiscal benefit of the immigrant children?
How is it then?
Wait, I have a question for Renyal.
Asking me a question back. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do.
Wait, Clay, I have a question for him real quick. How do you want it measured? Are you wanting a projection?
You're all kind of talking at once, and I can't hear anyone at this point. Let's go one at a time.
Okay, I have a question
If I have
for
a
you. Now
couple
that I've answered your
slaves
question.
and they work for
She
me,
didn't answer my question, but that's fine.
Rocky, one at a fucking time. Do you not
I
understand
was
that?
talking first. Do you not understand? I was talking first. I got a
Man,
question.
come on, dude. Stop
If I have a
being
couple
retarded.
slaves,
Yes,
if I have a
retarded.
couple slaves, do I get their
That's
fiscal
liberty and the
benefit?
earth is flat. Yeah, it's great, bro.
I want a fiscal benefit.
God damn. So, answer me this, if you can. Does it not cost to house illegal immigrants, whether in prison or some type of housing or even temporary housing like a shelter?
In some cases, yes.
Okay, so it does cost me.
In all
The question
cases,
the question
Very good.
is
I'm done.
the question is
It
whether or
costs.
not the cost outweighs the
Yeah.
benefits.
You wasted
That's the
all of our
question.
time
That's
on
how
that
you
flex.
that's how you measure deficits, right?
It's
If I
not
have to
come
pay
out of my
$20 and I get $500 back, I technically had to pay it, but I got more back. That's kind of just how deficits work. But
Okay, Ringwald. I got one actual question, and I will say this
Spin City. I'm ready.
very fucking. I will ask this very nice.
It does cost.
It does cost.
Not net.
You guys
not
are
net.
shadow boxing.
Hold the fuck on. She just fucking said one at a time. Shut the fuck up.
That's the way taxes work. Is you take it from me now. You take it. That means it's a cost to me, and you might give it back, but it's still a cost. That's the way
nobody's
that works.
contesting that. Nobody's contesting that. The prompt is whether or not they're beneficial.
You are. You're saying it only costs you for now. That means it doesn't cost you.
And
Clay, just because you can't understand the words that I'm saying, that doesn't mean you get to do a doofy laugh, all right? You don't get to do a doofy laugh if you're genuinely just doofy, buddy. You don't get to do strawman voices if you're fucking retarded, Clay. You don't get to do that.
Can I ask an actual?
Didn't you fucking say one at a time?
Did you say he doesn't get to doofy laugh if he's doofy? Because that seems like the exact time you want to make that laugh.
Well, I'm saying you can't do like the sarcastic doofy laugh if you're doofy. I'm sorry. In the same way that you can't do a straw man voice if you're retarded, right? Because everything you say is a straw man, right?
So my question, Ringworm, to you is, all of the illegal fucks that came into my country, because obviously you don't want to be in this country, that came in here and had a fucking child. Shut up! Anybody that come into this country illegally that now had a child, guess what? What happens and what would be the cost to deport the people? And then now, if they don't take their fucking anchor baby with them, how much is it going to cost the taxpayers to house them in foster care or put them in a fucking rest home or whatever?
Same amount that it costs to give benefits to any citizen, Spin. Same amount that it costs any citizen, right?
Wrong.
They're citizens. So, I mean, probably the same amount that it costs everybody else.
Oh, so you think it's okay? You and Bones and fucking Effigy and all these other libtards on this motherfucker think it's okay to strain the system some more. And you cannot tell me where the money comes
he can even think of the critiques, bro. He is screaming and pausing in the middle because he doesn't even know where he wants to take his sentence.
Because he's running out of breath, y'all. He's like,
yes, we believe in the 14th Amendment to the Constitution. Yeah.
Sorry. You're telling. Go ahead, Ringworm. Tell them that it doesn't cost something.
I'm telling you, the benefits outweigh the cost. That's been the claim.
Can I ask this man a real question?
Listen to me. Bounce your head off the desk a minute. You're telling me. You are telling me that the benefit to the system or the strain to the system outweighs the benefits of these fucking illegal.
I told you the exact opposite. I told you the exact opposite. The benefits outweigh the cost.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't.
Turn up the hearing aid, Spin.
You said.
I don't know what to tell you. I literally did say that the benefits outweigh
the opposite, man. Can I ask him a question?
It benefits us to have illegal people in our country.
He's saying the benefit outweighs the cost. He's saying the benefit outweighs the cost.
You're absolutely wrong. You're absolutely wrong. The strain on the system right now is because of these people. There is no benefit to an illegal motherfucker to be in this country. What don't you libtards understand?
Really, you think that after looking at the strain on the system from actual people on welfare who are citizens of the United States, you think the strain is the cost of illegal immigrants? Really?
Yeah, the 20-year-old people.
Oh my God, you people! You people fucking make me want to drink, and I don't even fucking drink.
Maybe it'd make you smarter.
No, it might make you dumber.
Alcohol.
I don't even know how that would make sense, but it's like.
This is
how we can see the pain of you forming brain cells on your face.
With me on something that was legally ingested, I became smarter than I am now. I will insult you, make you cry, and make you rage quit.
Don't be smarter.
Trust me.
It's a little freaky, Spin. I don't know if I'm into you like that, buddy. You're
dude, if I could reach through this screen right now, I'd strangle you. Maybe
I condemn political violence. By the way, I condemn political violence. I don't know about you guys. I don't know. This is the violent right. This is the violent right. I condemn political violence personally. I don't know about you guys.
But you don't condemn going to a protest line and throwing rubber dicks at fucking cars, do you?
That would be political violence. You dumb
political violence. Yeah, I condemn.
That was done by the left in Minnesota. Would you like to show you
condemn this? We condemn this, you fucking bumbling retard. What are you
don't
talking
condemn
about?
it, Bones. How the fuck can you condemn it when your side of the aisle did it?
Hey, Spin,
Easily,
would you trade?
easily. Wait. Shut the fuck up, Rocky. Shut the fuck up, Rocky. We don't need a 40 IQ retard talking. Okay? We don't need a 40 IQ retard talking. Okay, shut the fuck up.
The immigrant or the
bear? Anyways, I Bones of Doom condemn
my God,
leftist throwing dicks at people and harming them. Okay, I condemn it. Okay, there you go, Spin City. That's how you condemn shit. So, anyways, go on.
Wait, Spin, you're in a forest, okay, and you come across, or do you feel more safe if you come across a bear or an illegal immigrant? I'm just wondering.
A bear?
A bear.
The bear.
A bear.
Holy fuck.
Well,
Yeah,
maybe
the
I could.
The bear.
If I got a gun and he ain't got a gun, then the
May
immigrant.
I mention a name, Lincoln Riley? Would you hold on, shut the
Yes,
fuck
pro
up.
clutch. Let's pro clutch some
Shut
more,
the
buddy.
fuck up.
Please,
Shut the fuck up.
please, Spin City, pro clutch even harder. Okay,
Answer your own dumbass question,
I want you to
Ringworm.
grasp those pro
Answer
clutch.
your own question, Ringworm.
When you
I
grasp
would
them.
rather
you
come across
feel
the illegal
safe?
immigrant than the bear, big dog.
Would you feel safe around that illegal immigrant that raped, or excuse me, sorry, said the word. Sorry, Sarah.
Thing we're on.
Me too. That raped a child and killed a U.S. citizen, or would you be worried about the bear that is going to run away?
Take a wild guess. Take a wild guess, Spin City.
Answer the question. Don't deflect.
Wild guess. Who knows? Who knows
Don't
if I'd be okay with
deflect.
that, really.
Answer the question.
I condemn. That's my answer. I condemn.
Yeah,
You
that's
condemn
my
it. You condemn what?
to try and make a
Man,
point.
You
you're
condemn
making
it.
the right look bad. You're making the right look bad because you're taking this awkward boomer stance, and it's not
a
the way to
boomer
approach
stance.
it.
It's fact.
But
It
I'm
is
saying there's
fact.
another way to approach this. We could have hit
I
it maybe
approach
10
it the
minutes
way I
ago.
fucking want to. Shut the fuck up.
The only reason you even know Lincoln Riley's name is that you specifically hate the kind of person that did it to her. It's not even about the act that was done to her. It's about the kind
I do
of
not
person.
hate
That's the only
immigrants.
reason you
Let
know her
me be
name.
very clear.
Do not
Yes,
hate
you do.
immigrants.
Yes, you do.
Did that act.
Yes,
I
you do.
want to be very fucking clear. I do not
I
hate
can't tell.
immigrants.
Your mic keeps-
I hate illegal ones.
This
Wait,
dude has
Spin
the
City, can you
Klansman
say that
hood
again,
on.
but
He's
this
like,
time
I
your
don't hate
mic
black
shouldn't be-
people.
Well, that's the
Well,
only way I can get a fucking word in edgewise
Well, then
because
it's not
fuckers
clear.
don't abide
Well,
by
then it's not
rules.
clear. Wait, then Spin City, it's not clear.
criminal.
And you got fucking guest panelists up here playing fucking games while you're trying to do a debate. Shut up.
yeah.
Using a dead
Absolutely.
woman to try and make a moral point, you piece of
If I
shit.
caught a rapist, I
Trying to
chain
be
the
a fucking
motherfucker.
moral
The
high
only
ground, that's
piece
when
of
you're
shit on
taking
this
out the
panel
dead
is
body
you,
of
for
the
you with your
woman.
dumbass conspiracy theories. Shut up.
The rest of his fucking life.
Ooh. Wait, I'm not a piece of
If I
shit,
caught a-
Spin?
if
Thanks,
I-
buddy.
If I caught
You're
a
close.
rapist,
You're close.
if I caught a
Hey,
rapist,
Spin
I
City,
would
look.
chain the
Ooh,
motherfucker up,
spooky, spooky.
Thank you,
make
Rocky.
him a slave under me for the rest of its life.
Answer the question, Ringworm.
Thanks for pointing that out. I already said I condemn. What do you want from me?
You condemn what? You didn't answer the question. You deflected
The
like
murder
you
of Lincoln
fucking
Riley.
dumbass does all the
I condemn
time.
that.
You have to understand when he gets
I
really
don't know what
upset, he
that
starts like losing parts of his memory. That's why
Would
he
you
asks things
rather?
over and over.
Would you rather be safe with
The
an
laws
illegal
are-
immigrant
glitches in his brain.
or a bear?
I would feel more safe with an illegal immigrant than a bear. I think I already answered that too, buddy. I don't know if the
Knowing
dementia comes with the
what
hearing
an
loss
illegal
or
immigrant can do.
Knowing that they commit crimes at a far
what
less rate than
the
even
fuck can a bear
citizens.
do, buddy? I feel like I could take an illegal immigrant more than I could take a bear.
They've already committed a crime. Effigy.
They've committed one
Yes,
crime,
the
one
hardened
single
criminals and
solitary
people
crime.
walking
Like,
across the border.
You cross my border without permission. Whether it's a civil crime or a criminal charge. You committed a crime. Get it through your beady fucking dumbass head.
Man, I
you
got a
hunt
question
down everyone who ran a stop
How do you
sign
feel
too.
about private property rights?
Maybe shave your fucking hair off like Balderson and maybe it'll sink in a little better.
How do you feel about private property rights? for the
Clay,
liberals?
can I please? I've been waiting for like
Yes,
15
yeah, yeah,
minutes.
please.
Let me ask
Go ahead.
one question, just one,
Right,
to
just
Reynolds. Right?
Ready,
What is the
Reynolds?
metric what is the metric you use to predict or project that children will be so and so benefit, whatever benefit financially?
Because all of the studies show that that's the case, right? When you take out the the deficit that comes from the illegal immigrants' children, then it shows that illegal immigrants are a net benefit to the fiscal. And if you include the benefit of the illegal immigrant children, then they're a net benefit to the fiscal. I can cite you a study or whatever if you want me to.
Benefit to who?
Hold on, man.
The deficit.
It's fiscal.
They're a benefit to the deficit. That means they cost money. You just lost your own argument.
That's what
it means. Let us have a conversation without your stupidity for 5 seconds.
Please.
Bro, he paid 50 hard-earned dollars to come up here and spurg out for no reason. They will not take my right to spurg.
Let me tell you, I pay a hell of a lot more and support Sarah a hell of a lot more than $50 fucking dollars. So you better shut the fuck up. And I haven't seen you donate not one motherfucking thing. Half of you motherfuckers up here haven't even donated a damn dime.
Content bringer.
Half of you motherfuckers up here don't even donate a damn dime. So you know what? That puts me on the playing field.
I've donated to
I'm
Sarah's
getting scheduled for the debates, bro.
I've donated my time and money to Sarah's.
Did I say bones? Did I say bones? Did I say bones?
Well, you kind of have to, because what you're giving us up here isn't worth a damn.
Luckily, I'm donating more than Sping ever could in a whole debate with Aircraft Sparky in a couple weeks. So,
oh, good advertisement, W.
Yeah. So back to the question, right? Like when somebody says benefit of the children in the future, right? We assume that they're working. Do you agree?
Yeah.
Yeah. So where's the metric for that? How do we know what, on average, how many children of illegal immigrants will be working? We don't even have complete data on illegal immigrants, correct? Wait, listen.
Google around and I can find it for
you. First of all, another problem is saying something like all the studies show, right? You would agree when somebody says all the studies show, that's probably...
I'm saying the studies that take this into account or that factor for this.
In the Google, the 2036 study.
You know that Child Protective Services say
how do they take into account illegal, undocumented, right? How do you take into account undocumented people? Like how many of them there are, how many children they have? Are they on the census?
Nope, they're not on the census. Well, no, yeah, they are on the census. Sorry, my bad. Yes, they are on the census.
So is that data skewed? Is it potentially skewed?
We can read through the study if you want me to.
No,
I'm not asking you to read through the study. I'm asking you if you agree or not.
You're asking me like in-depth methodology questions, so it sounds like you are asking me to read through the study.
No, I'm asking you as a person, your opinion, right? Do you think that data could be skewed at all?
You would have to give me a convincing reason that it is skewed.
The fact that you cannot document these people, right? You know they're undocumented. We already know that.
If they take through ITNs, we can measure how much comes from those people. No?
No, not the children. No, you're projecting into the future. You're projecting into the future what their children might or might not do.
I can look up the methodology of this study if you're asking me about it, and I can get back to you. Just give me a second.
But you know it, right? You make the claim that they are a benefit. You should know it.
Not off the top of my head.
Is it suspicious at all what I'm mentioning right now? Like that it might be hard.
I'll read the methodology and I'll get back to you. I don't know.
That's fair.
That's fair. Hostile. When you talk about the children of immigrants, are you just talking about U.S. born citizens?
No, illegal immigrants.
What about the children from these immigrants that are trafficked to the Catholic?
Oh my God! Please get this man off the fucking panel. This guy said nothing. This guy's literally said nothing. He's like actually less useful than fucking Spin City has been to this panel.
Tell him to stop shaving in the form of
crazy. It's crazy how we've accomplished someone who's more useless to the dialogue than Spin City.
You know,
I thought he was maybe shaving his mustache to match the part where.
Thank you, Balderson, for your well-timed contribution. I'm sure it'll bear out for you in a couple of years.
The biggest child trafficking people are child protective.
All right, so let's not, Rocky. Come on, man.
Okay.
Can you say something that's like coherent and like contributes to the panel?
Okay, I'm sorry I mentioned the files, but
go ahead, Rocky.
Okay, the files.
He's mentioning the Epstein.
What the fuck is the Epstein files?
We're gonna. Here's why. Okay. Here's why I'm gonna let Rocky talk. It's been 20 minutes into the dono goal and not a one has come in. So I get to play it my way. Rocky, go ahead, my love. Torture the chat until they pay.
Okay, they're using this whole border thing to destroy the country of America. They got trafficking of children across the border through these illegal immigrants, and they can just come across the border, and a lot of them they're snatched up by these CPS, which has been found to have 80% of their children in their system get lost in the system. And this system is designed for, like Epstein shit. And our government is like really corrupt, and we need to take it back over and listen to the right side of your brain. Jesus is, don't listen to your left side, listen to your right side. You're warring against yourself, and you need to be on the right side. And you can't deny what's going on in Palestine. These people are, they got these small hats and shit. And these motherfuckers
didn't take long.
They run the Fed, they run the money system. Everything's about money. If there's a benefit for the Fed, then that's just growing another tentacle that we don't need. I mean, it's not even an organic immigration. It's like it was planned. They're planning to overthrow the American people. They don't like white people. What can I say? The Western civilization is being destroyed right in front of your face. And we stand here and we don't do nothing. We are helping these small hats genocide.
Oh my God. Jesus Christ.
We got to take
the mustache too. This is so cute.
I don't even think he's taking himself seriously.
We got pew-pews. And we're the only nation that still got their pew-pews. And this one world global system, Baal worship. It's all Baal, Moloch.
Can someone please donate to get this heroin addict off my screen, please? Holy shit.
Don't forget Bohemian Grove.
Let's get this show going.
Bro, he just Fed posted on the panel. That's crazy.
Grove, right? Alex Jones told you about Bohemian Grove, right?
You can donate
yes.
to stop this.
It's known intellectual Alex Jones. Yes, absolutely.
What does our government do with little children?
I don't want to know.
The CPS. Look up the records of the CPS. 80% of the children in their system are lost in the system, and they get lost.
That's a very tenuous claim. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by lost?
Child Protective Services, a government-ran institution, are paid. You get paid for.
Yeah, but what if the small hats are paid off the government to make up those figures? How do we know that this is true?
Parents will get paid by the government to raise a child, and within
wait, how do we know that this is true though? What if the small hats funded this lie? Actually, I'll fucking come up here and debate this right now. I'm so curious.
Yeah.
Let's do a 1v1. Let's do a 1v1 right now.
Okay. Go to your local CPS agent with your camera.
That's not the question. Wait. That's not the question I'm asking. I'm asking how do you actually know this? How do you know that the small hats didn't buy off CPS?
Our children, they're our children.
Wait. So I asked you a question. How do we know that the small hats didn't buy off the CPS?
This border system.
Sarah, please make this stop.
Holy shit!
Yes, finally! Holy fuck! Good lord, that was terrible.
hold on. Now, hold on. And Rocky, I have to give this option to Zero because that's a big dono. Okay, so Zero, you have the option, right? And if you just tag me in the chat and let me know what you would like to do, all right? Now, you can choose to just stop that moment and we can all just proceed with the rest of the panel. And I've removed Rocky from the main screen and you just wanted that to stop. 2, you can choose to just boot Rocky backstage for as many minutes as you'd like in the chat. Or 3, because $100 is an actual full boot from the panel for the entire night. So I leave the option up to you. Zero Dark 4, tag me in the chat. Do you want to just let Rocky stay on panel and we just continue the conversation? Do you want me to dunk him backstage for a little bit? Timing of your choice. Or 3, we can boot him from the panel for the entire night. It is totally up to you, sir. Much respect for the big dono. I want to see from everyone else tomatoes in the motherfucking chat because that's incredible. Rocky, what did you do?
And if it's boot him, just put a thumbs down emoji. Like you're the emperor of Rome.
Here it is, guys. Is it up? Is it down? Where will he go? Zero Dark 4, it is up to you, sir. Rocky's existence on this panel relies on you and your decision-making skills. What would you like to do? You got to say it in the chat.
I come in peace. I come in peace. Thumbs up for Rocky. Thumbs up for Rocky.
Let's see, what does the panel vote? Thumbs up if you want him to stay, but we still continue on with everyone else. Thumb to the middle if you're like, boot him to the back for a few minutes, or completely down, get him out of the panel for the rest of the night. It's up to you, chat. It's up to you. We got Ben. What do you got there? You want him to stay? Clay wants him to stay. Asvaroon, thumbs up, thumbs over, thumbs down. Thumbs up, you want him to stay. Bone says thumbs down. Effigy, are we going up, down, or in the middle?
Oh, we're going down.
2 thumbs down, 3 thumbs up. Spin, what you got? Down, 3-3. Rinyald, up, over, or down?
Wait, what am I doing? I'm sorry, I'm reading this study.
Oh my God, Rinyald.
I'm sorry. This dude asked me a methodology question. I had to read really hard.
Rocky stays, and he's good to go. Rocky gets dunked backstage for a few minutes, or thumbs down. Rocky's booted all night. All right, 4 to boot, 3 to stay. Hyper, it's up to you.
Oh man, this is tough. For the mustache, I'm going thumbs up.
All right. We are tied. We got 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 4. 1, 2. Yeah, 4v4. All right. So Zero, it's really up to you, sir. Did he write it in the chat? I'm not seeing it.
I'm looking through it, Sarah. I don't see it either.
Zero, we need you. If not, I'll leave it up to Mama. Mama said thumbs up. I'll give another 30 seconds for Zero Dark 4 to type it in the chat. Thumbs up, thumbs down. Mama says not yet.
As Varun, you're being very, very patient with the hands up there.
He's always so patient.
Hey, Sarah, I got a $250 bail on Dusty, the Crusty Dusty.
Nice. What'd you do? What you did tonight?
I just pulled out and he said my gun was my fingers was against TOS.
I don't think it does do that.
It can be if you're combining it with certain words.
I don't know. I mean,
He was trying to incite a revolution earlier. That was pretty base.
He was.
All right. Zero Dark 4 is not in the chat right now, so I'm going with Mama. Mama is the tiebreaker. She said thumbs up. You can stay, and we shall continue this conversation. All right. Shout out to Zero Dark 4 one more time. Asvaroon, to you, sir.
Yeah, I have a question for the panel. Like, the left always says that diversity is a source of strength and it's very great. But like, there was this reporter, he says that his name was Joe Solburn. He was a reporter in the 1960s and he observed a pattern. He said that in their mating and migratory habits, white liberals are no better than conservatives. They'll claim that diversity is a strength, but when the area starts becoming more and more heterogeneous racially, they'll move to an area which is majority their race. So, like, if it's so great, isn't Nancy Pelosi actually a hypocrite, and aren't the liberals on the white just like making aren't they hypocrites as far as their policies are concerned, just like our politicians are? They don't seem to preach. Yeah, they don't seem to practice what they preach in real life. Like Hillary Clinton, when she moved out of. Yeah, but the thing is, in the whole world, diversity I've seen, it causes only tension, like between different religions, different races, different cultures. There's always some fight going on for obtaining natural resources because humans are territorial. Over here also, the liberals actually, like, they say it's very great, but when the area starts becoming more and more heterogeneous, they'll move off to a majority race of their area actually. Like, that's what I've seen with white liberals. They're hypocrites, to be honest. Just like
it's crazy that we had to pivot to like some reporter in the 1960s, by the way. Like, how is this even like born out in reality today?
In the midst of the birth of modern liberalism.
We're like 70 years past at this point.
All right, Rocky's got a timer for 15 minutes backstage. Zero has spoken. I think that's pretty fair. I think Rocky got away pretty squeaky clean on that one. And thank you for pulling that up, Ben. I would have totally missed it.
Asvaroon, I would say that as of 2010, most of the population in America lives in cities, and cities are where all the diversity is. Cities are prominently where all of the liberal voting base is, right?
You think that helps your point? You think that helps?
Yes, because that's where all the economic output is. That's where all the culture's coming from. That's, like, what are you talking about?
Real quick, I gotta drop off. I just want to say, hostile. I didn't have time to go through the entire methodology. It's super complicated because it's an econ paper, but I linked it in the back.
Why don't you know it though? When you have the claim that it is the case.
I don't have it off the top of my head. I just read the study. I don't have the methodology off the top of my head.
Is that how it works? You just support a claim and as if it's 100% true.
Well, you see, I'm not an economist. I don't typically read like through.
Then why are you making the claim?
That methodology thing, because you haven't.
So it's emotional based. It's an emotionally based claim.
The same way that like when I leave tomorrow, because I have to go somewhere. When I leave tomorrow, I'm not appealing to my emotion to know that my engine's going to run. I'm just kind of trusting that it does. Right. I'm trusting the findings of the studies because they're intuitive. Do you have any evidence to prove that their findings are incorrect? Do you have any methodological problems?
Well, no, I'm not making the claim, and I think it's an absurd claim. It's an absurd claim to go, these people's children that I can't even document are going to make money for the country. That's a wildly absurd claim.
They have to pay consumption taxes, right?
A point on Asvaroon's point, he beat me to it because I was going to go there. But the question is specifically, illegal immigrants benefit America? This homogeneity problem and the heterogeneous problem, right? That won't even be in America. What will it be called when we actually have this melting pot after 50 years? Right?
Probably still the United States of America, considering we have the melting pot today and we have a bunch of liberals, white liberals that are mixing with
a declining birth rate amongst whites who are predominantly the people who founded America, right? And then you have,
let's go.
For example, you have Islam,
as a mixed race individual, by the way. Like, I love how white people are being diluted. Okay,
who are Islamic, having 7 kids a family.
Hold on, Bones. You're like talking right over him. I can't hear him.
I'm addressing Bones' point, though.
That's fine, though.
For sure. Hopefully, he understood that. But 50 years from now, when all the whites don't have kids because we have a declining birth rate, like I believe it's under 1.2, I think, for each white family. but you have Islamic families who are Middle Eastern who advocate for Sharia law and changing our government. Like, what do you mean it's going to be called America? So
I'm pretty sure the most dominant faction in the United States by religion is going to be like Protestant Christians, and those people they're very interesting. Wonder if you've heard of those people.
Why would you assume
and their
that the very thing
ideas.
that stops Christian nationalism is going to allow Islamic nationalism? Why would you even think that? Like we're going to stop
Christians.
all Christian.
They're not having kids.
Yeah, but we're going to use the exact same thing to stop them that we're using to stop Christians right now from trying to turn it into a Christian nationalist country.
What are you using?
It's called the Constitution.
I think you're just out of touch. I think that's the problem here.
No,
you think you think Islamic immigrants are going to come in and dismantle the Constitution, in particular the First Amendment, which precludes any state or like
they
or the country in general from establishing religion? Like what? Or establishing like a state religion? Like what are we doing?
Activists on every street.
You think we're going to turn into an Islamic caliphate? Is that what your thing is?
No, we're going to
in certain areas, but it's such a melting pot that it's not exclusive to just Islam. I mean, it's a dime a dozen different cultures in the country right now.
So yeah, it just sounds like the Islamic influence isn't really going to be a big thing, man. You kind of
amongst itself. My
right
point
there.
is the idea that it's not going to be America anymore. So it's not going to benefit America. It may have benefited.
The America today wasn't the America of like 250 years ago. You know that, right? Like we don't wear powdered wigs anymore. You know that, right?
You're helping my point.
No. Do you understand that? Yeah, America changes all the time, and guess what? We're still here. We're still alive and kicking. And I assume that in 50 years, we're still going to be alive and kicking because we're pretty fucking awesome.
I'm not saying we're going to die.
And I get it. You're anti-American, and
I'm not going to.
And like, you know what? That's fine. Look, I am more than happy to like address like all opinions across the aisle, even the most like retarded, fucking dumb, fuck ones with the.
Did I say we're all going to die or something? You know, why did you get so
no? You said that America.
You
said America in 50 years is going to be like completely different from America today, but I don't care about that. What I care about is whether the outcomes are going to be good.
It's not about benefiting America.
All you said is that America is going to be different in 50 years and that it has less white people. And you think that's bad.
Now you're getting to the point, though. My point is
you just
you
think
don't
that
care about America. The question is, does it benefit America? You just agreed with me that it doesn't matter. You just agreed that it doesn't matter that it's benefiting America, Bones.
It doesn't matter whether white people are like 59%, 45%. Hold on, and 30%.
No, you're just talking over each other. I don't want to hear it anymore. Go ahead, Azrun. You have your hand raised so patiently.
Yeah. But from what I've noticed, the Islamic immigration in Europe ruined it actually. Like what the British underwent under the Islamic immigration from Pakistan, they actually formed grooming gangs and they sexually assaulted many women over there. They live off of welfare. They don't integrate into the British society. It's the same thing with the other Islamic immigrants from different parts of the Middle East and North Africa and Europe. They commit a lot of crimes. They don't work properly. They live off welfare. And everyone actually, I've noticed this is kind of unfair, but they demonize whites a lot. It was actually without, like, if you look at any country that you want to live in, most of it's actually that are desirable to live in. It's created by whites and it's established by whites. The other races just go in there to live off and be like parasites over them. And they don't contribute anything actually. From what I've seen, that's how it's been.
Varun is absolutely based destroying you.
Okay. Yeah. First off, like that's a strictly European problem because you would have direct land bridge connection and short distance to the areas that are predominantly like that, right? We're not going to have that problem in America because we're across the entire planet, which is why the predominant ethnic groups that are coming here are all from South America. Latinos. And those are all predominantly Christian. So like all of your fear mongering about Islamic people, they would have to, who knows what the hell they would have to do to get on boats and planes to come in here and those kind of numbers. Like, right. Come on. Like you're just fear mongering for literally no reason. Like, no
are you that out of touch with reality? That's crazy.
I think you're proving how out of touch you are. You're
happening. It's crazy. You have to remember, liberalism is
you watch right-wing media all the time, and it keeps you scared because that's how they make money.
Chaos, and that's what they do.
And
they create chaos to cause problems in this country, and that is why the country is so divided. Because of
the country's so divided because the right wing Christians are into fascists.
And wait, hold on. I need to get a word. Anyways, going back to on the fucking grooming gangs, by the way, the grooming gangs are like localized, not like across the UK, by the way. Not for Hyperport, but for Asvern, like yes, absolutely, they're localized like a certain few localities. By the way, white people in the UK are still the predominant race doing the rapes. By the way, just saying. And also on that, since we want to kind of like step back a little bit, I wouldn't even go as far to say that like white people are overrepresented there, because the data regarding the race of which people are raping in there is incomplete and pretty poor. Like the methodology in there is pretty poor. So not only do we have like these, there's like a few localized like majority Pakistani gangs in like certain areas of the UK, which doesn't extrapolate all the way to the rest of which doesn't extrapolate all the way to the rest of the UK. White people still make up the majority of the rapes, by the way. And then on top of that, all the race data is incomplete. So it's just like a really poor claim in general. So there's 3 layers of which those claims were like really poor as for, by the way.
But one thing, if you look at if you look at the Pakistani society, a Pakistani man himself has said it's so bad that they enjoy sexually assaulting their own cousins. And to teach a woman a lesson, sexual assault by gangs is like a necessary thing to destroy her honor and to keep her under check. So this is very rampant in Pakistani society, and they're immigrating in large numbers to Britain. So they're doing they're the ones who are committing most of the crimes.
Britain is prosecuting those at a higher rate than Pakistan ever will.
So hold on, Asvaroon, you have an accent. I'm assuming that. Do you live in America? Are you an immigrant?
No, I live in India. But if America goes down, the whole world goes down.
So Bones, don't you think it's sort of, and Effigy, this is to both of you, isn't it kind of out of touch? You're speaking to a guy who literally lives in India.
Holy fuck! Why are we doing id poll? We're doing id poll. Holy shit! I thought you were a leftist there for a second. Do you want to talk about like land acknowledgements too while I got it?
You're literally talking to a guy who lives in a different country.
Here's the Hyperborean. Here's the line for you. No one is illegal on stolen land. Can you say that real quick for me?
Wait up. You thought I was a liberal?
No, I thought you were a leftist. I thought you were a leftist there with that whole fucking like id bullshit. Can you say that no one is illegal on stolen land for me real quick?
I don't agree with that claim.
Okay, good. Okay, good. So all that id bullshit was kind of retarded, right?
I don't even understand what you're saying.
Id poll, identity politics. Yeah, all that was retarded, right?
No one is illegal on stolen land.
Base. Oh, look at that. Look at that.
No, I'm saying, anyways, is that what you're saying? Retarded. You're going with that?
Yeah, I'm asking you to say that. I'm asking you to say that. Yes. Because you sounded like a leftist earlier.
How did I sound like a leftist? At what point did I sound like a leftist?
Because you said we need to listen to the Indians. We need to listen to those people because he's an Indian. Like that was the input part.
What? Bro, India.
Dude, you're so out of touch. You don't even understand.
Oh my god! Yeah.
They're near Pakistan.
Yes. An Indian is in. Yes, an Indian from India. Clay, good job. Good job. You passed kindergarten.
Indian.
You passed kindergarten. You know that Indians come from fucking.
He's talking about 40 IQ earlier. This is crazy.
Yes, I did. I did say that to people with 40 IQ. Iraqi guy. Yeah.
You have the based guy from India putting you in your place, and you're like, "No, man, but I live in America, and I'm on a computer. I swear, you trust me."
Do you think he made, dipshit?
The world is what he's pointing
just because a dipshit from India makes a really retarded point.
Varun is not a dipshit, my guy. Varun is not a dipshit. Why do you gotta ad hom him when he's like the nicest guy on the planet?
One, an insult is not an ad hom. Insult or ad homs are insults made in lay of an argument. I debunked the argument earlier, and then I'm insulting.
You didn't debunk shit.
That whole thing was retarded.
You're in an echo chamber. You ain't debunking shit.
Good job losing on a meta. That shit was fucking funny as fuck.
Thank
you for the language knowledge.
Bones.
Hold on, really quick. Listen. Okay. I'll say I love Asvern. I love when Asvern comes on. But no offense to Asvern, I'm not going to take any comment from a society that has a caste system and tell me how to handle diversity. I'm just not. Sorry.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's not a source of strength. Look at the way our nation is. It's in a mess because of diversity.
Yeah, and America, due to its diversity, is the most prosperous country in the world.
Well, yeah, but whom are you going to appease? Right? No, but whom are you going to? Yeah, but whom are you going to? But whom are you going to appease at the end of the day? Like, if you appease one group, the other group will also want claim benefits. And at the end of the day, whom will you have?
And guess what? They have to assimilate with the rest of society, like the rest of the immigrants that came before them.
But they don't do that, right? I told you. I just pointed out.
They overwhelmingly do. It's so borne out of the data that several generations of migrants increased their crime rate respect to the first generation because they're assimilating. That's how crazy that is. That is how insanely they fucking assimilate, by the way.
Yeah, but Hillary Clinton moved to Chappaqua, New York. That's the most
reason why we have fucking
area.
Tex-Mex. It's the reason why we have Cuban food in fucking Florida.
Yeah,
it's the reason why all these
Hillary
cultures
Clinton,
fucking meld together. It's why hip hop and fucking Spanish music meld together so well. It's because
they
it's a
don't actually. They don't.
It's all
in prison
pot.
when they
all of that is assimilation.
In prison when they're forced to when they're forced to integrate, they become very violent. In prison, it's very tribal. Actually, I've seen how it is, and at the same time, Hillary Clinton was
born out in the data. This is not born out in the data.
Hillary Clinton. Then why did she?
I'm so sorry. You're gonna need a fucking side. You're gonna cite your fucking evidence. Go for it.
No,
you made the positive claim that when people are told to fucking assimilate, that they become very violent. So where does this happen in the U.S.? Where does this happen? I mean, where's the data on this? Where's the data on this? Because the data says that immigrants have a lower crime rate.
No, but why do we have Black Lives Matter? And on top of that, in California, actually, I follow Jared Taylor on
hilarious.
what he says. Yeah, he's not hilarious, man. It's really true, actually. I see how diversity has ruined my country. In your country, the same thing is going to happen too. If you keep
which is why America's the most prosperous nation. Yeah, it's so ruined by the prosperity.
It is prosperous because whites built it actually like that, and the other people are leeching off on what
that's really funny.
It's not funny. It's true.
White people build it. Just white people.
Before whites came in over here, the tribals over here, the Native American tribals, they were fighting for each other.
Anything else, it's just white people.
They built it actually.
What's the evidence of this?
Then look at it with your own eyes.
Yeah. Guess what? White people also had to do. They had to subjugate other people. They literally subjugated other people in our own fucking country and prevented other people from most
subjugation of other people.
By the way, so to give you history of the United States, since you're fucking retarded on that, we had to we subjected the fucking Native Americans to genocide. We fucking
Native Americans were committing genocide against each other before the whites
for several fucking generations, and those people are just now getting out of the fucking rut for the next few generations. The Native Americans are still recovering from that.
Africans were killing each other before the whites came.
Of their fucking
so if you look at the whole world, each race has actually had its own struggle that way. And for everything, if you say it's whites, it makes no sense.
The fucking Chinese, specifically in California,
the Chinese were destroyed a lot by the Mongols, and they've actually been destroyed by each other as well. And the Japanese actually committed. The Japanese committed.
You fucking retard! You don't know any of this.
I'm not retarded, man. I'm just telling you the truth.
We fucking subjugated the white people. Subjugated all these people to some degree, and that's why they
more atrocities on Chinese than the whites. The Japanese committed more atrocities than the whites did, and they did horrible things to the Chinese actually.
And we'd see more of these people thrive in America like we see today. Because
you wouldn't have the United Nations, and without the United Nations, you actually
some of the highest education. Women have higher
without the United Nations,
men too, by the way. And women were second class citizens prior to this too. So if you want to keep going on about this, by the way, guess what? Diversity is in fact our fucking strength, and it's borne out in every single fucking metric. Because we're the most prosperous fucking country in the world.
Because of whites.
Every other fucking
not
country
invading another land because
slathers are fucking
but not invading another person's land.
Slathers on a fucking dick just to get into our fucking markets.
No,
we are a fucking service economy that exports
not invading another country
to other parts
again
of the world.
because of whites. They created the United Nations. Because it's because of whites only.
Nations.
Yeah, because of whites.
No, not because it's whites only.
No, it's because of whites. You have a powerful country actually. Then why isn't Zimbabwe so powerful? Zimbabwe has a majority black population.
Which is why we're still growing.
Most of the African countries are poor.
Go back.
I'm not retarded over here, man. I'm telling you the truth.
Go back to your backwards ass caste system.
What backward ass system?
Dismantle that, and guess what?
What dismantle? What, man? I'm telling you the truth over here.
India
see,
will begin to see vast improvement.
What improvement, dude? I've seen everything. I've seen actually, and then in Africa, if you see, look at the race, they've done very badly after kicking out the whites.
Which is why
look at Zimbabwe, they kicked out all the whites. It went down the drain. In South Africa, they subjugated the whites to a bad condition. It went down the drain. Then in Ivory Coast, they kicked out all the whites. It went down the drain. Then in Uganda, they kicked out all the Indians. It went down the drain.
Go live your fucking dipshit enclave. Go fucking find a pot in the middle of fucking nowhere and live out your fucking dream.
What?
And live
Off, man. I'm telling you, it's a source of constant
dream.
tension.
Live it out.
What?
Go live in a homogenous society. Because guess what? Even in homogenous societies, there's still going to be conflicts too. Because just discriminating against people by race doesn't solve all your problems. It is
a heterogeneous society is always going to have lots and lots of problems. The Japanese committed more atrocities than whites did on the Chinese.
Yes.
And
you're
saying that whites did this,
committed atrocities, which is then why we decided to put in internment camps our fucking Japanese American citizens.
That was a right thing to do, actually.
Which, by the way, fucking immoral as fuck. By the way,
are you boys done?
Yes, it is absolutely.
Are you boys done?
I'm more than happy to do this all night. I still have coffee.
Because nobody heard a fucking word either of you said. Just so you know, nobody heard either of you. Cool. So that was a waste.
Hey, Bones, you said the integration between Spanish music. Didn't you say that?
Yes. I think that Spanish music and hip hop, absolutely. That is an instance of assimilation of culture.
Hold on.
As an instance of assimilation.
Bones, do you remember the Super Bowl? What the fuck happened at the Super Bowl with Bad Bunny and his dumbass shit?
Fucking amazing, by the way.
What happened?
That shit was amazing, by the way. Way better than the pre-recorded fucking trash heap. That was the Kid Rock fucking halftime show, by the way.
Everyone says,
and they still couldn't even get the production value up, by the way, too, on that, by the way.
But you know how many people clicked off of it?
Yeah, Kid Rock is some fucking geriatric motherfucker who's like desperately trying to remain relevant amongst the boomers. When you could just like sit down and listen to some nice Bad Bunny, man. Fucking dance, man.
Taylor Swift, that's another fucking cum guzzling fucking trench slut.
Whoa.
Taylor was never country.
Varun shit on Bones, by the way. I'm out of here, y'all.
Take it easy, man. This is exactly how like shitty they are. That they just cannot even handle hearing a person sing in Spanish.
Yeah, hostile hyperbole. Yeah, no, he's definitely.
It's just too much to lose their shit over it.
Come up. Boom, 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 boom.
That's hilarious.
And why do I? And if you want to talk about fucking Spanish music,
you hear at the fucking circus. Boom, 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 boom.
If you want to hear about Spanish music, why in my area I have to have 30 fucking radio stations that play fucking Spanish music?
Yeah, you have a lot of Cuban Americans.
Why?
There's a lot of
people want to listen to it, and they live in America.
No, we just don't want to hear the circus. Because
there's a lot of kids in America who like Spanish music. Yeah, good job. Good job, buddy. I'm so glad that you don't understand like your own fucking demographics because you don't step outside the city. Yeah, good job.
That's what they call Spanish music. Boom, 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 boom. It's also
that like maybe like
genres where people are simply
literally that, bro.
Spanish.
Why do I need to see some burrito selling? Why do I need to see some burrito selling bitch out of a cooler on the side of the road?
Fucking childish ass xenophobia, man.
So I do know Spanish music.
All right. B Sharp sent this right before the speed date. I apologize, B Sharp. I forgot to say it. We didn't steal land. We colonized it. Also, why do illegal immigrants want us to conform to them, but they can't learn basic English? Any thoughts?
They obviously
yeah.
Culture, especially when they like take a test to prove that they are like.
Are you going to let anybody else talk Boots of Doom?
Oh, shut the fuck up.
Yeah, so like
you shut the fuck up, you unintelligent fucking animated effigy.
That's not them integrated.
Azarun, do you have any thoughts, sir? Since you have your hand raised to the super chat.
The thing is, before the whites came, and everyone blames the whites for a lot of things, but the native Indians were slaughtering each other for land, and they were actually abducting each other's women, and they were doing committing a lot of atrocities to each other.
Us doing that even more moral. Yeah, you're right. It's so true.
So it's not the whites' fault. The whole world was like this.
Oh no, I'm just saying that the people who colonized
okay.
America, it is their fault specifically.
Balloon's time,
Since they happen to be from the white, yeah, obviously as a shorthand, I'm going to use white.
Asrun, would you like to would you like to continue what you were saying, sir, before you were so rudely interrupted?
Yeah. So I just wanted to say, even when the Aztecs were ruling Mexico, they were brutally killing their own people. They were ripping their hearts out and sacrificing it to their gods. The Europeans came and stopped it, actually. So, see, I'm not saying that even the Europe...
by like fucking up the population.
1 minute.
For fuck's sake! You know, the other night when you were debating, you did so great at not interrupting people. I don't know what fire lit up your asshole tonight, but chill out and let people talk.
No, just like,
go ahead.
Just like whenever we're started talking points, that's it.
Yeah,
it's
but the thing,
though, it's okay. If it's so retarded, you should have no issue waiting until he's done, just to show him with an argument why he's retarded. We can't hear the retardation if you don't let us. Go ahead, Asfaru. I'm sorry, Al.
After the Second World War, they created the United Nations to see to it that, respecting another person's sovereign rights, not invading another person's territory. Those rules were actually made by the whites. See, the thing is actually, if you look at it, the whole world was in a mess. At least some order, some kind of decent order was brought to it by the whites, actually. Like, without that, again, it would be like the way it was before the 19th century. Like, each nation goes for itself, lives for itself, and they can do whatever they want. They can annex another person's territory. They can have colonies and things like that. It's true that the Europeans had colonies and they did do some mistakes. I'm not saying that they're totally godlike, but compared to the others, they at least were more civil in this sense. Look, if the Europeans wouldn't come to Mexico, we would still have the Aztecs committing human sacrifices, ripping people's hearts out and offering it to the gods. Or America wouldn't be a developed country, the most developed country it is today without the whites. So in any country that you want to really live in, which is desirable, has been built by the whites. And I've noticed people from other parts of the world, they couldn't do it with their societies. They migrate in large numbers to these societies and they live off of them like parasites. Why can't they do it in their own countries? And then they say that, no, you were racist towards us. And they create this problem of racism and they blame the whites for every problem that's ever occurred to them, even before colonization. All the problems that ever occurred to anyone in the whole world has been blamed on the whites, and these people can't build a decent society of their own. They kicked out the whites in Zimbabwe, saying that they were racist. Zimbabwe, from being a breadbasket, it went into a nation of famine, and they're begging the whites to come back. The same thing happened in South Africa, and it's a very bad country right now. They kicked out all the French from Ivory Coast, and it lost its economic potential. It was known as the Japan of Africa once upon a time. And then Uganda, they kicked out all the Indians. Idi Amin got a dream from Allah in his dream. Allah told him that you should kick out all the Indians. He kicked out all the Indians, and Yaure Musavi had to go back to England and ask the Indians who had immigrated to England to come back. Actually, you see this pattern every time. From my own observation, anything that a non-white person touches, most of the time they tend to destroy. Actually, look at my country, like the way it is. There's no order, there's no nothing. Actually, it's so diverse. If you appease one caste, the other caste will claim minority status, or they'll try to claim backward community status to get reservation into government institutions or to government jobs, and they do a very poor job. Actually, it's not based on merit only. Everything is based on caste. So if the US keeps getting diverse more and more, all these kinds of merit-based systems will get wiped out. It will only be appeasing the groups, actually, to get votes in the election, and the politician will just live off making some money, and the rest of you will suffer, actually. It's a cautionary tale,
respond
to
to all
honest.
that babble? Oh, never mind. He's still gone. Yeah, so I'm going to respond to all the babble. So this is why, Sarah, I interrupted him, because he went on like 20 different points, and now I, as the person trying to contest this, have to respond to all of them. So when I interrupt, so hold on, no.
Do that too.
Yes, absolutely, I do that too. Which is why when people interrupt me, that's fine. Like that's fine. Like even in the moment, if I had If I don't like it, I get it. I get it. So shut the fuck up. So shut the fuck up. So shut the fuck up. Anyways, yeah. Now that I have to respond to all 20 of those points. So guess what? The white people that were colonizing the Americas, as well as enslaving people in the Americas as well, they were doing that as well as also facilitating the slave trade across Africa, the South America, North America. They were doing that as well. Insofar as like they were protecting that, the slave owners, especially those in in the Confederate States, were saying that slavery was like a God-given right, that it was enshrined for them. They were trying to like moralize it to say that it was like positive because all these people are like uncivilized, by the way, we're the civilized people, and yet we're doing like mass enslaving specifically to like fill up our coffers and specifically like feel a little bit better than other people. But you know, as for you can just neglect all that, by the way, for your very oversimplified thing. Not to mention the fact that we like had a lot of the Spaniards, fucking Portuguese, English. We all fucking conquered the fuck out of South America, North America, France included in that. A lot of people fucking died, genocided a bunch of people. I believe like out of like that, like there was like what 10,000 tribes, and now we're down to like less than 1,000 now, something like that. Like literally wiped out like several like thousands of tribes, as opposed to, you know, they were just kind of like fighting each other over like war and shit. They were like genociding each other on that end. Not to mention, what else? What else did you mention? Oh yeah, the diversity thing. So yeah, the reason why diversity works in America and why we've increased the amount of rights that our minorities get over time is because we see the wrongs that were done in the past. And over time, those wrongs have been righted through our government and through the acknowledgement that certain people actually do deserve rights, and that people's opinions necessarily change over time through that. And that's what made diversity even better, because when these people weren't second-class citizens and were actually able to participate in society, guess what? They participated in society and made us way better, which again is why we're the most fucking prosperous nation in the world, and why India, which is still highly segregated, by the way, which is still, you mentioned it yourself, the caste systems are still fucking at war with each other, which is why India is not doing all that great still.
We're insolvent as a nation. The Treasury came out and said so. We're fucking $250 trillion in debt. So
or $250 trillion in debt? That's crazy. Where did you find that figure?
From the Treasury, dumb shit.
250 trillion.
I said at the beginning, if you would take the fucking shit out of your ears, you could hear other people.
So the actual national gross debt is actually 39 trillion, not 250 trillion. Good job.
I'm gonna let you in.
W right there. Also, like,
I was trying to
as to whether the country's failing, Balderston. So W right there, you fucking messed up your own point right there, and it just doesn't even matter.
Yeah, the 200 trillion out. It's already owed.
So the Treasury says that we are in debt 250 trillion.
Yes, and we only have like 40.
That's bullshit. That's okay.
Like
pull up where they say that. Pull up where they say that, because I'm only seeing 39 trillion.
Well, go ahead and
in debt to who? Who are we in debt to?
Just put out.
While Balderson looks that up, Clay, what you got?
Okay, so I want to respond to a little bit of what Azrael said, a little bit of what Bone said, and the super chat all together. Kind of to the point that Azvarum was making about the Aztecs a little bit, and it kind of feeds into the super chat a little bit, and maybe Bones, in my opinion, doesn't understand this. So the Aztecs, the Incans, a lot of the tribes, they didn't speak English, but they also didn't speak Spanish, right? What happened was that the Spaniards came over to a lot of these territories, and they would actually have translators. So there was a lot of translations that was happening. So specifically, when we're looking at this super chat, we're looking at something of a point of, you know, when the Spaniards got here, they actually had to either have a translator or learn the language. Now, a lot of the translators came from those tribes, like the Aztecs had literally one particular translator, which did a great job for that. If I remember correctly, Cortez married that translator. What occurred was the Spaniards originally were assimilating. Now, there was actually some fuckery behind that, and I understand that, but they were assimilating, whether it was for a vicious purpose or not, that's another thing, but they were assimilating with that particular tribe. And it wasn't the Spaniards that really wiped them out. It was actually disease. The same thing with the Incan Empire, the same thing with many Native American cultures. It was actually
which they utilized specifically to help wipe them out.
You shut the fuck up, retard! It was actually the diseases that did the most of the damage,
which we inflicted upon them.
Because, bro, can you shut
Let
the
him
fuck up
talk.
instead of being a retard for like, I don't know, half the time that I'm speaking at least? Because it might take actually a couple of minutes because there was a lot fucking said. A lot of people don't realize that the ancient cultures, they used to war a lot, but disease wiped a lot of shit out. People blame a lot of death and destruction on the fighting. Yeah, there was a lot of fighting, but the disease killed a lot. So if you want to blame something, blame the disease. It was just a mixing of culture.
So during Pontiac's War, did Jeffrey Amherst or Henry Bouquet mention this at all, that they were using diseases to wipe out the native population?
Liberal fucking
are we just going to forget that?
Say yes, we get it.
This is why I said that you people don't know anything about history either, because otherwise you would have just conceded this point.
Tell me what time it is.
You would have conceded this before you ever said it.
Look at the upside down clock and tell me what time it is.
Jesuits did all that.
Aztecs.
True, you're right, Rocky. You're right.
Just like as Varun was saying, what they used to do was they used to do human sacrificing. They used to do that just like the Western cultures used to do before Christianity came along. A lot of people like to blame Christianity for what the horrific things in the past, but these human sacrifices that used to go on in the past used to happen from cultures outside of Christianity. When Christianity came along, the idea that there was one human to be sacrificed, and that's it. No more human sacrifices. No more sacrifices at all. So stop blaming the Christians for your fucked up problems. The Aztecs didn't speak Spanish. The Incans didn't speak Spanish. What happened is that the Spaniards, by the way, who were apparently not white because the Mexicans are all Spanish and all the Ecuadorians and the fucking Guatemalans and the Brazilians, they're all Spanish now, apparently. For some reason, everybody believes they're
historically considered white.
They're not fucking Spanish. They're ancient cultures, okay? And I love culture. I love every fucking human being on this fucking planet, but when you call them Spanish, you're being a fucking retard. And yes, when you come to this fucking country, you need to learn English because all of the road signs. Hey, shut the fuck up, retard.
Gotcha.
Shut the fuck up, retard. All of the road signs, guess what language they're in? English. They're not in Spanish. Yeah, there's some that are translated into Spanish on bottom, but they're all in English. If you can't read
so English
the signs,
is a lingua franca? No way.
Retard.
No way.
Bones, you're a retard. You've been a retard since you were born. You're still a retard.
Global
all
lingua
of the
franca?
signs. Bro,
wait.
Let me ask you this.
English is the global lingua franca. I wonder why.
Now that I'm done, what language?
I haven't the foggiest of how that could ever be the case. I just don't know. I just really don't know. Could it be that first the British Empire got pretty big, and in particular, the United States Empire got pretty big, and we kind of spread our influence globally, with a lot of the Marshall Plan, with the fact that a lot of our interventions in South America as well. Oh no,
they're not
can't be
Spanish.
They're
not fucking Spanish. They're not Spanish.
Okay, so tracking their understanding, the people coming from Spain were Spanish. Hispanic is just referring to anyone in Southern America.
Spanish. Stop calling them Spaniards.
The people from Spain aren't Spaniards. Is that your take?
I'm telling you that the people that live in the present day Brazil, Mexico, Ecuador, Cuba, all those South American and Central American countries, they're not fucking Spanish.
No
they speak
way.
a language that is Spanish, but it's not Spaniard.
No way.
They're not Spanish. They're Brazilian. They're Ecuadorian. They're Mexican. They're Cuban. Stop calling them Spanish. They're not fucking Spanish.
No way.
Is that the theme for tonight? Everyone's just fucking shadowboxing things that no one ever said. Yes, all those people are Hispanic. They're not Spanish. We get that. No one ever contested that, Clay. You fucking idiot.
You this too. Apparently, I got to tell you this too.
Used to cut.
That's crazy. Thank you, Rocky. Thank you, Rocky, for the history lesson.
English,
can we let Clay finish spreading that?
Because if you can't read the fucking sign, you can't drive on our fucking highways. It's really.
So Clay, when did I ever claim that everyone in South America was Spanish? When did I claim that everyone in South America was Spanish?
Bones, let me ask you a question.
not Spanish. We're
I
not
don't think.
English.
Wait, hold on. Clay needs to stop talking so
you
you can
have
ask
to be able to read the signs. You have to be able to read the law. You can't
He's
just
still
have
going.
everything translated for you your whole entire life.
If only the
What's gonna
signs were
happen?
in easy to remember shapes.
Aztec
If only.
Empire, and everybody went to war in the end.
If only
because
there were
nothing
like
could
colors too,
translate.
to like some of
Nothing
the
could
lights
be
too, right? Right. If only those were. If
Nothing
only those were like
could
universal
be
too. If
translated.
only.
You get it?
If only.
Nothing could
If only
be
like a stop sign were like a very
translated in that
distinct shape with like a
particular
color
empire.
that like everyone recognizes.
Nothing could be translated.
Maybe we can
in
make
that
it like an
particular
octagon or
empire.
something.
So
Can
one
we
person
workshop
came
this?
along
Maybe like a
and said, "Hey, I
septagon
gotta
would be
be
pretty
able to
cool
learn
too.
the other
Can we
language."
turn that? Can we make all
Other
stop
language.
signs septagons? Or like maybe
That makes
nonagons?
sense.
Let's
Does
make
it
it like
make
an
sense
odd
to
number of
learn
signs just to be like
something else
quirky.
instead of
Why
just
not do
believing ridiculous bullshit all your life? Maybe you should learn something, Bones.
So maybe Clay,
Like,
if
I
you
don't
like
know.
stop shadowboxing, you'd actually be able to
Words
address
have
any of my
meaning.
points, which is
Just
why
like Spanish
which is
words
why I
have
just like
meaning.
ignored
English
everything you
words
said
have
because
meaning.
you
We
couldn't make a
use
single
English
rebuttal. By the
language
way,
on the
none of that was.
roadside.
Your
The
fucking
road
like
sign.
your
You know
rebuttal
how to
about the
drive,
fucking
Bones?
diseases that got fucking
Do you know
wiped
how to
out.
drive,
By the way,
Bones?
that got
Bones,
fucking
do you know how to
eradicated,
drive?
just like smallpox
Bones,
did
do you know
before
how to
fucking
drive?
Maha got in
Bones, do
and
you know how to
fucking like
drive?
wrecked our fucking.
Bones,
Man.
do you know how to
Yes,
drive?
yes, I know how to drive.
This is
Yes,
so
I know. I
stupid.
drive to your mother's house
so
every night,
stupid.
and I
People
make
have work.
sweet love to your mother. Okay,
Let's go down the
that's
logic
how
train.
well I can
Would it
drive.
be
Okay, I make you
beneficial for
fucking
you to be
trek
able to
out from
read
Texas
those road
all the way to
signs that
Florida
are on
for
the
that.
fucking road that
Yeah,
indicate what the
manifest
law is?
destiny. We had to kill all them.
This is dumb,
Indians.
Clay. People get work permits and drive their
Oh,
fucking freight
I
trailers
didn't know
into
his
U.S.
name-
all the
name was
time.
Bones now.
And by the way, the requirements are just to like be functionally literate enough to be able to do this.
Original Bones.
And not to mention the universal signs, you know, like all of that being like standardized globally, that also
Every
helps people
single road
understand the
sign,
road.
every-
Also the fact that we have GPS
Most-
now and that can be
most
localized to like a
businesses,
specific language
it's all
in case you don't understand the native
read the
language. But you
wrapper on your
know,
local
that's also like
TV
really
bar,
hard for you to understand because you're just a dumb fuck First Amendment auditor retard
you
who
read
doesn't
the
know anything about the
ingredients,
Constitution,
wouldn't it be
who doesn't know anything about the government, who doesn't know shit about anything else, doesn't know about history, doesn't know about
Can you read the
anything.
wrapper? Would it be beneficial
Literally
if you
fucking
knew what the
retarded.
words
Literally, you just like you ought
Would it be
probably like
beneficial?
take a long walk
Let's
off
go
the
down
street.
the logic train. Since you're so fucking
You
stuck
don't know
on being
anything
a
about logic.
retard,
We
let's go
demonstrated
down
that
the
like a
logic
month and a
train.
half ago
I'm
when
gonna
you tried to
I'm
do
gonna
the